including the coordination of non-tax revenues across federal agencies.
Well, joining us virtually to analyze these stories is Francis Chilaka. Francis is a political analyst and a public affairs commentator. Francis, it's so good to have you join us again.
Yes, how are you? Good evening.
Welcome. So the African Democratic Congress is holding its national convention at the Rainbow Event Center in Abuja with key figures in attendance. It's been the talk of the town. I don't know if this, how does this make you feel, really?
Well, it makes me feel happy. I mean, we believe, I'm a Democrat, and I believe that democracy allows for multi-party system, and anything that would stop us from having multi-party system is not democratic at all. So it's a good one, and I'm happy that ADC is taking the bull by the horn and going ahead to have a Congress, meaningful deliberations at the end of the day.
Okay, let's look at the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has fixed April 22 to hear an appeal by the executives of ADC, and now we've seen that they're having their convention. When you look at the convention that is being held today, or that it's holding today, and the Supreme Court's fixing the April 22 to hear this appeal, what if the Supreme Court does not sustain the leadership of David Mark? What happens to this convention that is being held today?
Well, I think that the Supreme Court will do the right thing. I believe that they would do the right thing. And I believe that the right thing is to allow the political should be. It's when you allow the courts to decide who the leaders of the parties should be, then it's no longer freedom of expression. It means that anybody can wake up tomorrow and coerce the court to foist anybody as a leader. Yes, I know that there has been a ruling before now that says that party issues should be deliberated and resolved within the party. So I believe that at the end of the day, justice will prevail, and also freedom of parties to exercise their rights as to who leads them will be upheld.
All right. It will be remiss of us not to mention INEC, since you've talked about sustaining democracy in Nigeria. Now, during the ADC National Convention, at some point, former governor of Oyo State, El-Rufai, who is also the interim national secretary, declared INEC an illegal and criminal organization. Why? Because they said, they invited them to come monitor the event, and they refused. Would you say that's some tough talk, or would you agree with him, basically?
Well, let's get one thing clear, and that is that it is the duty of the political parties to invite INEC. It doesn't mean that if INEC is not there, that the parties cannot function. I just believe that when in a very bad times in terms of politicking in Nigeria, where you have the incumbent government, the APC, doing everything within its powers to ensure that other parties do not see the light of day. So yes, anybody is free to use harsh words on INEC, but I think that INEC should realize her role, and her role is not to take sides, but to be an umpire that everybody should respect and that everybody should believe in. But from what we've seen playing out, it's difficult for anyone, including myself, to allow the current INEC chairman to.
We seem to have lost connection with him. We'll take a break, and when we return, hopefully we would have reconnected with him. Just stay with us.
All your looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Dialogue will bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable.
Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Find us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza.
Glad to have you join us. It's still Vop Tv. Okay, I'm glad to have you join us once again, Chilaka.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, you were actually saying something. Can you please round off on your thoughts before we move to the next conversation?
No, I was talking about INEC and the fact that Nigerians have lost confidence in the leadership of the INEC chairman, and it will be very dangerous for us to go into the 2027 election with a man that people no longer trust. It will give the elections a bad image. So it's better if something is done drastically. Maybe there's going to be need to change for him to resign. Ordinarily, the INEC chairman should have resigned by now. But then This is Nigeria where people don't resign, even when allegations are made against them.
Okay, let's move on to another happening in the courts today. The Federal High Court sitting in Kaduna has granted bail to former Governor Nasir El-Rufai over alleged corruption charges that was filed by the ICPC. 200 million naira bill. I don't know what you make of this bill, and when you look at the back and forth that has come before this bill was granted.
Well, the way the courts grant bails these days, the kind of conditions they give, sometimes you ask yourself, do they really want the person to be released, or they just give you a condition that is so stringent that makes it difficult for you to be released? So I think what the court is doing is indirectly saying that we are letting you go, but you have to drop your pants behind. So I think that's what the court is trying to do. But I believe that El-Rufai and his friends and political allies will be able to make the demands of the court. But we hope that not that when he meets the bail condition, another agency will arrest him again. So this idea of arresting before investigation is not a way to do things properly. We should arrest people and charge them to court immediately. You arrest them because you've done your investigation. When you arrest people, you then start investigation and you start going to court, seeking for the court to grant you time to keep the person behind bars to commence your investigation. But well, it's a good one. He's going to regain his freedom. I'm sure of that. And then let's see what happens thereafter.
Well, Francis, it makes you wonder, though, that this back and forth between El-Rufai and the anti-graft agencies, EFCC and ICPC, do you think the incarceration really made him more popular as regards before his incarceration? I mean, take for instance, one of his loyalists said today, after he was granted bail, that President Tinubu was going to hand over to El-Rufai in 2027. I don't know what you make of all of this.
Well, I know quite a number of people who are politicians who would say to you that they want to be arrested by the EFCC or the DSS. It gives them popularity. I think that the way they've gone about it, you're making the man more popular than he ordinarily should be. And so it's not about the president handing over to him, but it's about his followership. His followership has grown because people feel that there is vendetta and all of that in the whole thing.
Okay, but talking about his followership having grown, gotten bigger rather. When he throws his ring into the heart, do you actually see, when you look at ADC and the many persons that are already in ADC trying to contest for this particular, the presidential ticket, where do you now see El-Rufai? We see the likes of Atiku, see the likes of Peter Obi, of course, Kwankwaso, who just joined, and Amechi, and then now El-Rufai. Isn't this too many persons wanting just one ticket?
Never indicated. I've not seen him coming out to say he wants to contest for the presidency. So let us not put words or put things he never said. He never said he wants to contest. All he said is that he wants to work with those who are ready and willing to change the status quo. So if you're talking about contesting, El-Rufai has never said so. He had never indicated interest. And so I don't know where you're getting your own information from.
Well, let's talk about the Senate President, Akpabio, who says that the United States is reducing embassy staff in Nigeria over fears of possible attacks linked to tensions involving Iran. But this is not what the U.S. had said, actually. In its advisory, it had said it was removing, its non-essential staff due to a deteriorating security situation in the country. What do you think the Senate President is trying to achieve here?
Image laundering. He's trying to, already he knows that a lot of people are worried. Even we in Nigeria, we are worried about the security situation. You and I, we are worried. What happens in the north every day you wake up from sleep? if anybody says he's not worried, then the person is not a Nigerian. So I think what he's just trying to do is to calm people's nerves, to change the narrative and all of that. But we know what the American government said, why they are reducing their staff and all of that. They were clear about it. So he cannot be mourning more than the bereaved. He's just trying to be truthful by half. Our Senate president likes to be, he likes comedy a lot. So I think that's just part of his comic relief.
Okay, let's move on. The House of Representatives has convened a multi-stakeholder conference to address ongoing security challenges in Plateau State. I don't know what you make of this dialogue. House of Representatives, it was organized by the House Ad Hoc Committee on Security in the state. Dialogues such as this, do you think that they actually hold water when it comes to fighting insecurity as we get to see what we have today in our country?
But, any step that will be taken is a welcome development. But I also say this, that the National Assembly has been, they've been too far from the people. I'm sure that it is now they are realizing that a committee like this is necessary. I had thought that by now the National Assembly will be talking about declaration of a state of emergency on insecurity, on security, and then to ensure that states that are having these problems are also, treated in such light. But the National Assembly you have today, we don't really understand whether they are representing the people or they are standing on the mandate of one man. And that's where the fear is. The committee will probably meet, come up with a white paper, and nothing will be done about it. We saw what happened when it was said that the tax law was doctored and all of that. They set a committee. As we talk now, nobody has given us any headway as to what the committee did and didn't do. So I personally don't believe in all these committees. They will not solve the problem. The committees will not solve the problem of land grabbing. It will not solve the problem of insurgents and terrorists kidnapping and killing people. It will not solve it. What will solve it is the political will of the government to come out decisively against these people.
All right. Now, let's talk about something that you've tackled extensively in the past, but it's making a comeback. The Nigerian military has dismissed claims that repentant Boko Haram terrorists are being armed to fight alongside troops, describing the allegations as false and misleading. Francis, would you say there's no smoke without fire, really?
Each time you find the police or the army denying something, then it means that there's an element of truth somewhere. Something has been said. We know that, yes, the army is involved in integration and the absorption of what they call repentant. And I keep asking myself, how repentant can they be? Maybe when we use that word repentant, that is why the chief of the army chief came up and said to Nigerians that these guys are like the prodigal child and should be given room for repentance. But then you ask yourself, what did the prodigal child do? He took what was his. He took his own portion of his inheritance and went to squander it. But these guys are nowhere close to that. They're not talking about their inheritance, except they're trying to tell us that the lands, the produce of those lands are their inheritance. Then maybe that is where we need to draw the line. But the truth of the matter is that the army coming out to deny, the army will keep denying it, and people will keep saying it. And the only way it will stop, and the only way people will stop talking about it, is if there is a decisive decision and step taken to, eliminate these terrorists from, harming Nigerians. When you do that, when you decimate them, then Nigerians will begin to trust you. I can tell you, there's a big trust deficit between the Nigerian people and the military and the government.
Okay, let's move away from security matters. Let's move on to economy. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, he has ruled out any plan to reintroduce fuel subsidy amid rising petrol costs. that has been linked to the conflict in the Middle East. This is like, some persons, this is like dashing some person's hope, because, when you look at the rise in petrol cost that has been linked to the conflict that is happening in the Middle East, some persons have actually said there's a need for, for the government, to put up palliatives, to put probably reintroduce fuel subsidy, even if for a short while. But now Wale Edu seems to be dashing the hopes of many Nigerians and saying they are not, or the government is not reintroducing fuel subsidy. Do you think that this is, a rigidity by the government when you look at what Nigerians are facing at the moment?
Well, if you ask me, and I'll say this with all sense of responsibility, I would not say I would expect this government to go back on fuel subsidy, because if you know, this government, and everybody has said that fuel subsidy is a scam. But my problem with the government is you claim you have removed subsidy, you claim you are going to make savings. As we speak, this is how many years down the line, the government has not given account of the savings made from subsidy. So you now find out that even if they're going to do some level of subsidy, where is the money coming from? But this is the only thing we see government do is to tax Nigerians, keep taxing them and keep taxing them until, nobody can move. I'll tell you this for free. If this crisis between America, Israel, and Iran continues, and the price of fuel gets to 1,005, a lot of people will not be able to go to work. And we're getting to that. Because even now, if you drive through the roads, you'll find out that the roads where normally there should be traffic, there are no traffic because, the vehicular movement has been reduced. So it's not anybody who was expecting that this government will come down and say, we want to introduce subsidy. Because this government does not care about the Nigerian people. They don't care whether you feed, they don't care whether you have a house over your roof. All they care about is that Nigerians must pay tax. And it provides a lot of money for them, for their lifestyle. So for me, I wasn't expecting government to go back to say they want to do anything subsidy. Because in the first place, we're told that subsidy is a scam.
Well, Aliko Dangote had said that it might come to a time where people will have to work remotely from their homes. So it's just similar to what you said. But I've got two questions for you before we wrap this up. Do you think government should provide palliatives, especially to the vulnerable, since Wale Edu is saying this is not like the COVID-19 era? Also, isn't it ironical that a nation like Nigeria, oil-producing nation, which is gaining more from the crisis in the Middle East, is now, increasing the price of fuel in Nigeria? I mean, what do you make of this?
Ability. I ask a question: who are the vulnerable Nigerians? Every Nigerian today is vulnerable. Every Nigerian. We don't have. Formerly, we used to have the middle class, the upper class, the lower class, but today we have just one class. It's either you're up there or you're not there. You also remember that we have been told that 140 million Nigerians are in multidimensional poverty. So when you say government has to provide subsidy for Nigerians who you feel are downtrodden, who are they? Where are they? Where is the data you're going to use? The money transfer we've heard about, we had the things that happen with Beta Edu. For how long? What has come out of it? So you cannot say you're going to, as it is today, you cannot say you're going to give palliative to certain people. What Nigerians are asking for is that let the cost of petrol be brought down. Let the cost of living be brought down. A man who earns 70,000 naira as minimum wage, how does he survive in the current Nigeria? These are the questions we should be asking. If you're beginning to talk of palliative and all of that, it's going to go, it's a drain pipe. The money goes into the pocket of those who... I am not in support of any palliative. All I'm saying is that government should look for steps to bring down the cost of living. Talking about, Dangote, yes, we know. I mean, Dangote has been there. He knows that things are going to get tougher. And if it gets tougher, people will not be able to go to work. And people will just be in their houses and, before you know it, the system will shut down on itself. Yes, you say Nigeria is an oil-producing country. But are we seeing the dividends of that? Are the people benefiting from what God has provided for them? No. The people are not benefiting. And it is honestly speaking, it is shameful that we, as an oil-producing nation, we cannot boast. This is a time when most countries that are oil-producing are making a kill because the price of oil has gone up. But rather than the Nigerian people to benefit from the price of oil going up, we're all suffering and going down into perpetual poverty.
Well, this is a fine place to leave it. Thank you very much, Francis Chilaka, for being a part of News Hour.
You're welcome.
We've been speaking with Francis Chilaka. He is a public affairs analyst. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll bring you more stories. To stay with us. Glad to have you back. The Nigeria Police Force has dismissed reports of insecurity at some examination centers ahead of the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination. In a statement, Force Public Relations Officer Anthony Okon-Placide described the claims as unfounded. The police say proactive measures have been taken to ensure the safety of candidates following public concerns. Additional personnel, including both overt and covert operatives, have been deployed across examination centers nationwide. The assurance comes amid rising security concerns in parts of the country, particularly in the North Central region. The UTME is scheduled to begin on April 16, 2026.
Well, in another development, former Ekiti State Governor Ayodele Fayose has held a closed-door meeting with the Olubadan of Ibadan, Oba Rashidi Ladoja. The visit follows Fayose's earlier claim that Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde was allegedly planning to dethrone the monarch, alongside reports of an impeachment plot in the Oyo State House of Assembly involving the traditional institution. Before the meeting, Fayose told journalists he was in Ibadan to identify with the traditional institution, adding that the truth about the matter would soon be revealed.
This next report says the Nigerians are expressing frustration following the expiration of a 2-week deadline set by the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, for improvement in electricity supply. Many residents say there has been little or no improvement, with some reporting worse conditions. Despite an early apology and a pledge to address gas supply constraints, residents in Benin City say they continue to express prolonged outages and unstable supply. Correspondent Rhoda Johnny reports.
Between the promised time, the nationwide blackout has continued across parts of Nigeria, despite a 2-week deadline given by the Minister of Power to improve electricity supply across the country. Weeks after the announcement, many parts of the country are still experiencing prolonged outages with little or no visible improvement in electricity supply, affecting daily life and economic activities. The gap between the promised timeline and reality on ground
Well, we apologize for that mix-up. Moving on, the African Center for Leadership, Strategy and Development has reaffirmed its commitment to a Nigeria where no girl is used to settle debt and no woman is denied her freedom in the name of tradition. This was stated at a news conference in Abuja, where stakeholders declared that the money-woman tradition has been abolished and banished in Besheve ward of Obani local government area. The group said the move marks a step toward ensuring justice and protecting women's rights. A correspondent, Ferdinand Igba, reports.
Addressing the press conference at the 2-day National Summit on Male Feminism and Gender-Based Violence Prevention in Nigeria, bringing together stakeholders from across the country, including traditional and religious leaders, policymakers, civil society actors, and members of the Male Feminist Network. The founding executive, Africa Center for Leadership, Strategy and Development, said the summit is a platform for reflection, accountability, consolidation of progress.
Members of the press, what we present to you today is not just a resolution. It is a restoration of dignity. It is a pathway to justice. It is a proof that change is possible when communities choose courage over silence. We call on the media to amplify these stories responsibly, on policymakers to strengthen protection for women and girls, and on partners to support the next phase of this work. Above all, we reaffirm our commitment to a Nigeria where no girl is used to settle debt, where no woman is denied freedom in the name of tradition, and where justice is a lived reality.
He added that the purpose of the press conference is to formally bring to national and global attention a major breakthrough concerning money women practice among the behaved people of Obanleku local government area of Cross River State. This practice involves the use of young girls, often at extremely vulnerable ages, as means of settling debts owed by their families.
Change is possible when communities, traditional institutions, survivors, and development partners come together with courage and conviction to confront harmful norms and choose a different future. At our last briefing, we emphasized that the Male Feminist Network is not an abstract idea, but a practical intervention aimed at mobilizing men as accountable allies in the prevention of gender-based violence and advancement of gender justice. Today's briefing builds on that foundation as we begin to see how this work is translating into concrete community-level outcomes.
They, however, reaffirmed their commitment to Nigeria, where no girl is used to settle debt, no woman is denied her freedom in the name of tradition, and where justice is a lived reality. Ferdinand Igba, reporting for Vop Tv in Abuja.
Thank you very much, Ferdinand. On the foreign scene, Donald Trump says talks with Iran could resume within the next 2 days after the first round ended without a deal last weekend. Meanwhile, the United States says no ships passed through its blockade in the first 24 hours, adding that 6 merchant vessels complied with U.S. instructions and turned back. However, several Iran-linked vessels were later reported to have crossed the Strait of Hormuz, alongside other ships passing through the key shipping route. China's foreign ministry described the blockade as dangerous and irresponsible, while Iran called it a violation of its sovereignty.
Business news: the International Monetary Fund has cut Nigeria's 2026 growth forecast from 4.4 to 4.1%, citing rising global and domestic pressures. The update was announced at the launch of its April 2026 Global Financial Stability Report. The new projection is lower than the January estimate, though slightly above the outlook released in October last year. For Nigeria, the IMF says a rising fuel, fertilizer, and shipping costs are weighing on non-oil sectors, despite support from higher oil prices. On inflation, the fund stressed the need for tight monetary policy and close monitoring of exchange rates and price pressures.
And now to sport, Al-Hassan Yusuf has been named in the Major League Soccer Team of the Week. The Nigerian international scored the winning goal in New England Revolution's 1-0 victory over DC United at Gillette Stadium. He now has 2 goals in 6 league appearances this season, having been deployed in a more attacking role. Last season, Yusuf scored twice and provided 2 assists for the Revs.
Well, in entertainment news, legendary Nigerian musician Fela Kuti has made history as the first African artist inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Fela will be honored in the early influence category alongside Queen Latifah, MC Lyte, Graham Parsons, and Celia Cruz. Nigerian-born British singer Shadi Adu will be honored in the performance category. Meanwhile, nominees including Shakira, Mariah Carey, Lauryn Hill, New Edition, and Pink did not make the final list. More than 1,200 artists, historians, and industry professionals voted to select the honorees. The induction ceremony is set for November 14 at the Peacock Theatre in Los Angeles, I beg your pardon. Earlier this year, Fela also became the first African musician to receive a Grammy Lifetime Achievement Award. Well, it's a wrap on News Hour, but before we go, a quick look at the headlines. ADC holds national convention.
Supreme Court sets April 22 for leadership suit hearing.
El-Rufai granted 200 million naira bail.
Akpabio says U.S. is reducing staff in Nigeria over Iran threat.
Reps convene conference on Plateau insecurity.
Wale Edun rules out return of fuel subsidy.
On the foreign scene, Trump says Iran talks could resume within 2 days.
In business, IMF cuts Nigeria 2026 growth forecast to 4.1%.
Well, in sports news, Super Eagles midfielder makes MLS Team of the Week.
And in the world of entertainment, Fela inducted as first African in Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel on YouTube. We are Voice of the People Television. And on other social media platforms, we air at Vop Tv Live. We witness news happening near you. We want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nnenna Ndondioto.
And I am Vivian Oguche. Thank you for watching.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest. It's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
It's a beautiful Wednesday morning, and we say good morning and welcome to the midweek edition of VOP this morning. I'm Chukuma Okoro. Now, in the next 2 hours, we'll take you through very interesting stories, developing stories within the polity. Court holds ADC National Convention over leadership dispute as David Mark's ADC faction expels Nafiu Bala, Leke Ajibade over anti-party activities. Now, the court stopped the convention that was already underway, in some parts of Abuja. Well, we'll see how all of this pan out in the coming days. And we'll come back to Lagos State, where the Deputy Governor, Obafemi Hamzat, begins consultations, meet GAC. Now, GAC means Governance Advisory Council members, to lobby for Lagos governorship seat. And away from that, PDP, APC disagree over alleged plot to impeach Governor Seyi Makinde. Very interesting story. Now, these are the major topics of discussion this morning. Away from that, we also have other interesting trending stories that we'll talk about. By the way, in case you didn't know, we are broadcasting live on Metro SLTV channel 264 and on YouTube and other social media platforms here at VOP TV Live. You can go to the YouTube comment section and put up your thoughts about what you think about the issues that we are talking about. But we'll advise you to obey community regulations while doing all of that. Please come along with us as we take you into our menu this morning.
Well, we're glad to have you join us this morning. I am Moses Humphrey. And of course, a lot is happening within the political space in the country. Interesting times we are having in Nigeria. ADC, APC, PDP, all of them.
And ADP, PDAPC.
All of it going on. Well, we'll dive into all these issues. But of course, let's get into some of the conversation now. Well, still within the polity, I must say. Senate President Godswill Akpabio has attributed rising insecurity in the country to the forthcoming general elections. Nigerians are expected to head to the polls on January 2027 to elect their leaders, with President Bola Tinubu seeking re-election for a second term. However, there has been rising insecurity across the country as terrorists and bandits launch attacks in several states. On Saturday, a Nigerian Air Force, there was a targeted strike targeting Boko Haram insurgents. Unfortunately, the strike hit Jili Market, where some civilians were affected, and that's somewhere in Yobe State, near the Borodo border, killing over 40 civilians, and some more hospitalized at the moment, undergoing treatment, surgeries and all. And these include children as well. Now, speaking on Tuesday, Akpabio said the insecurity in the country will subside shortly after the elections. Interesting take. He seems to have some information that Nigerians do not have. And in fact, I think the president himself does not have. Well, let's take a listen to that statement.
Where do we belong? How do we relation? You are seeing insecurity today. It's even increasing because the election is coming. As soon as the election is over, watch out. The first 2 weeks, you will not hear any single bomb blast. Because people are sponsoring it to distract you. They don't know what are attracted to him because he's taking very good care of the states. He came in with less than 18 governors. Today he has almost 32 governors under his fold, out of 36. So where do we belong? How do you win election when you don't have the structure? You are seeing insecurity today. It's even increasing because the election is coming. As soon as the election bomb blast. Because people are sponsoring it to distract you. They don't know what else to do. They say this man is too good in many areas. If
this man is too good in many ways, and so they are sponsoring insecurity to distract you. You're taking care of the states. That statement got me. You're taking care of the states, not the people, not Nigerians, the states. And what does that mean? I think Senator Akpabio will have to explain what that means. But this, I think it's too insensitive. This is insensitive. You know, the president saying the president is too good, and that's why some people are sponsoring insecurity. But Nigerians are dying. I mean, Nigerians are being attacked on all fronts, really. The terrorists are attacking Nigerians. The military is making mistakes attacking Nigerians, and it's not the first. We've seen airstrikes by the military that has affected Nigerians. Some, you know, it happened in 2024, and it's happening again. You know, so Nigerians are being attacked on all fronts, and I want, you know, it feels for those within those areas, I feel sorry for them. But if you know you have the names of those, or you know those who are sponsoring, I mean, the government has intelligence. The federal government should have intelligence as to those sponsoring. We should start seeing prosecution of those sponsoring insecurity in Nigeria. Because, I mean, the Senate president did say that some people are sponsoring it to make the president look bad. Yesterday, there was the news about Lafarge Cement, tried in France for terrorism financing, and the CEO at the time was sentenced to 6 years imprisonment for terrorism financing in Sudan. And, you know, we have Lafarge here. So, and there are companies also listed. I wait to see the time we'll start seeing such prosecution of, you know, like actual prosecution of companies and individuals that are sponsoring insecurity. Names have been given from the UAE. We see our government publishing 48 names the other day. Some Nigerians find it laughable, but it's not just about publishing 48 names. We know that a whole lot more names have been given to the government. Let's start seeing prosecution, and not the 508 individuals that look like they could barely feed, you know, being tried. And, you know, they are called terrorism sponsors or terrorism sympathizers or whatever, or perpetrators themselves. I don't even know what you want to call them. Those guys look like they couldn't even hold their own. But let's see actual prosecution of individuals and companies, and then I'll know that government is serious about curbing insecurity in the country.
Yes, message. You spoke into the message. I want to start from the messenger. Honestly, I don't know how we got to this pass. You know, that we have people like somebody like Akpabio as our Senate president. Very garrulous, by my assessment, never coordinated in his thoughts and the manner he speaks. You know, I think he talks before he thinks. There is something that he even said that we are not spotlighting. You know, he said that, well, American embassy, you know, pulled off their staff because of the Iran crisis. In Nigeria, American embassy had to, you know, they asked some non-emergency staff to leave, you know.
Yeah, non-essential.
To leave, yeah, non-essential staff to leave the embassy. And the Senate president is saying, well, they had to do that because of the Middle East crisis involving United States and Iran, forgetting that we are in a deeper crisis than what we even have in Iran. In Iran, at least we know that it's between United States of America. It's a symmetric war, but what we have is asymmetric. You don't even know the people that are fighting you, you know. The only thing you know is that there are terrorists here and there. And at a point, you are even asking, he also said that, well, that it is being sponsored. So if you have a Senate president who, by the way, at some point attends security meetings with the president, and he's coming out to tell us that these things are sponsored, this security is sponsored, he should be able to tell us who are the sponsors, because clearly not the 48 names, you know, the hogwash names that we have here and there. Those people, okay, like Moses did make reference to Lafarge, you know, that was tried in France, and the CEO sentenced to 6 years in prison. And we have Lafarge here in Nigeria. If they were doing that in France, what gives you the impression that they cannot do it here in Nigeria? There was a certain time, a certain Lebanese that produces confectionaries in Nigeria here was also linked to terrorism financing. You know, very wealthy man by that account. And, you know, so he was involved in some parts of sponsor of terrorism and in some parts of the world. But as we speak, he still works free in Nigeria. No links, no nexus, no connections between him and terrorism in Nigeria. And so when we see our own Senate president come and tell us, well, They are sponsored. Terrorists are sponsored. We know that they are sponsored. So what is the intelligence community doing to track those people, cut off the supply, cut off the source so that the supply will end? And we have a situation where we also see our Senate president tell us, oh, that shortly after the elections that you wouldn't see all of this. Yes, we understand it might have spiked, saw it because of election. And some people say, well, it's because a certain group of people don't want the current president to continue. Why? Because they are using terrorism, as to pressure him. Whatever goes around, comes around. That is what we had in 2014. And who are the people behind it? The current APC, people in government, people at some point that were in the APC. People that boldly said, well, we brought these people to come and help us because they are our brothers. Now you brought them, you went into government, and now you're out of government. And those people are still here. And now the people that brought them are saying, oh, we are having all of this because we are getting into an election year. So if you know that there's a problem, why don't you solve the problem? That's why we put you there. In 2014, the current president said, Mr. Goodluck Jonathan, if you cannot solve the problem, get out of that seat. The buck stops at your table. Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the buck stops at your table. Please deal with this problem. And if you cannot deal with it, do the needful. What is the needful? The advice you gave the former president. Nigerians are expecting you to heed that advice. Self-advice. Advise yourself on the right thing to do. We are tired of getting excuses here and there. It is being sponsored. It's because of election. They don't want somebody there and all of that. Nigerians are tired. We are being killed in our numbers. Our brothers and sisters, slaughtered like cows, slaughtered like goats, slaughtered like chicken. Even our soldiers. In the last 10 days, we had 6 senior officers of the Nigerian army slaughtered like fowl. Quite unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. And talking about reckless statements, I think it's not just about the Senate president. Now, even the president himself
is in the character of this administration.
He makes reckless statements. Now, I guess this ties into the next story. So, the president at the inauguration of the Nigeria Revenue Service headquarters, the newly built headquarters in Abuja. Yeah, that event marked, the transition from the Federal Inland Revenue Service to the newly restructured Nigeria Revenue Service, now to be known as NRS. Somebody was asking me yesterday what the meaning of NRS is. Well, there you have it, Nigeria Revenue Service. And while addressing guests, the president hailed the agency's performance and formally declared the building open. I will show you a video that, illustrated all that happened at the inauguration yesterday with Zach Adedeji, making statements as well. But the point I'm driving at here is the president's statement. When right after Senate President left the podium, the president his president came and, jokingly said, I will send you, referring to the Senate president, I will send you to the other side, meaning the opposition, to represent me, and you can scatter them anyhow you want. That's coming from the president. He seems to forget that he's president of Nigeria.
The Federal Republic of Nigeria, a father figure.
Yes, he's the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The president needs to understand that when he's addressing Nigerians at a national event, he should remove the toga of a party man. He should remove the toga of and put on the toga of the president. And statements should be measured. Statements that will depict that, yes, you are addressing Nigerians, not just the opposition. I will send you to the other side to represent me, and you can scatter them as you like. That's unbecoming. That's unbecoming. That statement shouldn't have, come from the president, really, if you ask me. It's unfortunate that we have things like this come up. Very unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. So, talking about the president's comment, this is not the first time. At some point, the president even said openly and jokingly too, but, let me turn to local parlance. My people say, what they call on jackery? To...
Yes.
To clap someone, clap someone, clapping, that it is from clapping that the truth comes out. You know, it is true clapping that you know somebody, you read somebody's mind, you interpret somebody's mind, somebody's intentions. That's exactly how it is with our president. A situation where the president jokingly says, and Nigerians are very interpretive. They interpret a lot of things, even your body language. And so when the president says, I'll send you to the other side to go and scatter them. So it's difficult to, you know, to disconnect what is happening in the opposition, you know, to the hands of the APC. It is very clear. And so when people come out to say, well, of course, Atiku has said that pointedly, the APC, the ruling government, is the one behind all of this. And so when we see a president come out to say this kind of thing, it ties to, you know, the impression that people already have. And our democracy is under savage assault.
Savage assault,
you know, by the very pretenders to the high throne of democracy, you know, of Nigerian democracy, the fathers of Nigerian democracy. We have a situation where people say, well, we were in the trenches and we fought the military. We pushed the military out. We were in exile and all of that. So when you came back, what are you trying to do? The very democracy that you fought for and created is still fledgling now. Why? Because you are not able to sustain it. You are not able to sustain it. That is the problem that we have, especially with the current leadership of Nigeria. We are moving from NIRS to NROS. You recall what happened when we moved from NNPC to NNPC. How much did you use for rebranding?
About 50, is it 500?
No, about something billion naira,
yeah,
you know, for rebranding from NNPC to NNPCL. And so I don't know how much you are going to use to rebrand.
Or 7 billion naira.
But it's in billions.
The billions,
that they used to, just to change the name from NNPC
the L.
to NNPCL,
I think it's 5.
you know. So I don't know whether it was at the Corporate Affairs Commission that the money went in or at the shop where the designer changed the logo and all of that. So I hope that, and by the way, the tax system, the tax issue, the tax money, what does it do for Nigerians? That is the question that we should ask.
Well, the president ended his statement by saying, God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria and God bless the tax collectors. So
the tax collector, you know, I think it's some form of coincidence that the head of our tax team is Zach. And the tax collector in the Bible is Zacchaeus. You know, so I think are we in good shape or bad shape?
Are we in good shape? I don't know. Somebody might have to answer that. I guess our viewers will help us answer that. Are we in good shape? Are we in good hands? Oh, well, let's move away from that conversation. Jane will take us into the next conversation.
Okay. A Nigerian woman has sparked concerns online after sharing her experience with a loaf of bread that refused to spoil for over 2 months. In a viral video, the woman showed the bread, explaining that it had been sitting on her shelf for 8 weeks. And noting that it didn't grow any mold, it wasn't smelling bad, she noted that the loaf still looked, felt, and smelled completely fresh, which she found very disturbing. She warned the public to be careful about what they consume, expressing concern about the potential health risk of consuming food with such high levels of preservatives. Meanwhile, netizens have called on NAFDAC to investigate the matter and identify the brands involved to ensure public safety. There we go again. I think in a bid to cut down costs, maximize profits in a very stifling economy, a lot of Nigerians are now trading their humanity, they are now trading their safety of lives, really, for profits. And it's so sad. Right now, I just want to ask, where is NAFDAC? Because at this point, it just appears as though NAFDAC is just a reactive agency, and they just concentrate more on ensuring that some producers of food products or drug manufacturers pass the vetting stage. So what happens with accountability? At this point, we are tired of press release explanations. We want a complete overhauling of the system. We want them to name and shame these people. We want them to check out all the major manufacturers of bread. Because right now, I know that in the polity, the most important thing at the table of the leaders is just to get into power in 2027. And the same people that will vote you into power are slowly being killed. And it's so sad because we are the ones doing this to ourselves. Because it's very obvious that there's a high level of preservatives, probably bromate and some things that have been even banned, in other parts of the world, for microorganism not to even be able to grow on a bread, because typically after 1-2 days, bread should start, you know, green mold. You see those green things coming. But for it not to even happen, it means it's even so harmful for those organisms to even thrive. How much more human beings? So we are slowly going to see a lot of liver issues, kidney issues, cancer. And you know that the health sector right now is deficit. Right now you have a lot of cancer cases, very expensive. So we can't afford any other calamity to befall on us. So let's do the right things. And please, Nigerians. I wanted to say, let me just add this. I think Nigerians should stop. I know we all want money, but there are some things you don't toy with.
I like the angle that you brought into it. You know, you said, now that can't be everywhere at the same time.
Okay.
I know it is their core mandate. It is their responsibility. How many staff do they have? We need to help ourselves as a people. We need to help ourselves as a people. You know, as a matter of fact, now that can be everywhere.
They can't be everywhere, really. Yeah.
At the same time, you know. So we need to help ourselves as a people. I have had this experience, though not up to 1 month. I do buy bread.
You said 8 weeks.
8 weeks.
That's
that's 2 months. You know, I do buy bread and I take like some slices.
Yeah.
And because of my work schedule, I forget, you know, probably on a Sunday. And by the time I go back to it, you know, the following Saturday or Sunday, and I still find it fresh. I say, hey, what the hell is going on here? Because I mean, growing up, if you have bread, you know, and if you don't eat it today, tomorrow, by the third day, by the come, it's already smelling and all of that. Molds so, and I know that they use preservatives, and those preservatives are chemicals, which are not good for human consumption and all of that. We need to help ourselves. While NAFDAC is supposed to do its own part of the job, let us do our own part as a people, because as a matter of fact, if you use these things and people eat them and die, you have committed more than one way or the other.
Are people not counterfeiting cancer drugs, kidney drugs,
and all of
drugs?
That. I mean, drug counterfeiters, you know, people that produce fake drugs are murderers. They are killers.
They are.
There's a song that Two-Face did some years back. Man's disruptions in your system. It's also linked to insulin resistance in the system and increased production of glucagon. Chronic exposure could potentially contribute to metabolic disorder and obesity. So, and then it also causes some behavioral, issues in those that consume these products over a period of time. So you might take it today and you're happy that, oh yes, okay, the bread I bought for 2,500 lasted me 2 months.
But that's slow poison, slow death.
That's slowly killing yourself. Yeah. That's basically what it is. We should be careful, and people should, look for alternatives. We should start looking for alternatives.
What can the alternatives be? To bake your own bread? How many?
If you can,
how many people can have that luxury?
Learn.
How many people have ovens? I'm just asking.
There are other things you can use.
It's not just about
how much is flour, how much is egg.
Will you produce your own drugs?
Really?
Will you produce your own cream, your pomade and all of even your own water, the water that we drink? It's a lot. We just need to help ourselves as a people.
And just be good people.
And that's it.
Honestly.
Well, let's take a break now. When we come back, we look at what the papers have for us this morning, the newspaper headlines. And then after that, we'll get into one of the conversations for today. Well, let's check out the papers first.
Welcome back. Let's begin with the front page, the stories on the front page of the Punch newspaper. Mark Atiku Aregbesola tackled Tinubu on hardship, insecurity. Obi Amechi decry rising poverty. ADC chiefs predict tough 2027 for Tinubu. Supreme Court to hear ADC leaders appeal against INEC April 2022. ADC factional leader mocks Mark others over convention. Coup probe. Detained soldiers' wives demand justice. Akpabio links terror attacks to plots against Tinubu. Chibok girls remembered in emotion-laden photo exhibition. Federal government spends 75 billion naira on arms amid worsening insecurity. Nigeria's debt hits 159.28 trillion naira on fresh loans. FAC deductions gulp 41% of 84 trillion naira revenue. Security beefed up in JAMB exam centers. Police. Suspected cultists beat Lagos monarch's son to death. Olubadan, Ajimobi's widow, denied plot to impeach Makinde.
All right, let's quickly run through the Vanguard newspaper. Daily petrol imports rise to 96.6% to 5.9 million liters. That is coming from NMDPRA. The window headlines. Why Kwara is the best place to give birth? Raise a child in Nigeria today. That's interesting. I think that's coming from the state government. Usually, airstrike, no innocent victims. Defense Minister. I'll take that again for emphasis. Coming from the Vanguard newspaper. Gili airstrike, no innocent victims. The Defense Minister speaking. UN's FAO chief speaks at Vanguard Economic Discourse on agri to sector. The big story, ADC hosts convention in Abuja. Another big story, 2027, ADC Days Court, INEC hosts convention. So many riders and all of that. We'll get into all of that during the newspaper review at 10 o'clock. PDP crisis, Supreme Court okays speedy hearing of appeal by a Turaki-led faction. That's it from the Vanguard newspaper.
And that's pretty much how far we can go on newspaper headlines at the moment. At 10 o'clock, we'll get deeper on newspaper review. In the meantime, court holds ADC National Convention over leadership dispute as David Mark's ADC faction expels Nafiu Bala and Honorable Leke Abejide over anti-party activities. Let's x-ray this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
Views on the street.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People, 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday, at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Toad Heck Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Akpabio. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes wrong, with the sport.
People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop Tv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget.
The Federal High Court in Abuja on Tuesday ordered the African Democratic Congress, ADC, not to proceed with its planned national convention, deepening the party's leadership crisis. While Justice Joyce Abdul Malik issued the order while ruling on a suit filed by 7 aggrieved members of the party. In her ruling, Justice Abdul Malik directed the parties and all parties involved in the dispute to maintain the status quo ante bellum. There we go again, pending the hearing and determination of the case. Meanwhile, the Midweek leadership expelled several top members of the party, including the factional national chairman, Nafiu Bala, and House of Representatives member Leke Ajibade over alleged anti-party activities. Well, the decision was taken during the party's national convention, where delegates approved a motion seeking the immediate expulsion of the affected members. While the ADC convention was underway, a close ally of Nasir El-Rufai, a member of the ADC, Hayatuddin Lawal Markafi, disclosed that the former Kaduna State governor is preparing to run for the presidency in upcoming 2027 general elections. Quite interesting. Well, El-Rufai has been under detention by the ICPC for alleged corrupt practices, while Governor of Kaduna State, Malam Nasir El-Rufai, has distanced himself from reports regarding his political aspirations. Well, to discuss this, we have in the studio here with us Barrister Darlington Agomo, lawyer and political affairs analyst. Beside him, we have Mr. Somi Oranta. Mr. Oranta is an author, philosopher, but he's there in the capacity of a political affairs analyst. We will be joined from our Benin outstation by Comrade Collins Amandine. Comrade Collins Amandine is a newly appointed special advisor to the governor of Oyo State on digital resources. And from our Oka outstation, we'll have Honorable Ejiofor Egwatu, former House of Assembly member, join us. Gentlemen, thanks for your presence on the show. Collins, yes, we'll come to you. Congratulations on your new appointment. We'll talk about that in the course of the show. Let's start from the studio here. Mr. Gumo, the convention was already underway when a federal high court presided by Joyce Abdul Malik, Justice Joyce Abdul Malik, said, well, convention shouldn't hold and that they should maintain status quo ante bellum. We have come back to that status quo ante bellum that we've not been, that the appeal court, also issued that same order. So we are back to that order. In the event that the convention was already underway, what is the meaning of this order that it shouldn't hold? Does it invalidate that convention? Let us throw the legal angle to all of this.
It does not, because there was no court that said they should not hold the convention before now. So if they are still referring to status quo ante bellum, it means that the leadership of David Mark is still on course. That is just the truth. Nobody have ruled anywhere that they should not continue with their party activities. Nobody have said that. They only said let the status quo ante bellum remain. There was no declarative statement or judge or ruling that the activities of the party should be kept on hold. That is when the activities would have become illegal. As a matter of fact, I don't believe that there's any court that will tell any party to be leaderless in a crucial moment like this. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court said that all these electoral matter and all should be given an accelerated hearing. Mr. Okoro, now that you have asked me, please, why are we reversing our laws? Can you tell me why the courts are meddling in internal matters, internal party affairs, clearly stated in our acts, the Electoral Act and even the Constitution? Clearly stated, even the Supreme Court. You mean all of a sudden nobody have regard to what the law says?
I do know about what the Supreme Court said, but I don't know about what the Electoral Act and the
Constitution
said about
really?
The courts meddling in the leadership of the
Are you serious? You didn't know that, oh God Almighty, that no court should give any interim or interlocutory order in any internal party affair. Clearly stated. You heard what the NBA said last Friday. You mean that NBA doesn't know the law again, Okoro? You mean NBA, they don't know the law? Oh God Almighty!
And that's why we are interrogating all of this.
Look, we are in a very serious trouble here. Serious. I don't know why people just keep messing up everything as if we are just in a zombie territory. The law is very clear on this matter. The Supreme Court has ruled on this matter. So on what basis will you entertain such a matter? If you say no, you don't have the reason over this matter, and ask the party to go back to their party, what will happen? Is that not the right thing to do?
Mr. Goma, does it look like the courts don't understand this thing? Because there is the letters of even the Electoral Act says that no court has the power to stop a convention or a Congress from holding.
Really?
So why is the court doing all of this?
No, you should ask APC. Because I think they are working, that the script they have written for the court. That is why I said that Akpabio, the NBA, look, you go, apart from lawyer, go after the bench. They are messing up everything from one court to the other, and all of them giving unnecessary orders. Unnecessary orders.
Okay. Now, there's an issue I want us to, a knot that I want us to help us to untie it. If this order had come on the 13th, what would have been the implication? Because as at now, as at yesterday, the convention was already underway, you know, when the order came.
They wouldn't have stopped it. Can
ADC say, well, we were not aware of this order because the convention was already underway? Will it be admissible in court? We were not aware because the convention was already underway.
No, when they want to challenge it, they will challenge it with the provisions of the law. Clearly stated. They will challenge it with the provisions of the law that excluded them from giving such orders. Simple.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Let's bring Mr. Ranta into this conversation. Mr. Somi, yesterday at the convention that is at the legal battle again within the convention, don't hold and the held. We saw the David Mark-led group expel Nafiu Bala and Leke Abejide, you know, the House of Reps member that went to court, you know, to say, well, Mark leadership is not the authentic one. What is the implication of this expulsion?
The implication, look, in the first instance, the Bala man has already resigned. Coming back now, whatever is pushing him
from the party?
From his position.
From his position,
yes.
Okay.
So coming back now to start raising dust, it's obvious that something somewhere, an extraneous force is pushing him, you know, to do what he's doing.
He said he didn't resign.
But, I mean, it's evident. The resignation letter is in public
domain.
So he cannot deny it.
Wow.
So you see, the thing is, I'm not looking at it completely on the legal aspect because I'm not a lawyer.
Okay.
But I'm looking at it from the moral angle. You see, when the society gets to the point where what people are saying, like one senator or ex-senator said that the legislature and the judiciary are now not, he said not departments, but units in the executive.
I'm telling you.
And these three arms are supposed to be independent of each other. You know? Only yesterday, the president was telling the Senate president that I will send you, like you are sending your staff. I'll send it to go to the camp of the opposition and scatter and confuse them the more. You know, when we get to this point, we begin to model things up. And this democracy that we fought for, that Nigerians fought for, under the military rule, let these guys not truncate it the way they are going. Because greed, excessive crass greed, will lead to destruction.
Will lead to destruction. Yeah. There's a reason why I asked you that question, you know, the implication of this expulsion. The way things happen here, we might wake up one morning within the week or next week and hear that Bala, Nafiu, and co have also suspended Mark and Arebeshola.
Yeah, of course.
So what will happen?
That's why I say
it will not stand.
The court, the court, for a man or a woman to sit and the person is referred to as a god, your lordship, that means that person should have some certain quality. And, they should, at the temple, who stay at the temple of justice, must be just. Not just being just, they must be seen to be just, fair and equitable. If they start, yielding to some certain influences that is outside of the letter of the law, and even the spirit of the law, then you begin to find very serious issue around the entire system. Because why would that judge be to give such order? Is the judge not conversant or not aware of the judgment or the pronouncement by the court, by the Supreme Court, the higher court, that party matters should be left for parties? It's an internal affair of parties. So you see, when we begin to act in this manner, tomorrow if something happens, they say, oh, but they are the ones that are inviting problem. Because you cannot, there's only so much you can lead the people. You take the people to, even a horse, you move first a horse to the stream. For the horse to drink water, it has to be of the evolution of that horse. So Nigerians, we've gotten to a point, Nigerians should be able to, should be allowed to choose who will rule them.
Exactly.
You cannot destroy everyone and become the only person by force.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Mr. Somi Uranta. Now let's quickly go to Benin, where we have Comrade Amadine. Amadine, good morning to you. Once again, congratulations on your appointment. Now, your party is being fingered for the problems that other political parties, the opposition, is going through. And the president's statement, which, of course, was referred to by Mr. Uranta here, talking about sending the Senate president into the opposition to scatter them. Now, I have said, and a few other people have reacted, that is, a troubling statement coming from the president of a country, albeit he claims it's a joke, said it in a joking manner. But what's your reaction to the accusation that the APC has a hand in what the opposition is going through, especially as it concerns the ADC and its convention? Well, we need to have your audio feed fixed. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Yes, for appreciating and congratulating me on my appointment as special advisor to the governor. Thank you very much. So come to us in the direction. Just to come to the question of the day. Quite unfortunate that people put something and they want it to stand. How will it stand? David Mark issue, even before David Mark and Arebeshola went to the ADC they went to, there have been issues within the ADC. There have been issues because there have been leadership crises. Then they came to admit one of the factions that was even since removed. How can you go and buy authority from a man that local standing? No. And every little thing we run to Supreme Court saying this is a party affair. The rules and the constitution are also clear. Any constitution that will not be subservient the constitution of the Federal Republic will be checked. And when you have in your constitution or a convention of a party that stipulates A, Y, Z, and some persons within the party are going beyond their bounds or their limits, then you may make constitution, which is the constitution of Nigeria. And the only body that can explain what it is that has been legislated upon and gazetted as it were is the judicial. Must always go to the court. And now when we say, are there no party issues that court have been giving judgment? In the PDP issues, are there no party issues, for example? Are court not giving judgment? Should you stab somebody inside the party secretariat and say it's a party affair and that the court should not try who have shown criminality, who have shown disloyalty to party? Now, we are quick to say, oh, who went to court? Who went to ADC? There was issue in courts, and it have said, status quo remain. When the status quo remain, we are talking about. That means David Mark exists at that point. Did they obey? No. Who went ahead to set up the convention?
Well, you seem to know a lot more about the APC than some APC members themselves.
Who set, and Commissioner, who set up that committee? The convention committee of ADC. Was it not David Mark and his gang that constituted that committee? Are they supposed to be the one to constitute that committee for them? No. Anyway, their problem is actually our. But the only thing is that over the time they have been dragging APC into the crisis they have. PDP will have crisis, they will drag ADC.
Mr. Special
Labour
Advisor.
Party will have party, they will drag ADC. Why?
Mr. Special, excuse me, Mr. Special Advisor. It seems that the APC is troubled by the opposition. The APC it feels like the APC is jittery of the opposition, and there seem to be some sort of underground dealings to ensure that the opposition stays in disarray. How do you react to that? Because some Nigerians are looking at the APC, that's the All Progressive Congress, as that hand that is, ensuring that opposition across the country, all the opposition parties, are in disarray. And it's because they are jittery. Well, you have how many governors now? 32?
Moses, I like to make references to issue like this. Okay. Just like you are married to a beautiful woman, for example, you know over the time issue may likely arise, but all you need to do is to do your best to make sure your marriage is going. When you become a junk, you beat up your wife all the time, you should know that your wife will leave you, another man will marry your wife. It's just that. So I'm saying in nutshell, ADC said they were having a marriage that they were in such a manner that at the end of the day you won't have issues. You came, you attacked a system, drove the owners away, and you now have crisis.
Okay.
Now
the NNPP, excuse me, not just about the African Democratic Congress now. We're talking about the Labour Party. We're talking about the Labour Party. We're talking about the PDP. We're talking about the NNPP. We're talking, the coalition, when they came together, they even, tried to get into the SDP. And as soon as they got into the SDP, there were issues. All right. And Malam Nasir El-Rufai came on television and said, look, that APC is giving monies to people to ensure that they cause chaos, they cause trouble within the parties. That was in the SDP before they now found, a place in the African Democratic Congress, AGC. Now, that's the question I'm asking you.
Yes, okay. Allow me. Now, if you are saying this, would they not also give that this party member good money? Or just saying you are giving me money to kill my father? How much are you going to give that will make me kill my father? So those are just trying to stand on nothing. If you have built your home beautifully well, you can be sure that externals can come and invade your home. Now, when you already have a home that is scattered by greed, now I am a father refuses to pay my sons or my children's school fees. Tomorrow they become an armed robber. Would anybody to blame? No, I will blame myself to do. So you cannot. Are they not the same set of people? That is to show you the nature and who they are. Their identity, invaders, just name all of them. All these people you are talking about now, they are gangs. Check their history, from all of where they are coming from. They are the same people. They will cause problem in labor. They will move from labor to PDP. They will cause problem. They are good at moving.
All right.
So let them
Mr.
face
Collins.
the
Mr.
bet
Collins.
that they have lied.
I would like to take you up on one of the remarks that your principal, that's President Bola Tinubu, made yesterday at the opening of the NRC building in Abuja. He humorously, while addressing Akpabio, he said he was going to send Akpabio to the opposition party to scatter them. That's to the ADC. He made those remarks, though he said them humorously. But a lot of Nigerians have picked on that comment because, there's an underlining. Don't you think so? What do you have to say to that?
They say there are times we must calm our nerves. We must make our people smile, especially when there are issues already before it. Now, if the president had jokingly or how you sees it, it's not just even when the president was alive. There are sometimes when he's on his business, you see this issue, people say, so Buhari can also make your act like yeah. Sometimes some of these things happen to make people smile because one, Opo keep saying APC. Now I say, okay, we will send you to them because at least visible Akpabio is an APC man and is the president of the Senate. Can now know that we sent you. Like we sent anybody, they are accusing us. Because in all of this we are saying, which among these people you say was former APC or an APC member that is in this new party that all the people that they are alleging that is being used have never had relationship with APC. They are even the same people that have had relationship with APC. They are the decampees. They are the migrated.
All right, then, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
It should have been one of those people.
Collins Amadine. Now let's go to another guest now. One who's been he's been a player, in the House of Representatives. Honorable Ejiofor Egwatu. Good morning to you. I do hope that your audio feed is good and we can take your contribution to this conversation this morning. Good morning once again. Well, you might need to unmute your device. I would like to get your audio feed before I proceed. All right, but if you can hear me, I'll ask you this question, and if you are unable to get your audio feed, I'll just bring you back into the studio here. So now, with the court's order yesterday, how do you think the court order preventing saying that the ADC should not proceed with its national convention? Now, that came while the convention was ongoing. How do you react to that? And will it hold water if the ADC decides to contest it? The fact that it came on that very day. Honorable Ejiofor Egwatu. But apparently we have an audio problem there, and we can't get his reaction at the moment, and we can't even get a video of him. So we'll bring this to Somi Oranta in the studio. I think the question has been, okay, I guess you have reacted to that question earlier. So let's just get Barrister's reaction and then we'll wrap up this conversation. Barrister.
Yes.
In the eyes of the law, now, that judgment came while the convention was ongoing. Now, how does that play into what the ADC is going through now?
That is what I told you here, that ruling or order can be challenged with the provisions of the law. That you, the court, whichever court, whether higher or federal, you don't have the right. The Constitution or the electoral did not give you right to give such order. And you prove it. And so that order is null and void. The man that was talking was saying about have the court no rule on party matters and all that. Fine. We are talking leadership of a party where they have elected their leadership. You don't need to interfere. It is their own right. They have chosen it that, look, this is our leader. We are choosing it. You don't have any right again to come and say, no, what the parties have chosen, what they have done is not right. No, you don't have any right. That's what the law is saying. And you should respect that. Hold on, Moses. Can you imagine these people? This is why I get angry. In the electoral section 2, they said that forgery of certificate is no longer a crime. That you cannot interfere if you are not a party member. Why is nobody challenging that? Because yes, if you appoint a certificate forger in your party, then that certificate forger can now rule over you with your party. But whenever that man leaves your party and become a national, if you want to take part in a national election to rule over me, I will challenge it. It's no longer a party matter. Let us draw parallel lines, please. When it is a matter, let it remain with the party. But when that certificate forger now win your primaries and now want to contest national election, please, is it can it still remain a party matter? Has it not entered the public? Will a certificate forger now be allowed to rule the public, rule Nigeria, rule over me? You cannot call it a party matter again. I wish I had this opportunity. There are so many things I can challenge with this electoral act. Seriously.
But you do have you're a lawyer. Nigerian.
I'm telling you, because these are the things that we need to interrogate. How does it become a party matter? These are the issues, because when people want to talk now, they'll be talking anyhow.
Well,
but we're talking about leadership of a party, leadership.
Well, as a Nigerian, I'm sure you can challenge all of this. Well, thank you very much, Darlington Nagumo, who's a lawyer and a public affairs commentator. We have to let you go now. We also have Somi Ranta still staying with us, and Comrade Ahmadine, Collins Ahmadine, with us as we get into another conversation now. Obafemi Hamzat begins consultation, meets GAC members to lobby for Lagos governorship seat. Let's look at this when we come back. Stay with us.
And first, I have loved you
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop Tv. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation.
The Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Obafemi Hamzat, has begun early-stage political consultations with the Governance Advisory Council, signaling the start of positioning ahead of the 2027 Lagos governorship cycle. Hamzat disclosed on his X page that he met with the caucus on Monday and held thoughtful conversations about the future of Lagos and the kind of leadership it requires. The development places renewed attention on succession dynamics within Lagos politics, where the ruling All Progressive Congress maintains a tightly structured internal consultation system that heavily influences candidate selection long before the formal primaries are being held. The GAC is widely regarded as the most influential decision-shaping body within the Lagos APC. The arrangement has raised concerns among political analysts who emphasize that the citizens should be allowed to make their own leadership decisions through the ballots rather than an imposition by a group of highly placed political elite. Still with us to discuss this issue, we have author and public affairs analyst, Mr. Somi Oranta. Mr. Oranta, in the history of Lagos, we've never seen, at least since 1999, we've not seen a deputy governor rise to become the governor. So is Hamzat's early move a strategic one? Do you think it can work in his favor? Or has the APC already decided who would succeed the current governor, Sanwo-Olu?
Well, the politics of Lagos has been one that over the years, since 1999, when the present president became the governor, the politics has been structured in such a manner that, after the tenure of the president, the governor, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, from the time of Fashola, a new system, this GAC thing came about. It wasn't there before he became governor. The Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I never heard of GAC. So to create a certain structured arrangement, they brought about this GAC, Governors Advisory Council. You see, things happen in Nigeria, and before you know it, it becomes a norm. So because through Fashola to Ambode, then Sanwo-Olu, now this very, we are moving to an election now, and the deputy governor is warming up. Well, before now, during the time of Bola Ahmed Tinubu as governor, I think for 2 occasions, the deputy governors had to be dropped, Then, but the truth of the matter is that Lagos politics is like what they say, Baba Sokpe, what the Baba said, So these members of GAC are men who decide what will happen, and the general public can only waste their time to think or start harping on the need for them to have a say, because their say has been said on their behalf, So we just have to take it. It is what it is.
Okay, and there are also whispers that Sheyi Tinubu is being positioned, to succeed what's called Sanwo-Olu. So, with Hamzat's move, trying to pally the GAC ahead of time, do you think that this might...
There's also the Ambode factor.
Yes.
We're also hearing about Ambode.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, if Sheyi Tinubu is actually interested in becoming the governor of Lagos State, then he must be the governor of Lagos State.
He must be the governor.
Yes. He must be the governor of Lagos
Well,
State.
I think, if you're following the internal conversation going on, I think Sheyi Tinubu's ambition, if there was truly an ambition, that has been relegated now because there was a lot of pushback, so that's off the table.
That pushback you are saying is just a hearsay. Look, the president is somebody that when he wants something, he gets it. He will push to no limits. It's a limitless push to get what he wants. So if he decides to, that's to say the interest is not there. If the interest comes, if the interest is there, nothing will stop them.
Oh, well.
At least they will be presented to Lagosians.
Okay.
And the party.
All right.
So it's now left for Lagosians to say yes or no in terms of the ballot.
Lagosians,
does the ballot
yes or no?
actually count?
Yes or no? All right. Thank you very much. Comrade Colin Samadine, it's your party that we're talking about. So coming to you again, you'll be doing a lot of defending this morning. Now, seeing that the president has a style in the APC, I think it has become what the APC is about, where the president or, some sort of highly placed individual, usually the president, decides who becomes governor where. He's done it in Lagos, and he seems to be exporting it to other parts of the West, the Southwest as well. In Oyo State, yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before? Senator Solomon Adiola, popularly known as Yayi, was unveiled as the anointed one to replace Governor Akpabio of Oyo State. And every other person, including Yabo Obasanjo, stepped down. Okay, you are the anointed one, so we are handing off. Just go ahead. And that's been, in fact, in your state, the president said, do you want me to give you APC? Do you want me to give you? And then we saw your governor emerge.
His principal.
Your principal emerged. So the president basically gave you. Where is the role of the people in all of this? Does it seem like the people are consulted before the president gives states, who governs them? And the Senate's president did say that the president is taking good care of the states. I wonder what that means, if you can help us. Well, taking care of the states. Oh, well, maybe that's why you have 32 governors currently in the APC. Talk to me.
First, the president misunderstood, including the Senate president. When the Senate president states, you know what we're actually talking from. It's from the fact that before governors own this present government has so much decentralized the system that even in the sheriff today, state is taking almost 65%, while the center is taking 20-something%, and even local government is almost higher than the center.
Collins, that's not correct.
No government.
Collins, that's not correct, please. We still have a sharing formula.
Okay.
What goes to the federal government is way higher than what goes to the state and the local government put together.
That is what good. What I'm telling you, the proposal before the National Assembly that has since been presented as the new form for sharing federal allocation, and I'm sure you are aware about that. So if he can have that in mind.
Even I'm sorry, Collins. Excuse me, Collins. Even the new proposal, even the new proposal gives more to the federal government. Please, let's pursue clarity here. Go ahead, sir. Well, unfortunately, we've lost connection with Collins Amade. We'll try to fix all of that and get back to him. Let's stay in the studio here. Mr. Ranta, Lagos politics, there's a school of thought. Pundits say that, well, if you come to Lagos, that no real politician since 1999, in fact, since 2007, that no real politician has become a governor after Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And that he does that because he doesn't want people who could pull the rug off his feet. After him, it was Raji Fashola, Lego luminary, excellent senior advocate of Nigeria, his former chief of staff, who didn't have some kind of grassroots support base. And after that, who again? Aki Ambode. Aki Ambode was more like accountant general of the state. Civil servant. He didn't have any political base. And from there to who? Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Now we hear that this Hamzat inherited the political structure of his father, Oba Hamzat, who, by the way, was a member of the House of Assembly in Lagos State, and Oba in 1979, between 79 and 83. And so he has grassroots support, across Lagos State. In the light of this, do you think that the governor or like the president will watch him become governor? Because apparently if he does that, what it means is that a blue blood politician, not run of the mill, has become the governor of Lagos State. How would that speak to the influence of the president beyond 2031?
I do not quite know exactly how much influence Obafemi Hamzat has in Lagos State. But if he has that sort of influence you're saying, then he's not going to be governor. The party will not nominate him. Because the president is a man who likes to play safe. He will not bring someone, like you stated, he likes to bring technocrats, people who are actually floating on the waters.
What if he finds him loyal? What if this is an issue of loyalty to the point where he feels safe?
Well, it's there for us to see. It's just a matter of time. But the thing is that the politics of Lagos State, like I've been here all this while. I was here when even Mara was the governor of, the sole admin, administrator of Lagos State. Until the president came in, I have seen the trajectory of politics in Lagos State. And I know that if this deputy governor is that, politically savvy, he will not get that position. Because the president will want to always give to somebody who could be controlled. You see, power is something that when you may never know what somebody, or the makeup of an individual until you give him power. And if he has that grassroots support, if, for example, somebody had the grassroots support that, will make him, he would have challenged the president, would have challenged the party and push his way through. But his wings were clipped because he didn't have the grassroots support. So I'm not sure. There's always a change, anything can change. But I'm not sure, to all intent and purposes, that they will allow somebody who is that deep-rooted politically to become a flag bearer of the party APC in Lagos. That's just my thinking.
All right. Now, moving away from Lagos now to Oyo State, talking about the governor's influence within the APC. You remember in 2022 when he was campaigning, he went to Oyo State where he made a statement of, excuse me, Imiloko. Yes. He did refer to the governor, Akpabio, that look, I put this one here, and now he has made his peak again in the person of Yayi, Solomon Adiola Yayi. Now, who is Solomon Adiola? He served in the Lagos State House of Assembly from 2003 to 2011. He was elected to the House of Representatives, representing Alimosho Federal Constituency. Alimosho is in Lagos, from 2011 to 2015. And then he moved to the Senate, 2015 to 2023, representing Lagos West. 2023, he was then elected senator for Ogun West. So he served in Lagos and now served in Oyo State and now to be the governor, picked to be the governor of Oyo State, under the APC. Then, of course, they'll contend with whoever emerges in all the other parties contending that election. How do you react to this, this person who's served in Lagos and going for the governorship in Oyo State?
But it's been like that since 1999. Lagos has been made to become a kind of training ground for Westerners who they come here, get the training they need and all the influence and the money too.
In politics.
The politics and the money. And then they are now sent like ambassadors to go represent their states. Aregbesola, did that, and a lot of other ones. So, but you see, Yayi has been Tinubu's man. He's been his man. So, and Oyo State is not important to the president like Lagos is, but Lagos is his base. It's like your feeding bottle. You don't want anything to get close to it. So, but you see, all I'm saying is that whoever wants to be want to occupy any post, or the important thing is that politics must have a human face and not the face of a monster. For example, Ambode was a good governor, but he didn't show, much concern about the people. Because everything about, even the law itself, is about the people. The law is not made for the sake of the law, but for the sake of the people. It's not, the law is made for the people and not the people for the law. So, like you come and you decide on a policy, just like it's happening now, at the federal level and across Nigeria, where government will take a decision, they don't care about the impact of that decision on the people. It gives that policy and the government the face of maybe a demonic face, so to say. Because remember, Obasanjo, OBJ, when he was sent to, in fact, he was roped into a problem during Abacha because he said policies should have a human face, and we cannot do away without that. If you want to be a leader, you must have that at the back of your mind. It's not what you want, it's what the people want. So if you think that the only way to do is to lord it over the people at all time, you will eventually fail and your name will go down in infamy at the end of the day. So let whoever is becoming whatever he wants to become, aspire for your position, but please remember that the position is not about you, but about the people. Okay. And sorry, before you interject, you see, the reason why Nigeria has been, progressing, retrogressively is because politicians, the ruling elite, always think about themselves. And whenever you're thinking about yourself, you are always going to have a pigeonhole view of reality. So every leader who wants to make things happen for the good of his people, for the good of his, generation unborn, posterity, will have to look out for the good of the people. Because if you take care of the need of people, if you think of the people, you'll be inspired to take great, and outstanding decisions that will impact life generally, positively.
All right.
But when you think about yourself, you only have it, like what you're having in Nigeria.
All right, Mr. Uranta, but we know that in saner climes, that's what happens. But you know that Lagos has consistently witnessed voter apathy. In fact, since 1999, a lot of Lagosians do not come out to vote. That's the truth. And it's always like a landslide victory for APC. And now with the GAC actually choosing, handpicking, selecting, and imposing a leader, a successor 18 months before, even 1 year before, are we not going to see another voter apathy in Lagos? Especially now, I'm bringing this because you said we need a politics that has a human face. People should be carried along. Are we going to see a different thing, or we'll still see the same voter apathy in Lagos State?
I really do not know what will happen in Lagos State. Because what happened in last election, governorship election in Lagos State, was not an election where people had to be, where even the traditional institution had to be brought in and debased. You see, we should preserve our culture and we should take it away from politics and politicking. Where people will come to, they want to vote, they say you must vote a particular candidate or a particular party, otherwise don't vote. And people are beaten and all that. So Lagosians may decide to go back into their shell, recoil, and not want to participate. That's on one hand. On the other side, they may also decide, say, look, all die and I die. We cannot continue the way we are. And that goes for the entire nation. They may decide, say, look, let's go, let's meet whoever, whatever he brings, we'll take it and return it back to the people. Because we cannot outsource Nigeria or any state or even Lagos State to any particular individual or group of persons. It must be for the people.
It must be for the people.
Yes.
All right, and thank you very much, Mr. Somi Uranta. I understand we've been able to reestablish connection with our Benin outstation. Comrade Collins Amadin, can you hear me now? All right, beautiful. I'd like for you to land on your thought. But before you do that, let's get some clarification to be very exact. The current sharing formula between the federal government and states goes as follows. Federal government, 52.68%. The states, 26.72%. And the local government, 20.60%. 13% derivation still remains for the oil-bearing states. Now, the new proposal that you talked about is federal government dropped from 52.68 to 50.65. States dropped from 26.72 to 25.62, while local government is jacked up onto to 23.73%. So if you put what in the new proposal, what the states and local government will get is still far below what the federal government will get. We needed to pursue that clarity so that we don't misinform our viewers outside. You can go ahead with your thoughts, sir. We're listening.
Maybe Moses have to remind me of the questions again, because at the point I was trying to answer them. The one I can remember when he talked about the Lagos deputy governor wanting to be governor. First, I think I can stand on that premise You know, APC itself is a leadership party. That the ordinary party are not being consulted through representative and left. But based on that, it doesn't mean for the father is a leadership party that the people will be undermined. That is why the president has been a very different kind of leader, different from many of the leaders we have had in this country. Many of those leaders we have had in this country across the geopolitical zones have not been able to maintain their structure because they don't have that leadership style as it was, like you have with the president. He became the president. Yes, he had rights as a party member, as one of the major stakeholders, indeed, to sponsor or support those he believed, you know, have his mindset, his kind of leadership quality to deliver at various stages, you know, either in Lagos or outside Lagos. So there was no crime in him being a supporter of members, some persons among members. That doesn't mean he wasn't a father to all, but specifically, he had interest on individuals owing to relationship or to what they can do and deliver. That on one side. For the governorship already ongoing, yes, it's normal. People will aspire. Thank God you made reference to Oyo State. And for those that have voluntarily stepped down for the anointed or the assumed anointed to flag the party flag, I am sure there was no dissenting voice. There were no issues. There was no quarrel. They probably have done that voluntarily. Whatever agreement that was reached, whatever mood that was used to talk to them, nobody knows from the outside. But for those who inside or who are inside, will certainly know better what transpired that probably had made them. But in a situation whereby any of the aspirants who intend to aspire do not key into it, they have right to also challenge it and say no. They want to go to the primaries. And that was what you saw in Lagos at the time when Akpabio was asked probably to step aside owing to human relations. Because it's not just to be a governor or it's not just to be in leadership. You must have human face and human relations with party faithfuls. When the ships are down, sometimes nobody to stand in between for you. Probably that was what happened then. When he felt no, he was going to go step aside, he wanted to face the primary. Then they all went to the primary. And the incumbent governor met him at the primary and finally won the primary. That means he was saying that you must not contest. If you are not in consonant with what leaders or have recommended or appealed for, then you can go ahead.
Exactly the point, Collins. We are talking about. Okay, you want to talk about it? Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, he talked about Edo, my principal, becoming a governor. Yes, at the time the president then visited Oyo State. He wasn't the president of the Federal Republic. He was aspired. It was at the primary. Don't forget and don't mind it that he faced major stakeholder in the party.
He was president at the time.
So at the time he visited,
he was president at the time.
No, he wasn't president.
He was president at the time.
Let me tell you. That is why I want to give you details. At the time he came and visited us at Ipokman. And he now indeed said, you people should support me to be president. If I become president, I assure you, APC will get back Edo, not by actions and his contribution towards the Nigerian economy, Nigerian security as it were. His works alone will help Edo get victory.
Amazing how you explain it. But the conversation I was referring to, he was president at the time, and he said, "Look, if you want me to give you Edo, I will give you Edo." That's what the president said. He was president of Nigeria at the time.
Please, can we play that tape? It will be very important.
It will be good. It will be good if we get that one.
Where it happened.
Yes, yeah, it will be good if our backroom staff can help us get that one. But thank you very much, Collins Almadine. Let's move away from this conversation and let's get to another. Unfortunately, this also involves your party, APC. So,
fortunately, not unfortunate. Fortunately,
PDP, APC disagree over alleged plots to impeach Governor Seyi Makinde. Would like you to, be here, give your response as an analyst, and not just as a party man. Can you do that for us, Amadine? No, I guess his microphone. There you have him. Oh well.
Can you hear me? I said I'm here.
Okay, okay, all right then. Let's go ahead. So we'll get to this conversation right after this break. Stay with us.
Welcome back, and this is still VOP this morning. The PDP in Oyo State has raised fresh concerns over an alleged political plot targeting Governor Seyi Makinde as tensions continue to build within the state's political space. Speaking in an interview, the state public relations officer Michael Ogunshino claimed that there were deliberate efforts by influential figures to destabilize the current administration. According to him, the Olubadan was said to have approached the Speaker of the Oyo State House of Assembly with a request to defect to the APC. He further alleged that Florence Ajimobi was pushing for the impeachment of the governor. These claims come amid an ongoing political stir in the state, where lawmakers have begun addressing reports of an impeachment plot following a crucial meeting held at the governor's house. Meanwhile, the APC in Oyo State has described reports of alleged impeachment against Governor Seyi Makinde as a contrived narrative aimed at distracting the public. The party said the claims were designed to generate undue sympathy for the governor, whom it alleged is facing political decline due to ego and poor judgment. All right, let's take this to Collins. Collins, would like to have your say on this, because once again, your party has been fingered in this crisis rocking the state.
Jane, thank you very much. It's nice talking with you directly. But unfortunately, I will always say, Governor Makinde, I sympathize with him because presently he seems not to have party. He seems not to be a party man, even though he's a governor, because PDP have since ousted him out and he's been shopping for a new party. He has probably not gotten one, but I hope in earnest you should get one, because when you say PDP, the PDP that is recognized today by law is not probably the PDP that is or making statements in that very state. You and I know that the PDP that is legally known has not made any statement, but probably some of his aides may have made those statements because they still believe they are PDP members or they are wearing that uniform for now to speak. But just to say that when a government is failing, when you become too political, I think at the time he was supposed to concentrate in governing his people, he was so busy with national politics as if he was the only magnified person to promote or make PDP survive. Probably that had led to a lot of distraction, disconnection, and his people had completely disconnected from him. Governance have completely lacked. Based on that, the House of Assembly or some members of the House of Assembly who probably listen to constituents have decided action. But however, there is no full confirmation state of that. But maybe they brought out the story just as you said, they are said, to divert attention, probably for people not to begin to draw undue sentiment or sympathy. Anybody will really be wanting to do busybody to be talking about his impeachment. See, they talked about the speaker being approached by the Olu of Ibadan. I do not think traditional rulers should be misquoted in cases like this just because of politics. If the traditional ruler maybe do not have a very good relationship and he has another relationship with another person, you can't just wake up and begin to frame up when there are no evidence to that effect. If the speaker or the said person is now arrested and asked to come and prove this allegation, do they have what it takes to prove it? Then from there, they will now start saying the traditional ruler have taken his subjects to court. People should manage this politics in a way that we should not be using it to bring other people. The traditional rulers are traditional rulers. I have always been of the opinion that traditional rulers should not be dragged into politics to the extreme, because what they have done now is also going to the extreme. Before you know what's happening, some people who are feeding from him, or who has his loyalists, or who has his will begin to throw.
All right, Collins. All right, Collins.
So I also think traditional.
Okay, Collins. Collins, I hosted you on my show. I hosted you on my show sometime last year, and at that point, you did address Nyesom Wike as the leader of your party, and I don't know how much of that position has changed between then and now. But I'd like to ask you, you know that Sheyi has a running battle with Nyesom Wike over, the control of the soul of the PDP. Some people are saying that Wike might be the one behind this. As a matter of fact, they say that when there was problem in the PDP in Oyo State, between who will fly the flags, the ticket holders for the 2023 House of Reps and senatorial seats, that it was Nyesom Wike that stepped in and sorted out all of that for Sheyi Makinde. Now, if that holds true, does it look like Wike could be the one behind what some people might address as Sheyi's perceived ordeal within the PDP in Oyo State? His own people trying to pull the rug off his feet. Is there a possibility it could be linked to Nyesom Wike? What do you see? What do you know? What do you think?
Yes, the possibility can be there because one, Wike is a political strategist. When Makinde also started fighting him in the same PDP that they were in, because Makinde was said to used to be his boy or one benefactor from the Wike structure, as it were at the time. Wike usually doesn't do things in hiding. Wike will tell you how he feels and what he intends to do with you. And I think where Wike also told him, okay, since you people have decided to visit Rivers, I will also visit your state. So give me unrest, I will also give you unrest. So this is politics. Anything is possible. You just have to be planting and well organized before you pull out your trench. So if Wike has settled down and is able to invade some members of his House of Assembly, that simply means the governor wasn't in charge. The governor wasn't in charge. If he's in charge, his House of Assembly shouldn't be stormed. The members shouldn't be stormed and visited. If Wike, you can assume, for example, Wike and type it to some members of your House of Assembly, it simply means that is politics.
Okay, that is politics. You come across as one who is, approving of what the FCT minister is perceived or to be doing in some parts of the country, especially the PDP and in River State. If you are approving, of all that is going on within the Wike circles, what kind of political culture do you think that we are building ahead? For the future generation. I heard you on the other topic that we talked about. You were also approving, or you approve of what the president, did, or what he's currently doing or what he's been doing over time by handpicking, people to contest certain positions. How does that speak to participatory democracy away from the big man politics that we see now? Which one should you approve of? Participatory democracy or one-man rule, big man politics? Which one works better for our people looking into the future?
Chukuma, you are a strong veteran. You are twisting and retwisting me, but it's so I doubt if some of those things were approved by me. Just to say that participatory democracy is the kind of democracy anyone, anywhere will always pray for and wish for. And that was why I had said, when I even said, the president cannot handpick, and that was why I used Lagos as a reference point. That when Ambode was asked, probably by a stakeholder, major stakeholder, it wouldn't have been single-handedly done or decision taken by Mr. President as at that time, because he wasn't even the president. I was loyal to Buhari 100% as president as at that time. So if it would be executed, so certainly the president as at that time gave Ambode the backup and said, go, I'm with you for the primary. And Ambode went and he was shamed down. So just what I'm trying to say is that certainly you cannot work in isolation and get victory. So if he had done that and they had it, that means there was consultation up to the grassroots. But somebody must speak on behalf of others. So participatory democracy is welcome, and isolated democracy is not what we are praying for, because some of us who do not come from a very rich background, or who do not have a special godfather or political father, will certainly not have a future. I wouldn't have been appointed today if it was a godfatherism arrangement. But I think the governor stood on my merit and gave.
All right then. Okay, all right. Collins, as a custom, we would also like to continue to pursue clarity, you know, so that Nigerians are not misinformed based on what we put out here. And now, from our back end, we've been able to retrieve the video where the sitting president, said at that point that, well, do you want Edo State? We are going to give you Edo State. I would like the back end, the back room, you know, to put up that so that we can listen to the president and, you know, let Nigerians actually know the true position of things.
One thing I can show you is this. Do you want Edo back? Yeah! As the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I will give Edo back to you.
Well, all right then. Well, Collins, I mean, like we normally say in our local parlance, internet know the lie. Internet know the lie. In fact, the president, we were not even emphatic enough. We were not emphatic enough. You know, the president said, do you want Edo State? And they said, yes. He said, I will give you Edo State as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Collins, he just said it as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The president became president in 2023, and Edo State governorship was when? 2024.
When he
was already sitting president then.
He was saying when he becomes the president, he's telling you that the reality will be, as the president, when he becomes the president, he will do all his action, he's delivering on democracy and promises. We will get that back.
Anyway, Collins, you are the one trying to twist things now, but I think our viewers understand all of that.
Can we have the full clip? Can we have the full clip of that?
Well, we don't have the time.
Collins, we don't have the time for all of that. Thank you very much for your intervention. I think the thing is very clear there. Let's come back to the studio and get the intervention of Mr. Somi Ranta. Mr. Ranta, how do you react to what is the perceived ordeal of?
I think what
Collins,
my colleague Collins is doing, I think this is what I would call the dualization of the discussion here. You know, it's Boala that was than a Boala that they will give you something that's so evidential and you'll be arguing, you know, against it and as if it never occurred. I mean, it's so clear. We are all witness to when it was this governor, I mean, his principal campaign for the governor election and all that. That's when he was saying all these things. Do you want me to give you Edo as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? It's not in doubt. So it's only Daniel Boala that will be arguing over something that is so clear and evident.
Okay.
So that is what I will say.
Okay, so let's have your brief reaction to what is happening in Oyo State.
The issue in Oyo State is that, you see, I won't be surprised if there is a hand of Nyesom Wike in this matter. But Wike does not act alone. Wike acts under the promptings of someone. Wike is not actually the puppeteer. There's somebody that is, you know, acting, I mean, giving Wike the impetus to act. So, because when they say, you know, people say monkeys can jump from tree to tree, and they're so smart and all that, it's because of the closeness of the trees. If you put it aside, you discover that he can't do all those stunts, can't pull those stunts. So this issue is that if you notice, before this issue started coming up, Mr. Oyo Fayose had come up and flew a kite that there's a plan to dethrone the Olubadan. And then there was denials from both ends. And then we are hearing about this. Before now, you also notice that this same IFI Oshe had also come up with issues about how Wike told the president they were in a meeting with this governor that they want to work, that he will hold down PDP for the president. And when he threw up these things, these are privy information he had that is dishing out. He said he calculated a plan, very deliberate. But I will say that they should take it easy. They should take it easy. They should not throw that state into crisis. Because the speaker is saying that he was invited to the house of the Olubadan. And the son of the Olubadan is saying that, look, he wanted to see my father, and I brought him to my father, and all this sort of thing.
Okay.
They should be careful so that they don't throw that state into turmoil, because Oyo State has a history of political crisis.
Okay, they should be careful so that they don't throw that state into turmoil. I must say a very big thank you to you, Mr. Somi Oranta, philosopher, entrepreneur, and political affairs analyst. Thanks for joining us on this show. We appreciate you. I would also like you to stay with us as we get into newspaper reviews. Well, we also had Mr. Collins Amadin. Mr. Collins joined us from our Benin outstation. Collins is an APC chieftain and a newly appointed special advisor to the governor of Edo State, Monde Ogbebolo, on digital resources. Thank you very much, Mr. Collins Amadin. Earlier now, we also spoke with Mr. Darlington Agomo, lawyer and political affairs analyst. Unfortunately, we were unable to get connection through to our Oka outstation, where we were supposed to be joined by Honorable Ejiofor Egwato, honorable member of the House of Assembly. Gentlemen, thanks for your presence on our show. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, bass manager, ingest manager, and the sound engineer, I am Chukuma Okoro.
I am Moses Humphrey. I'll see you again at 10.
See you at 10. I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you for watching.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop Tv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Akpabio. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
It's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're acting on.
What's up, everybody? Who's Ariko here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked. Don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomowatebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzaya,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People Television.
TV.
Love ya.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Vop TV, man. Keep watching Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a brother that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment.
Yesterday, a lot of things happened, and one of the big stories from yesterday, obviously, was the ADC convention and the opening of the NRC building in Abuja. So let's just start with politics from the Guardian newspaper. ADC on the brink of 2027 exclusion as court battles, deadline draw near. Yeah, I think we should just begin with that. Mr. Darlington, let's have your views on that. The ADC convention, the lingering court crisis, and what have you.
Yes, it's good that they went ahead with that convention, because I didn't see any law they violated here. If anybody wants to make noise on that particular convention, they should show them the provisions of the law that says, look, you don't have any right to interfere in our leadership matter, because that is what it is all about. So it's because even if the court rule later, you know, this APC, they are very cunning. If they didn't do it now and say, let's wait for the court, now they will now make the court to rule in their favor. Then INEC will now say, look, the door for your whatever, your leadership is closed. You can no longer participate in the election. You can see now. So it's better they go ahead with the convention pending any other issue. I don't have any other thing to add there because the law is very clear. It is the courts and the government that is violating the law here.
Okay. One of the things, I want your take on this from the legal standpoint. One of the things a lot of Nigerians brought up yesterday was the absence of INEC at the convention. And some people said, does this amount to the fact, would this amount to the fact that the convention may be declared null and void?
It's not possible.
Okay.
There is no provision for that in the law. Yes. The only thing the parties are required to do, give INEC 21-day notice, which ADC did.
Okay.
Then after your convention, you package the outcome and send to INEC for recognition. That's all.
Okay.
Whether they do their duty, it doesn't concern you.
All right, Mr. Dele, before I come to you, Barrister, but their absence, doesn't it send a loud, make a loud statement?
I said there is no law that says that, look,
okay,
there are things we have not been interrogating in this country. The law says it is an internal matter of the party. Now, how can, after the parties have agreed to go for a convention and elect their leaders and all that, then one particular entity called INEC will now come and validate it? Does it make sense? What a whole party have decided, what they have decided, then you, INEC, will come and say, because you are not present, therefore it is invalid. Please, how does it sound to you? That means INEC is now a court on its own to decide. It's not constitutional. It's unlawful.
All right.
Yeah, they don't have any right. All they require is the notices which the parties are giving. Whether they come or not, it doesn't matter.
All right. Mr. Fanny Momi, we have your views on that.
Well, it's difficult for me to talk about the law. I'm not a lawyer.
Okay.
and I don't pretend to.
Well, it's I'm a Nigerian. I've lived here for more than 50 years, far close to 60 years, as a matter of fact. Yes.
I'm calculating.
Yes, you are calculating in your head. And I've reported this politics for more than 3 decades. So I understand what Nigeria is. So I'm more measured, when I take positions, because I do know that the courts are very powerful institutions, Courts are very powerful institutions. And so when court makes pronouncements and someone that belongs to the executive wants to interpret it the way it suits him, you have an Attorney General of the Federation, he's the Chief Law Officer of the Federation. More like he advises the president, on legal steps to take. And so when a court issues a judgment, it is left for the Attorney General of the Federation to interpret it. And if it does that the way it suits him and his principal, that is the final word, especially if it's coming from the Supreme Court of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I say that in the light of the fact that we have had instances where court gives a judgment and people are saying, hey, this is the judgment of the court. And the AG of the Federation or even the state interprets it the way it suits its principal, and it goes, it carries. They'll use bailiff, they'll use police to enforce all of that. And at the end of the day, it ends there. So I know Nigeria very well. That's why I'm more measured in taking a position on whether the propriety or otherwise of the ADC convention. The ADC convention was underway when a high court presided by Joyce Abdul Malik, Justice, said, well, that convention shouldn't hold. And on the morning show, I did ask the barrister, the lawyer, I said, peradventure it was issued a day before. You could say, well, they disobeyed a court order.
Yes.
But now the convention was
ongoing.
And a court issued an order stopping it. We didn't see the police. We didn't see the bailiff go to stop all of that to enforce that court judgment.
Yes.
So if you go to court and say, well, we asked you not to hold this convention, ADC could say, we are not aware they had not even been served. They didn't see CTC copy of that judgment and all of that. So if they go to appel court, will their own evidence be admissible in court? These are the intricacies, the complexities in all of these things. Until such a time that the Supreme Court finally rules on whether David Mark is the leader, the authentic leader, or Balana and all of that. As far as I'm concerned, whatever ADC does is speculation. People can run emotions and sentiments and say, they should go ahead. The Malaya said, we will not stop us. Nothing could stop us and all of that. If at the end of the day we have a Supreme Court that says, well, everything is null and void, we'll be left with no option.
Mr. Okoro?
Yes, sir.
Like the reference I gave in the morning, are you aware of the letter written by the NBA?
Letter to?
Letter. Written by NBA to all the lawyers and even the court that are interfering in internal matters.
Is it enforceable?
Why not?
Who enforces? Is it a judgment?
Why not? Do you know the law more than the NBA? Please.
NBA is just advising now. NBA is not a court. They are advising.
They brought out all the legality, all the technicalities.
Did they take it to court?
I said that particular letter.
Did they take the court? The letter is it justiciable? Is it enforceable? They are just advising.
They are not even advising. They are stating the law.
As who?
As an NBA.
As a court?
As a body.
As a court?
Look, their playground is.
If you have a case, Mr. Agomo, if you have a case, do you take it to court or do you take it to the NBA?
If you misinterpret the law, that's what they are telling you. That it is actionable.
Who interprets the law?
Hold on. Who interprets the law? Yes. It's the lawyer, for God's sake.
It's not the lawyer.
It's the lawyers.
It's the court that.
It's the lawyer. No. The court gives judgment
by the judge.
Listen, it is the lawyers. That is their work. They are the ones who go through the letter and details of the law. That is their job. So if a judge, for whatever reason, misinterprets the law, the lawyer should correct him.
But Mr. Agomo, I'm surprised you are the one.
The lawyer should correct him. What are you telling me?
Let's go over to our Benin studios and
the lawyer should correct him.
Let's get Collins' view on this. Good morning, Collins. Are you there? Can you hear us? Collins, can you hear us? All right. I don't think we've established connection with him. I think you wanted to. Maybe you should just drop.
No. I think my thought is very simple. I say until the cases in the court are dispensed with, that is when we know the position of the ADC.
All right.
Except
except the ADC wants to do something different from obeying the rule of law, then it's a different thing altogether that we are contending with. But as far as the law process is concerned, I mean, you can hire the best senior advocates in the country, in the world. When it gets to Supreme Court, the Supreme Court will decide. And when they decide, who interprets it for the government? Is the Attorney General of the Federation. And the way he does, and when it gets to the Supreme Court, it becomes terminal. MBA can write 1,000 letters. And the SGF will say, well, this is the position of the law.
So the bulk still stops at the table of the SGF?
Of the court.
Of the Supreme Court.
Of the Supreme Court, yes.
Good.
But the Supreme Court has ruled on this matter, have they not? So who is interpreting it?
No, have they no rule on this matter?
On which matter? What is the matter?
This matter of internal affairs of parties.
Okay.
Have they not ruled on it?
But people are still away from that. People are still in court.
You can imagine. You can imagine
now
they are not moving forward.
Exactly the point. All of these things, is caught in the web in the mix of politics.
We are not moving forward.
Because the judge that gave that judgment is also aware of a precedent set by the Supreme Court judgment.
All right.
So why did he entertain the case?
No, why is nobody obeying the law? That's what I'm saying. Obeying the rule of the law. I mean, the rule of the court.
Collins is here, so let's take a Collins' view. Collins, can you hear us? Good morning.
I don't understand all this.
Collins, can you hear us? You can. I think you may have to unmute your device. Okay, fine. Let's hear your views on what we've been discussing, ADC's convention from yesterday and the
yes. The only thing I begin to see often a time, and some of us are not students of history, do not also forget that PDP had the same issue when they did their Ibadan convention, which was later called Pepper Soup Convention, when there was an injunction asking them not to go. Because when you continue to invade and want to escape, you to be safe. Because what they have done over the time, major stakeholder, when they know there is a judgment, most times bailiffs will even call them. And they were aware, most cases, that such services want to be made. They will start running up and down and they will lock all the offices, the opportunity to serve them. And in such cases, same court grant the opportunity, you can serve them anywhere. So if it is at the center of that your so-called convention that you are doing, the court will serve you, they will serve you. So certainly they have served them. They have served them because there was issue pending and the court was asked to remain. Why will you go ahead if you truly respect even the so-called party convention that is guided, or the sole law that you now promote when it favors you and you demarket when it doesn't favor you? Why will you go ahead? Why don't you wait? Saying time will be enlisted, time will be limited. Were they not in parties before? Let them return back to party. There are already parties that don't have issues. If genuinely they want the survival of Nigeria, must it be them to be in leadership? The people you met there, can't you work with them? Must you be chairman and secretary? Two of you just came from where you jumped up and down. The other one haven't served as minister for 8 years. You just jumped into a new party, you are not the secretary. Are you the most intelligent? Can't another person also lead? You, David Mark, you were a former governor, you were in Senate for 8 years, and there is no bill, there is nothing that promoted even Ben. Must you be said to be national chairman? Can you not work with people? Can you not be at the background? Can you not constitute yourself elders council? Problem. Must it be them? These people have been there time immemorial. Are there no young people there that can also bring brain? So now they have asked you to stop. You will malign the court, you will malign opposition, you will malign everybody, pass that wrong information, and you said you want to fight for Nigerians. If you want to fight for Nigerians, can't you get educated Nigerians that are hungry and put them in this leadership and tell them we will be behind you, supporting you financially, owing to the fact that they have made so much money? You guys have this brain. These young men, they will not do.
Collins, you are an APC chieftain. I'm not sure you have the moral right to defend the APC and even attack other people because your party has done worse than other parties are doing at the moment. When you are talking,
Mr. Okoro, it is on record that the West African Court of Justice have openly said that the worst offender, the worst culprit in disobedience of their judgment is Nigerian government. True or false? Mr. Okoro, an appeal court told Enso Oluomo, don't go to that your national secretariat and stay there. You are not the rightful person. What did we hear from him? That unless the Tinubu tells him, he will not leave that place. And the military are guarding him in that place up to today. What does that man want to say about it? I mean, a ruling, a judgment of a court. A non-state actor, a motopa chairman. He doesn't see anything wrong with that, Abi. But we are talking of what the law says, the provision of the law on this matter. Which ADC is banking on. That you don't have any right. Please, Mr. Manu, go and read what NBA said the last Friday, the letter they wrote. Go and see whether you know the law more than the NBA. Go and see what they wrote. That no court should entertain such a matter. And for whatever reason, you are entertaining it. Mr. Okoro, somebody is entertaining it. Is it not to create problem? Is it not to create problem? Why are you entertaining it?
The NBA is just a pressure.
I mean, it's not enough. No. You don't know more than them.
The NBA want to be strong about it. They should have gone to go. NBA is doing what NUJ can do. Journalism.
Yes.
Or NME can do. Medical.
They are setting the law. They are setting the law to you. They are setting the law to you.
But that is the.
So why don't you follow it? Why don't you follow it? Why don't you follow it? To bring peace into Nigeria, why don't you follow it? That's what we are saying here.
Mr. Agomo, you see, when you rely on what the NBA wrote and all of that.
I should rely on what you said, Abi.
No, it's not relying
on a matter of legality. I should rely on what you said, Abi.
Now, my position is that the NBA has written. If NBA feels strongly about this, they can also pursue the matter in court. That's my position. Because what they said is of no effect. It's more like advice. They are just putting pressure.
It is of effect because they even play sanction. They are saying they're going to play all the
exactly the point. Now they can play sanctions.
Good. But it's good we point it out.
But it's not enforceable.
You don't say that NBA is a
pressure group.
It's a pressure group.
That's what I said.
It's a pressure group.
It's a pressure group. But anyway,
I want us to go back to.
Why won't you listen to what they're saying about the law?
Briefly, I want us to go back to address Collins. You know, Collins, when you mention poverty, I think the APC should even be ashamed of itself because under its watch, in the past 10 years or so, we got more Nigerians pushed into poverty by the APC administration. If you run the numbers here, I'm not sure that you'll be able to withstand it. If you talk about inflation, if you talk about GDP growth, if you talk about exchange rate, if you talk about interest rate, if you talk about unemployment rate and all of that, everything has tanked under the APC. So when we hear some people like in the APC trying to say, well, ADC, you don't have anything to offer, we'll begin to ask, what did you offer Nigerians in the past 10 years and all of that? We are talking about a convention of a party, and instead of you to address the issues at stake, you are talking about the performance of the ADC. How has your own party performed? That is the question. That is the issue here. Jen, let's move on.
All right. So let's, the Geely airstrike is still on the front burner. The Guardian says Geely airstrike targeted terrorists, supply routes, not civilians. That's the federal government pushing back against the narrative that civilians, people were killed. So federal government says the airstrike targeted terrorists and their supply routes, not the civilians.
Well, they reported crime and the military for a long time. So
that's what I've been looking at.
You have your own perspective to it. But talking seriously, you see, in military operations, there will always be collateral damage, and those caught in the firing line will be unfortunate to be taken out and all that. But what I see in this is, if I were to be, as a lay person, if I were to be in command, and there's intel that some people are massing around, I would rather wait and do reconnaissance to be sure that these people are actually the people that should be targeted. As a matter of fact, I would prefer going to their den to decimate them, not in a marketplace. There is no way that only those that are my target will be in that market at that point in time. Some innocent people that had come to transact business will also be in the market. And the natural law states that it is better for 99 criminals to escape than make somebody who is innocent suffer. So sometimes we need to be careful the way we do all of this. And then I see a kind of weak link between the military spokespersons and the media. None of these media people were there when this incident happened. I expected that the military should take proactive measure to debrief the media and let them know what happened. For instance, when there was this incessant bunkering at Arepo here, not too far from Lagos, and people were doing all manners of illegal bunkering and all that, military went there, pacified, threatened, they didn't do anything. Then the next thing was Jonathan ordered, and they cleared the whole place. At that point of clearing that place, some innocent people will be involved. Do you understand? But there is no way. But I sympathize with those who were caught up in the process of that operation. That were civilians.
Yes, I'm sorry, Dele, that seems to be the problem. Because the federal government says that there were no innocent casualties, meaning that there was even no collateral damage, that everybody that killed there was a bandit.
Well,
that's the position of the federal government.
It is not a believable point to say that
everybody.
That because there was no the fact that you recognize that place as a market, the fact that you recognize that place as a market, I am sure, and this market is not sited within the forest. A market will be sited around the community. And members of that community will have one thing or the other to do on that particular market day, like bringing goods to sell or going there to buy. So there is transaction. So bandits alone cannot be the one to bring goods to the market and then sell to themselves. So that line of thoughts.
But I also think
cannot buy it.
We should also study the pattern, because I recall yesterday the ADC said this is the 19th time, right?
Yes, 19th.
Under the leadership of the APC, that we've had such collateral damage when airstrikes are being carried out in the northeast. Not in the north, actually.
You see, for me,
can we make mistakes 19 times?
I don't always feel comfortable when we begin to politicize some of these things.
Okay.
You understand? If ADC were to be in government, you don't need to consult the ADC hierarchy before you strike bandits. And if PDP were to be in government, you don't need to tell PDP that we are going here to do. This is pure military operation. And if it has turned this way, then we should all rally around. Because the point is, if you say because you want to play politics and you begin to denigrate your military, at some point, you are also doing yourself a whole lot of bad things. You understand? The military is for Nigeria, not for APC, not for PDP, not for any political party. So if you think you want to take maximum...
was even struck.
Yes,
IDP camp was also struck.
Well, I'm surprised that Dele is seeing what the ADC said as politics, because I think they cataloged it the 19 times, and the Nigerian military has not gone to deny it. Even if it is politics, let's go back to it. APC played the same politics in 2014. Yeah. You know, bringing up
with the Chibok girls.
With Chibok girls and all of that. In fact, the whole issue of insecurity. What ADC at no point did say that APC should have consulted them, you know, before bombing. What they were just saying that
the casualties.
This misses, you know, these misses and near misses
collateral
for like 19 times. It's one too many. It's a lot. So I don't read politics in it. They are just playing the role of an opposition. Well, so that if the government feels bad about it, next time they should ensure that they strike with precision and accuracy. That is the only thing that.
Barrister, it's been difficult trying to get connection with Collins. So let's have his view now that he's on, and then we'll come back to you.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold the thoughts, Collins. Let's have your view on this, please.
Yes, Jane. Let's be very unfortunate most times that we take politics to this level. Now, what ADC, the fashioner ADC, are cooked up is to create problem, distraction, so that the ease that they are operating would be overlooked. Now, the military had gone to strike. You cannot tell me that there was no intelligence and surveillance before they did what they did. Now that market has since been taken over. And don't forget that in the Northeast before now, thank God the president and the had cooked themselves in wanting to demystify the ISWAP, the Boko Haram, and all the terrorist group in this country. Otherwise, by now they would have run the 36 states. But thank God since they came, it's been bumper to bumper. Now, at the time we're complaining of grand action, we should go, oh, if it is America, or if it is in London, if it is in Europe, by now there would have been airstrike. There would be airstrike. Now they are doing airstrike. Airstrike has become problem. Let me tell you, the market ordinarily was known as markets. But they have sent the ordinary people out of that area and taking that place as a point of their actions, a point to which they gather and launch them out. So that place was not a market. Let ADC fashion information clear. Stop dragging the military, and the security apparatus into this kind of politics. Otherwise, when you so much reduce the strength you have, when you will need them, you won't have them to use. In my other gym, when you say the goddess in your place is not active, at the point that your things lost or get missing, you don't have anything to use in calling for it. So please, I really think, even as journalists, thank God you guys are professional. Let us also manage some of these statements that are coming, because sometimes when Nigeria are either beer parlor or center, they will just carry it as if it is real. So let's like be helped. Let the system be helped, because yesterday PDP was in power, so APC is in power. So anybody can call authority or leadership at any time. But when you go as far as continue to disseminating, destroying this and the institution just because of your gain and desperation, that is not how you will win an election. First, they are not even ready to run an election. They just want to come and constitute nuisance.
Collins Amadin, that was exactly how your party won the election.
No, don't worry. You see, when you are saying something, try to be circumspect. Because one, this accidental bombing and mistaken bombing, AD said 19 times. So all the 19 times they were wrong. Is that what somebody is trying to do?
Were they there?
They were not in this country.
It's not even a matter of were they there. The issue is that ADC said 19 times. Who has refuted that?
I'm thanking my brother. Thank you. Now, it has happened in Northern Kaduna. Remember, when it happened in Northern Kaduna, the whole country was on their knees begging the ethnic group that occupied that place. In fact, the National Assembly donated their 1 month salary because of that issue. Is that not true? Where they were begging them for what?
It was the same El-Rufai that is that ADC leader that was also.
Was it not the one that helped you to win election? Was it not the one? Was it not El-Rufai that helped you to win election? And now you want to unseat you people want to imprison you. Did you not say that he's the one that brought Tinubu? He would want to.
But he came from see as
he was the one that helped you people. Now he was the one.
We should be addressing issues, not.
We should be addressing issues as a matter of fact. What we're even addressing is the Gilly thing. It was I think you were the one that even said we should not ADC should not politicize it.
We shouldn't politicize it.
No, ADC said 19 times, and nobody has disputed that. Now Collins came out and started reeling out what the presidency APC has done. In fact, under the watch of the APC, we have most states enveloped by insecurity.
Yeah. I'm telling you.
Under Buhari, Kwara was a safe place. Under Buhari, Ondo State was a safe place. But now we have all of Zamfara and all those places. We had only the Northeast, as the theater, as the epicenter of insecurity. But now what's been going on, in fact, more strikes in Kwara than any other part of the middle.
Kwara is a hotbed.
Even Edo State was safe under Buhari. Edo State was safe.
Over 40 local governments. Over in 40 local government in Northeast.
No, they are talking about Northeast. Is Kwara Northeast? Is Kwara Northeast? Is Kwara Northeast? Kwara is not central.
No, I'm giving you an example. First, 40 local government was taken charge by insurgents.
That is not correct, Collins.
Northeast has been there even from the time of
that's not correct.
Jonathan. Northeast has been there.
It's not correct. Anyway, Jen, let's move away from this.
Let's move on.
It's not a debate.
But I want Collins to
Nigerians understand.
Yeah, but I want Collins to react to this statement credited to Akpabio yesterday, and SDP, Serap, they've expressed concern. Akpabio says that the rising insecurity is politically driven and a clear attempt to take out President Tinubu from office to destabilize the country. That's politically driven. So, Collins, what's your take on that? That's coming from the Senate president.
I think for him to have said that, he probably have his point because politicians can be so desperate. We had a time, even in Edo, just in the close eve of an election, some persons had to go and throw dynamite in another man's compound, in another politician's compound, just to want to create cheap popularity. Yes, there have been insurgents or insecurity somehow, somewhere, which we agree. And thank God this government has fought it head on. And that is why we are still seated, even where we are seated today. But however, you will not rule the fact, truly, that distractors can do this. There is nothing they cannot do. There is nothing they can't do. But thank God, God in his own infinite mercy, he's helping to guide Nigeria not to disintegrate. Because first, their actions was for military to take over. When the coup failed, the other segment, they went to America. Now they are begging America to come and help them repair their political party. You know, people just do things as if they never went to school. But when you are organized, you can strategize well and you get what you want. But when you are ruled based on emotion, based on desperation, the other time, one said, after being governor for 8 years, after being speaker for 8 years, after being minister for 8 years, said himself and his wife can no longer eat. Is that not mockery and the sensibility of Nigerians? And said, go and protest. My son is here to treat you if they wound you. You can imagine. And those are the kind of people who lead the formation and the revolution. No! See, hold his leg. Hold his leg. He who wants the leg will not allow you carry it just like that. If they think their own is to bring people's children out to come and be mobilizing against the president, if you bring out 1 million, the president also has supporters. There was 1 million.
All right.
Do not think the president is one kind of politician you can play with. No. The president wants a new Nigeria. So any form of distraction will be well resisted.
Yeah, Collins, I know that you are also,
please, who brought America here? Was it the opposition?
Collins, I know that it's obvious that you are for the APC, but I want us to face facts here. So let's move on. Tinubu has said no serious nation can prosper with weak, fragmented revenue system. He said this at the commissioning of the new office, NRC office yesterday. Says all tax laws made Nigerians poor, assuring that the new systems will create opportunities and prosperity. He mocked the opposition party, saying he may commission Akpabio to destabilize them as the Senate president blames opposition for insecurity. Zach Adedeji, how can the tax collector's name be Zacchaeus? Zach Adedeji says the president's economic policies have saved Nigeria from the brink.
Exactly.
Let's analyze that.
Exactly.
Jen, I like what the president said. I agree with him that no nation, can thrive on weak revenue system. Fragmented revenue system. But I also don't agree with the president when he says that the old tax system made Nigerians poor. No, it was not the tax system. It was the implementation. The money was not used, in the interest of the people. It was not used to serve the people. We had politicians, people in government steal all of those money. That is why Nigerians were poor, not because of the tax system.
We have always poor.
Nigerians are still poor.
Are poorer, actually.
It's not because of the tax system. It's because, one way or the other, companies, individuals, have always paid taxes. But the issue is, what did we do with all that tax money? That is why Nigerians became poor.
Not only
because
that,
of the tax system.
The old system was practiced by PDP.
No, barrister, it's not about PDP.
Hold on, I'm coming.
We have had a tax system.
Hold on, that system was at least PDP practiced before he brought his reform. Is that not true? Now, when PDP was using the old system, was Nigeria this poor?
But Nigerians were poor still.
No, was it this poor? Were we the poverty capital of the world? Answer me now.
Mr. Gomo, Nigerians have always been poor. Let me respond to what the president said.
Here under him.
Good.
That is why we are looking for 210 trillion naira under this APC.
Beautiful. Now, let me respond to
Is that not money?
Mr. Gomo, let me respond
that kind
to
of money, was it missing under PDP? No, since he wants to claim that he knows everything. Why is the man, Zach Adedeji, and even the other man who is now the junior minister to the Minister of Finance, at an MBA meeting last week, the man said that, look, the document they have seen is not what they prepared. Go and Google it. He said that, in fact, he gave 2 examples, that this was not what they proposed. So what came out is surprising them, that document needs to be reworked. And the last time I checked,
the federal government said that they have suspended the implementation of that tax reform. Is that not true? But to go and check now, they are collecting those money clandestinely from banks, from ministries everywhere. Their money, they are still collecting it. Something that they said is on suspension until they look at it again. Please, is that reform? Is that how to do reform? Tell me. People are just being dubious here.
Should I tell you? I'm sorry, Dele. Let me tell you, Mr. Agomo, my position is that, well, according to the president, no nation can thrive with weak revenue system.
No nation can thrive with corruption.
Mr. Agomo, can I talk, please? You had your time.
It's the corruption. Why not add this one now? Add it.
What I disagree with the president is the fact that it is the old tax system that made Nigerians poor. Nigerians have always been poor, irrespective of the administration in office. You know, we have not had good leadership, especially since after the Civil War. In fact, since after the First Republic, we have never had good leadership. The leadership we had didn't plan ahead. If they planned ahead, we wouldn't be where we are before. You know, so it would be difficult and it would be wrong to pin down, you know, the problem with Nigeria to one particular leadership. Okay. Over time, things have gone worse.
So there's been a pattern.
There's been a pattern. Yeah. You know, over time, things have gone worse. Now, that said, I think we should, going forward, it is not about the taxes that people pay. It's about how the tax money work for the people. Apart from the tax system, we also have export revenue. We have revenue from the NPA. We have revenue from the customs. We have duties and all of that. We even have revenue from the oil, which is our mainstay. Yeah. Going forward, beyond tax and VAT, this money should be used to work for the people in terms of deploying infrastructure in the health sector, in the rural infrastructure, in the education, and all other sector, you know, of our national life. That is the only way we can make progress as a people. And the earlier we stop this blame game, it is this person that did this, it is this person. If you're in a position to move this country forward as the ruling party, as the governor, as the senator, just go on. Don't tell us that, oh, it was because this person was there the other time.
Just make your own mark.
Make your own mark and leave. That is what we need as a people.
You see, I think on this table, we are supposed to reel out facts, educate the people, and inform them the right way. Revenue generation has always been with us at local government level, state level, and at federal level. And the only reason for this reform, I mean, there are reasons, but the major reason was multiple taxation. That local government will come, they will ask for tenement. State will come, ask for land rent. 2 taxes, but one purpose, with 2 names. And some other taxes. That's why they had to consolidate all this revenue and put it under the NRS. So that you won't suffer what the lawyers say, double jeopardy in payment of tax. So if there is a section of that new law, unfortunately, some people don't even know that there are 4 papers in this reform. And so the fact that there is a problem in 1 or 2, does it render the whole 4 useless? We need to educate ourselves before we come out and begin to tell people lies here. You see, Chukwuma said something that is very instructive. It is not my border. This revenue is collected into the federal government purse. Don't forget that this revenue is going to be shared according to ratio, percentage, by the 3 tiers of government. Now, is it not our responsibility to begin to interrogate the federal government
and hold them accountable?
All the state governors accountable, local government chairmen accountable. But we just jump on the fray without interrogating. For me, if I'm paying taxes, the community where I live in Lagos here, most of the time when we leave home in the morning, we do an assessment of the local government chairman. And we have seen strides since that guy came in. Somebody was there 4 years and we couldn't see anything. But somebody came in less than 1 year of his 4-year tenure. Now you can progressively imagine what that person will do in the next 3 years in office. Does that not make any sense? But when you now say everything is bad, then we are losing it. Revenue is good because up to today, only people like you and I that our tax is deducted from source, or somebody who is importing that goods will not be released, are the ones paying tax. The money bags, the big ones with billions, they are not paying tax. And so if government is conscious of that fact and is trying to bring them to the net, then informal sector that is very huge, nobody pays tax.
All right, let's
yes, sorry, Jim,
if the tax were proper and genuine and properly made for the people, why the suspension? Why didn't you think
Mr. Gomo, suspension, it was some of the guidelines that were suspended. Let me tell you.
Hold on, please. Some of the guidelines, and you are using it to collect us from me. So if I have issues, Unko, hold on. If I have issues, what do I do? For a suspended tax reform,
it's not.
Can I go to court?
Mr. Gomo, the tax reform was not suspended.
Are you serious?
See, the point of is this. I do agree with the president, and I do agree with Dele too. We need to collect revenue.
I think the consensus is just accountability.
Accountability.
That is it.
And you know very well that nobody is accountable for anything.
Nobody has thrown any of those 4 bills.
Why are we saying it? Nobody
that have been passed into our mouths.
10 trillion naira they took from NPCF. Why is nobody talking about it? Accountability. You know that nobody will account to anything. This government is supposed to institute a high power investigation over that
almost costing home. So let's just
we must. You don't say it's accountability. You know that nobody will account to anything. You know.
All right, so JAM police dismissed safety concern as 2.2 million candidates are set to sit for the UTME. So a lot of people are, concerned about why are you still posting people to hotbeds in Jos? But JAM is saying that they beefed up security, at this JAM center.
Well, unfortunately, for people in the epicenter of terrorism and all of that, I sympathize with them because how many of them can afford of course, they have all registered. And when you register, you are assigned to a particular center. Yeah. And so what if you are in an exam hall that day in a nice CBT center, and all of a sudden people surround you and kidnap some people.
Or even explode.
Or even explode and kill some people. Yeah. So I do feel for them. And so JAM should not come out like this, trying to dismiss the fears and of parents and police. When they say police, where is police when people are killed? Where is police when people are kidnapped? And they're talking about 2 million, across. So I understand that what wealthy parents will do, well-to-do parents will do, is probably at the point of filling in a registration center, they will take their wards, to safe places. They say, okay, fill this place. Maybe on exam day, we'll travel, go find a place in a hotel, sleep over, write the exam, and come back. But how many people out of the 2 million can afford all of that? So it's a serious concern. It's a serious issue. And JAM should know how to address those places that are not safe. If they can reschedule, to the extent that, well, they can now do batches. It shouldn't be one day, a one day thing.
No, I don't think it's a one day thing anymore.
It's no longer one day thing. Okay. So those hotbeds, they can afford to.
Maybe bring them to the city center.
Bring them to the city centers and all of that.
And apart from that, you see, one area that I feel JAM should also look at, I think Oloyede is looking at that too. This early morning belt of that exam. You see, somebody who is supposed to sit and start exam at 7 a.m.
At 7 a.m.
And he's traveling from one point that would take him about 1 hour. So that means that person is at risk. Let the exam start maybe 9 a.m.
Yes, I agree with you. Because
by 4 p.m., everything would have been concluded.
Yes, I had a son that wrote JAM and he was in the morning belt. And it was in the hinterland. So we had to travel.
Early, of course.
Early enough. And some people came late.
Of course. And this is CBT. It doesn't wait for you.
It doesn't wait for you. It doesn't wait for anybody.
It doesn't wait for anybody.
Federal government spends 75 billion naira on arms amid worsening insecurity. Okay, let's hear Collins. I hear his. He wants
to make contribution of this because when we begin to this kind of fear, to say because insurgency had taken place at a particular community, and how long are we continue to run? How long are we continue to give excuses for? Now, exams are to take place in particular. It's for us to push government to take up responsibility and help and secure those exams to take place at the they are supposed to take place. We begin to encourage government shifting to a different location. That automatically tells government to continually to be. For me, what best to, and we know that most of these insurgency that have been going on in different communities have often by locals within, and that some of them their children also exams too. So if we part of things like this, they will be very much allowed to also intelligent. So make sure it's so secure, because if we continue to say, oh, because they do bomb, in America, people take guns, they go to club, they shoot people, still will not stop you based on their law to stopping them from freedom of movement, freedom of enjoyment, to go to clubs or go to places to worship. So that automatically will help government to wake up and say, okay, such a thing will be happening. Let us beef up security.
But can they beef up security?
Or pushing location, I don't think is the best way.
Collins, can they beef up security between now and tomorrow? The jam starts tomorrow. It starts tomorrow.
Of course, those are agencies and institutions that already exist. So it's not something.
Collins, I'm happy that. Okay, I'm happy that you are the one saying this. No, we should. Yeah, I mean, you are part of this government. Your party is in government, so you should force your party to take responsibility. I'm happy they are coming out in this direction. And there is something that is called the Stockdale paradox. Stockdale paradox is having to shift your problems today to tomorrow. You know, it was named after James Stockdale, you know, a U.S. Navy general who was captured in Saigon during the Vietnam War, you know, and he was a prisoner of war for like 4 or 5 years, and he was one of the survivors. And when people asked him, how did he survive? He said, well, because I dealt with the situation as it was then. Some of my colleagues were hoping that, oh, America was coming to rescue us, and they didn't. So I faced reality, hoping that it will happen tomorrow. Mm-hmm. But some of my colleagues, you know, didn't face reality. Were like, oh, we are going to live tomorrow. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and people were dying because their hope wasn't met. So in all of this, while we appreciate the fact that government should take responsibility, parents should also be careful not to push their kids into hotbeds of insecurity, because when they are killed, nobody is
or if they are kidnapped.
You know, nobody is going to take responsibility, because we have a government at the moment that is not taking responsibility for all of this.
All right, thank you, Mr. Okoro, for that. Federal government spends 75 billion naira on arms amid worsening insecurity. Federal government says it has spent no fewer than 74.96 billion naira on arms, ammunition, and military equipment between 2023 and 2025.
That is not the correct amount.
Okay.
The last time I checked, it is 35 trillion naira. The National Assembly said this, not me.
For defense, not on ammunition.
Defense and ammunition.
So this one is specific. This is for arms.
If this is for
arms procurement.
If you have defense, you have payroll, you have other structures, you know, other incidentals within the defense ministry.
Just 2 weeks ago, Tinubu approved 2.3 trillion naira for the military that they requested for these insurgents. It has nothing to do with their budget.
No, this is for arms.
That's what I'm saying now. Approve.
That's not what they are saying.
Arms.
They are talking about ammunition. Ammunition is not even arms. Ammunition is different from arms.
Maybe we should bring it to the level of the common man on the street.
The 2.3.
This man, what that money represents is for procurement of guns and bullets.
Yeah. Good.
And so it is not the same thing as other sophisticated hardwares like aircraft, jet fighters, and all that.
Hold on,
you see,
you can see.
We should be mindful of what we say here.
Listen. I don't want us to even deceive the public. He said since how many years now? 76. I said no. It is way past that. Because just 2 weeks ago, the military requested for 2.3. I mean,
Tinubu approved. I don't even know how much they request, but he approved 2.something trillion.
Okay.
What is that for? Is it their salary? No, is that their salary?
A jet fighter. Do you know how much it costs to buy a jet fighter?
What they requested is
no, I'm asking you.
Do
you know anything about military?
It's all inclusive.
Don't.
It's all inclusive.
Don't come and provide false information here.
They're not going to buy books with that money.
Sadly, we're out of time, and we have to.
It includes their arms and ammunition.
Barrister, thank you so much for being on the show this morning, Mr. Dele. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Mr. Okoro and Collins, who joined us from Benin. Thank you so much for
giving
us your time this morning. That's all we can take. Mr. Okoro, your show?
Yes, I'll
what
make
are
a
you
return
speaking
at 6
today?
o'clock, and I'll be joined by Mr. Somi Uranta, philosopher and business entrepreneur. I will travel around Nigeria to bring you interesting trade and political stories.
Okay. It's a wrap on newspaper review this morning. See you tomorrow. VOP this morning comes back at 8. I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you for watching.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima. On est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, Whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby. People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people. Is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV. Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded? Belt at 30,000 feet. If you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Edu Dialogue will bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low price alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters.
Yes, incredible. Lamine, every time Lamine Yamal, that's the leader. Watch this young boy. How old is Lamine Yamal? You could see after the game yesterday when his side lost, watch his body, soul, spirit, and mind calls for the game. Gesture. He made sure he was just having a conversation with all of the players. Keep watching him. Watch this man say to Araujo, to, Dana Olmo, to Bernard, all of the players, to Femin. Look at this. Look at this. Just look at this. Just look at Lamine. Lamine is just about the man. Look at, he was walking out to touch the lady as well, and then applauded the fans. This is a player. This is a king of the time. And we look at his age, and you begin to ask questions and say, how long can this man play the game? He's quite very young. And as I talk to you now, as we speak to you, as we give you this information about Lamine, you would understand that he has done so well, and he has reached a very good mark. And as we talk about now, that game we saw was about 450,000 or 450 million viewers on YouTube. I think more than that saw that game, streamed the game very live. And I just would say Lamine Yamal is one of the best in the world. Some can say he's arguably the best. I think this is the all-time football that we've seen. Now look at his record. Lamine Yamal is now the youngest ever player in the Champions League to hit 10-plus goal contributions in a single campaign, overtaking Erling Haaland's previous record. Haaland had 10 goals and 1 assist. That's for 19-20 season. But Lamine Yamal, who is 18 years, 275 days, got that record right. And Haaland, who was 19 as at that time, and 212 days old, you could say, that record has been broken from that very Norwegian international. So it's all about Lamine Yamal. Even though we understand that this guy did so well in the game, we understand that they played their body so spirit and mind. They wanted to come out alive, but it's an athletic thing. They were so lucky because Barcelona started very decently, and it did not go their way. And also, we'll still talk about some of the games that was played where we see Liverpool will not be competing in any tournament. Talk about European base for next season. If they are not careful, we can say now they got off the goal from Ousmane Dembele found the back of the net in the second half, and that game demoralized them. They had a very decent start. Higuain Ekitike got off. And also, we saw Nuno Mendes. So it's just might be a blow. 8 weeks, or you could say, to the World Cup, and then we're having such injury problem from Higuain Ekitike, who wants to be in the squad for the French side. So Higuain Ekitike would love to be in the squad for the French national team, and Didier Deschamps also would be needed this very face man. And also, we talk about the game that was coming up today, Champions League. Arsenal at the Emirates playing Hull, Sporting CP, and the Allianz Arena will be saying football club side and Bayern Munich welcoming Real Madrid. But let's start up with the Super Eagles news before we get to that phase, and then talk about every other thing sports on the show today. Super Eagles coach Eric Chell has insisted that he will play his first 11 in the international friendly game against Poland and Portugal in June before the World Cup, while Portugal will be heading to the World Cup to play alongside DR Congo, Uzbekistan, and Colombia in the group stage. Poland missed the cut just like Nigeria. Speaking yesterday to NFF media, Chell, those who previously was called up to the national team and then never had a chance to feature. Chell also pledged to give a look into some outstanding players from the Nigerian Premier Top Flight League. He said top players from the Nigerian Premier League will also be considered to be part of. He has expressed his delight at returning to the Super Eagles team, stressing his desire to become a regular feature in the squad after he was recently called up. The ordinary goalkeeper highlighted the personal significance of representing Nigeria, describing his call-up as both an honor and motivation to maintain consistency at the highest level. Okoye, in his word, via the club official website, said, "I was so pleased to be called up to the national team. It's important for me to be as a player and as a person to be in the team. I want many return." That's what he's saying. I want many more times return. And Okoye return to the national team comes after missing Nigeria's squad for the 2025 African Cup of Nations. He featured in Super Eagles 2-1 friendly win over Iran in Antalya, Turkey, during the March international window, but he was ruled out against Jordan due to a thigh injury that he sustained in training. Now, despite the setback, the 26-year-old has responded impressively at club level, earning a place at the Serie A team of the week, following a very good standout performer. And I love to say, he did so well in Udinese 3-0 win against AC Milan. He kept a clean sheet for himself, and then he was one of the 6 goalkeepers to register a shutout during the round. But his composed and assured display has seen him stand out among the rest. Marco Okoye's inclusion places him alongside his Udinese teammate Atta, Jürgen Ekkelenkamp, as well as other notable performers, including Robin Gosens, Rafael Obrado, Denzel Dumfries, Scott McTominay, Ricardo Oslini, Marcos Thuram, Sebastiano Esposito, and Daniel Malen of AS Roma. Now, moving on, the recognition reflects not just about anything, but his growing influence this season, with the Udinese shortstopper now recording 8 clean sheets in 24 Serie A appearances and then achieving 3 consecutive shutouts from the first time since joining the club in 2023. Now, Okoye, who made his debut for the Super Eagles against Brazil in 2019, has now earned himself 19 caps and is also pushing to consolidate his position as the first choice goalkeeper amid increasing competition. But with Arthur Okonkwo, Okonkwo, you could say, emerging as Wrexham #1 and also Stanley Wabali expected to return to the regular club football that we want to see, the battle for the #1 shirt remains intense. However, you need to know Okoye's current trajectory underlines by his consistent performance in one of Europe's top league places him firmly in contention to secure more opportunities with the Super Eagles. Now, let's take it back to the first one we talked about, Nigeria, Eric Chell. I love to say that Eric Chell knows, in as much as he wants to be on the top, he wants to be on the top with the Super Eagles. We have the squad. This is not time for us to say we're preparing for a World Cup. We are only making teams, not them making us. But if you look at it from our own aspect, they are really making us. But on the other way, they are not making, we're not making. They are making us, and we are making them. It's more like a 50-50. It's a win-win for both parties. Now, Portugal will be at the World Cup, and then we have to make sure we play and get the result that we deserve. Poland omitted, no World Cup play for Poland. So if you look at that trajectory, you understand that it works out for us. We need to win both games, but it's about Eric Chell trying to do some talks that we want to hear. And I love the part where he said, I don't know, it's quite contradicting some of the words, because when he was elected, or when he was brought into the job, he said, I will be watching the MPFL games. But this time around, he's telling us He'll be seeing the games from week to week. It's more like he's not been doing so. And we want our league to be at the highest level. We want to watch our league. We should have a manager who will have to give the time, the priority to the MPFL boys. We want to see homegrown boys emerge to the national team, under 16, under 17, under 18, 20, 21, respectively, and get yourself in the Super Eagles. That's how it should go. So that's how it should be. That's like the homegrown players emerging as top players at the end of the day. But that also is just one to be looked out for. Now, we look into this one now. The last four, we talk about the Champions League. And for Maduka Okoye, if you ask me, I love the fact that he's just on a very good club side. Not just about Udine. Top flight football, the Serie A should be mentioned. Now, against bigger club sides, he has done so well. He's left the mark. He's made good saves against AC Milan, against Juventus, Roma, against Inter Milan. He's sensational. And one would want to argue and say this man should be given the chance to be the Super Eagles #1. But the goalkeeping department doesn't say a lot about club side where you emerge. It says a lot about how well you want to go, because you want to be out there. You want to make your mark. You want to put out, show the world that you are good to go. So is Nwabali going to be our #1? If he continues this way without finding a decent club for himself, I would say the coach should just turn his back on Stanley Nwabali. I love him. I want him to be on the goalpost. But come on, Okoye, tough life football. He should also be given the opportunity to be the #1. But for that young man, Okonkwo Wrexham, Arsenal Loni, I think it's a phase. He should undergo and oversee and how it's been done. It should just not be integrated to the team. But such friendly matches should be an opportunity, because I think he has a dual nationality. He could have said yes to the English side, but no comparison. Henderson is there, Pickford is there. There's no space, not even anytime soon. So it's good to see Wrexham goalkeeper Otto Okonkwo saying yes to Nigeria. And at this point in time, let's connect with our man who's on the sideline. He's been on the side, paying, waiting for me so I can introduce him on the show so we can have a chit chat. Some of the things he said paid off in the Champions League. He said, I think I would have brought that video. He said something, let's also look out for Ademola Lookman. And yesterday, he didn't really steal the show, but his goal was very, very important for Atletico Madrid right there at home, even though they played with quite some fear in that game. But congratulations to teams that advanced. Carrington Palmer, if you're here, good morning. Great to have you join us this day. Yeah, I'm feeling very great to have you.
Yeah, the pleasure is mine.
Yeah, you sound more like a prophet sometime. I don't know. You said Ademola Lookman can come up alive. And I think I saw your status on the WhatsApp portal. You placed something, you said some words that are not TV friendly. You said some words to the coach. You said, he will take him off. But, the coach did what he wants to do.
Oh, yeah, he did what he wants to do. But I expected him to take him off because we all know Simeone to be a defensive-minded manager. And but I thought at that moment he removed Ademola Lookman. I thought it was a time that he still needed him because, yes, they need somebody who can break away from the counter. And we all know how Barcelona defense is open because of the high line they play. Well, the gamble played off for him, and yeah.
Okay.
To score a goal in that game.
All right. Carrington Palmer, I feel like you're breaking. Let me see. Feel like you're breaking, but I hope, can you hear me very well? Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Okay, so let's talk about one. Before we get to the Champions League, the last four, for those who have emerged to be in that position, and also the last 8 who will be saying, moving up today. Let's talk about the Super Eagles, first of all. The Unity Cup, the game coming up. Eric Chela has come out to tell us that he will be giving opportunity to young lads, for those who have not been able to show the world that, yes, I should play for the Super Eagles.
He wants to give new players opportunity to see if they can actually fit into the Super Eagles of Nigeria. The last friendly games between Iran and Jordan, we saw some new faces, although it was still the squad was still being dominated by people we already watched before in the Super of Nigeria. I think he actually needs to integrate new players into the team, especially players from the MPFL, and yeah, to show know for a fact that his two managers are managers of club side in the MPFL. I think they should be able to tell him that, this player is good enough to play for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. This player is also good enough to play for us. and coupled with the ones that he's going to travel to Europe to actually convince to come play for the Super Eagles. It's a welcome development. We need to start seeing new faces because very soon some of these players that are already settled in the Super Eagles, we won't be seeing them again, like because they are going to want to focus just on their club side. We need new players to start coming up so that we don't get to actually crumble when some of these players finally decide to retire from the national team.
Okay, so what about the part where you talk about Madiko Okoye? Well, for Richel, he knows this one will elevate us by the ranking if we can get it right. Win Poland, win Portugal, big boost for Nigeria. I don't know, even though it's a friendly, but it will give us that momentum, and we can say yes, Super Eagles have done something for themselves. But moving on, Madiko Okoye, some people have argued that yes, this man has what it takes to be the number one for Nigeria. We know the goalkeeping department, we've lacked goalkeepers in the past. After Ayama left the job, we've not really seen the man who can just man the post and give us that, bravery right there. But I don't know how Pesero was able to do it. Joseph Pesero, the former coach of the Super Eagles, had to find his way to Chippa United when visiting Stanley Wabali. And Wabali said yes. I think his career was almost going off at that point because Castina Aimba, and it didn't really pay off. So he went to Chippa United, who at that point were down the pecking order in the PSL League. And since then, up till date, it's been all about Stanley Wabali. But recently, he's out of club football. And then Madiko Okoye has done so well for himself. We cannot talk less about Okoye in the Serie A. If they can rate him, the Serie A, how much we in Nigeria? Is it ever possible that this man can be the number one for Nigeria?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yes, of course. He was the number one before that unfortunate incident at the 2021 AFCON in Cameroon. So any goalkeeper can make mistakes. Like even in final, any goalkeeper can make mistakes. We've seen great goalkeepers before in the past making mistakes. So that's not enough reason for him to just be left out of the team for close to 4 years now. But it's a good thing that the new manager, the manager of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, is actually looking out for him. He has been doing very well for his club side, Indonesia. And last week against AC Milan at the San Siro, he kept a clean sheet, making it 3 clean sheets in a row for him. That's a very huge one for him in a league as competitive as the Serie A. That should be the number 3 league in Europe after the Premier League and La Liga. So this man has been doing fantastically well. And I love Stanley Wabali. If Stanley Wabali should have a club side right now, Stanley Wabali. I don't know if he as long as he's on form and is making save, I think yes he can continue to be the number one. But right now with him being without a club for a while now, I think it's high time we actually give Okoye a chance to see if he can cement his place as the undisputed number one of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And Otto Okoronkwo is still on the side too. He's doing very well at Wrexham. Well, that one is there to be seen. Like most of us haven't seen much of him because we can't actually get access to the championship. But for Madiko Okoye, he has been doing very well. And I really hope Stanley Wabali gets a club really soon because, I really want to see him back in the Super Eagles of Nigeria. But like I told you before in the past, it's not a bad thing to have good goalkeepers all around. We've had that in the past with Ejide and Eyama. And ever since both of them retired, we've been suffering from goalkeeping issue. Kai Kemel was trying on see that unfortunate cancer that ended his career. And so right now we are having 2 goalkeepers that are very, very good, and it will be a very heavy competition for both of them. So I don't have an issue if Stanley Wabali remains the number one goalkeeper, or if Madiko Okoye is named the new number one goalkeeper. Whoever is there, I believe if he or she will get the support of the other person. What we need is that team unity and victory. We want to win the next AFCON, and we also want to qualify for the next World Cup. That's what is the most important thing.
Okay. So we say, sorry about that. So you want to see the Super Eagles at the next AFCON, but let's leave that phase and talk about the Champions League that happened yesterday. Some teams have finally made it to the last 4. Why we are still waiting for the game tonight, which is a very big one. No longer news that Paris Saint-Germain have now advanced to the semi-final of the Champions League. They will play Real Madrid or Bayern Munich, depending on who comes alive tonight. And PSG have reached the semi-final of the Champions League 3 seasons in a row. 23-24, 24-25, 25-26. That's the first time a French club side has ever done this in the European Cup. I don't know how Enrique has done this, but I knew before time that it would go the way for the French people. But Paris Saint-Germain have done so well in the last 3 seasons. And also looking at Liverpool, they started very well yesterday. I felt like something was missing, but the hunger was there. If this was the way, they've been playing for a while, then maybe Ousmane Dembele should have gotten, this goal that we saw yesterday, a brace. But well disappointing result for Arne Slot. Now let's show you Arne Slot's record and why these sides might find it very difficult. Okay, we'll talk about that very soon. Now tell me, did you understand, did you expect that game to go that way? Home and away, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0.
Oh, no, not of course at all. I expected Liverpool to actually put up a fight at Anfield. And although I said that Anfield this season, it looks as if it has lost its fear factor. And Paris Saint-Germain, they won at Anfield last season to advance to the Champions League quarterfinals. And this Liverpool to actually bring back that Anfield fear factor and actually probably get the first goal. And if they can get the first goal, then we'll see how the game turned out to be. But I was just because I was majorly focused on the Atletico Madrid and the Barcelona game. But I was still following up the Liverpool game. And when I saw that in the first half they couldn't get a goal, I just felt, oh, that's over already. Then I also saw that they had a penalty overturned, and a Slot didn't find that funny at all. He said that many decisions has gone against them this season. I really didn't see that penalty, so I really can't say. But I believe if Liverpool had been able to get the first goal of that game, probably that game would have had a different tone. But PSG being the best team in Europe for the past 1 year now, you can't actually say they don't deserve to be in the semi-final. They did very well in the first leg. That they completely outplayed Liverpool. Liverpool could not even respond to the pressure that PSG were mounting on them. But yesterday, with the start I saw, I think Liverpool really did very well. But it wasn't just on their side, and given the fact that Ugo Ekitike got injured and is likely to miss the World Cup with
8 weeks to go. 8 weeks. I don't hope it happens that way, because everybody wants to see Ekitike at the World Cup because he has made his mark. He must be part of the World Cup. But still talking about the game that was played yesterday, let's get to the next phase. Liverpool right now will finish the season without a trophy, and I think this is certain. Now look at this: 5th place in the Premier League, out of the Champions League, out of the FA Cup, out of the League Cup, lost the Community Shield. Which way for Liverpool? I think they have a very decent squad if I want to go quality, but some people said Arne Slot was just lucky to get into the phase from what Jurgen Klopp has integrated in the team. Now, some people said he sold some players. Harvey Elliott went alone. You sold Luis Diaz. They have not even, integrated some players who they just would have given that opportunity. Now, Ngomoha was fantastic to watch. He showed the hunger spirit. Mo Salah was alive yesterday. He felt like something was missing in the Liverpool squad. Now, looking at what Liverpool has done and Arne Slot, just maybe if they slip out of the top 5, because right now Arsenal has made it easy for Premier League club side to be 5 in the Champions League come next season, and there's still a possibility that they could slip off. They can still be there. Arne Slot, good manager, should he be relieved of his duty if Liverpool doesn't compete in the European tournament come next season?
Well, I don't like seeing managers losing their job. Like it's not a good thing at all. Yeah, but it's a football business, and in business there are no emotions. Yeah, right. You're brought in to do a job, and if you can't deliver your job, you have to be relieved of your duty. So if Liverpool do not finish in any European sport, either the Conference League or the Europa, in fact, even the Conference League and the Europa League is not a good one for them. Coupled with look at the amount they spent during the summer transfer window. They spent 450 million British pounds. They should be competing for the league. They should be competing for the Champions League with that amount of money being spent. So finishing outside the top 4 or not even and finishing without a trophy, it's actually not a good thing for Liverpool with the amount of money that they spend. Oh yes, they sold players. Luis Diaz was sold. Nunez was sold, and unfortunately, Diogo Jota lost his life. I believe Jota was.
What about Darwin Nunes? Darwin Nunes left as well.
Nunes too. Nunes left as well. And yes, these are players, especially Diaz. These are Diaz and Jota. These were players that were very, very, very vital for Liverpool winning the league last season and also doing well in other cup competitions. But right now they are no longer there. So, and he did really. I would say the recruitment of Liverpool last summer was not really, really, really that good because they didn't actually replace those players that left. Liverpool, the only out-and-out left winger they have currently is Gakpo, and anytime Gakpo is not playing well, Liverpool they are not doing well. Salah is a shadow of himself this season, so I don't know if they are going to finish below the Champions League or the any European competition places. But if that should be the case, I think the best thing for Liverpool is to allow Arne Slot leave, even though it's going to hurt him. Yeah, even if you're going to hurt him or hurt some people there, but in business you don't use emotions to run your business. So I think the best thing for them to do would be to allow him go.
Okay, I like the word in business. We don't do emotions. We just have to do it the way it's just straightforward talk about Arne Slot. It doesn't really matter if you've been a good manager. You need to show the workings while you're at the club. But aside that very game, we saw another one that happened yesterday as well. Atletico Madrid playing and advancing to the semi-final after Barcelona's exit, and I felt like, okay, before we even talk about the game, let's have that video again so you can see Lamine Yamal. Whoever tells you this young man is not a leader, then just know that he's a hypocrite. Look at this one. And everyone yesterday, he made sure he went round. Look, I think we'll have to take it back a bit. Yeah, he made sure he had a word with every other player. This man is just 18, and look at this. Just look at this. Now watch this. This one felt like that's Arojo. That's chance he missed at that point of the game. You just have to take heart. Watch this. Everyone, Pedri, everyone. He went to Bernal. You see that Gerard Martin. You could say trying to make everyone feel like yes, this is me. He went as far after this, and he leaves the pitch. Watch Lamine Yamal. He's just a very big player. You can't talk less about Lamine, and his record so far has been fantastic. Before this is Femi Lopez and Lamine. Watch this. And you can this is 18. This is the leadership quality. And the lady can touch at the back as well. And what a player Lamine has been. I think before the game, he joked and said to Simeone, just give me the chance. Just give me one player. And the record was that they gave him 3 players. For every time Lamine was having the ball, 3 players. And there was no Rafinha to subdue the pressure on this young player. What he has done in the game. See, I want to rate players by how much. This is a Ballon d'Or potential winner. Ballon d'Or potential winner. The way he comes alive for big games. He's barely hidden on big games. Lamine is quality. Lamine is a world class. See, Lamine is I think it just shows us those parts of the old style football. We want to see players who can run in between space, call for the ball. And yesterday, because it felt like there was no Frankie in the start, Danny Olmo did exclusively well. He won the man of the match in that very game. But Lamine literally dropped back, got the ball from the defense, made a run, made some move. He was playing like a number 10. I saw a different Lamine yesterday. See, I think Atletico Madrid should be, they should just go back and make things right, because what I saw yesterday, I don't see a team advancing more than this. I just feel if Arsenal comes alive tonight, maybe it will be a turnaround. But they have the quality. Koke has been with a coach for all I care. I mean, for how long he's been at the club side. And then they are not really owning the game. Charlotte is like a super sub. Griezmann did so well, that pass. And, giving to that very man, Guillermo. All of these guys did well. But Lookman, I think Jos Conde should be faulted for that goal. But Lookman found himself. And after that goal, what happened? They were just so good. Was it about the card that was shown? Was it about the red card? Similar thing like we talked about. I said, if only Atletico Madrid can break those lines, the Hansi with the flick, power, and the lines, then they can make it right. And that was what happened yesterday. Same happened in the first leg. Paul Kubasi, and this time around it was also, Barca being given a red card. So no one for Hansi Flick. They will not be playing the Champions League final, and they know. Rafinha was there to, applaud the players, to give them that motivation that they deserve. But I just would say Atletico Madrid needs to understand how to play the Champions League. But I think it was about those goals that were disallowed, or the goal that was disallowed rather. Else, if it had gone into extra time, the reverse would have been the case, because I saw a hungry Barcelona side. The message was clear. Go into this game, get the result early enough, then we can change the game. Ferran Torres, you could see when he was substituted, he was so upset. They know what it takes to be a champion. This is the mentality that we'll see some teams bring out on top level games. But for Simeone, who just maybe, I don't know what will be his prayer point. Maybe he wants to see a Sporting, who knows? But an Arsenal will be very detrimental to them. So yesterday, tell me about the game. That one went well for Atletico with that loss 2-1 right there at Fortaleza Blancos Metropolitano.
Oh yeah, before the game, I expected Barca to actually come back or do something in that game, but I didn't see them going through. I said it like, oh yes, Barca, they might win the game, but they are not going to go through. Yeah, because I know Atletico Madrid to be a club that sometimes they break under pressure and sometimes they are able to sustain the pressure. This is not the Simeone's Atletico of 2014, 2016 that they are very, 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 very compact
and defensive.
You can't easily break them. Yes. So this time around, you can see the two goals from Barcelona. The first one, a huge mistake from Lenglet. The second one, the defenders unable to cover up Ferran Torres for him to run through that space and score that goal. And they were very lucky to get that goal back. And that's the way they scored. I think that's the same way Ademola Lookman scored at the Copa del Rey.
Yeah, the breaking of the lines.
Yes, breaking of the lines and score a simple back post tapping. Yeah, and Barca had their chances. They created 5 big chances in that first half. Oh yeah, unable to convert most of these chances that they created. If not, if Barca had gone 3-0 up in that first half, I don't think Atletico Madrid would have been able
to
come
back.
Get anything out of it. Yeah, I won't actually say the red card did anything because the damage was already done before the red card. The damage was already done before that red card. I think the red card came in the 77 or 78 minutes of the game, so it was almost over. Barca, they did very well. Lamine Yamal yesterday, very, 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 very classy. It was quality. It was absolutely amazing to watch. And before he said the comeback is not on him, but if everything should be on him, he doesn't care. That's a player. That's to show you a player with a very huge mentality. A player that is not running away when the pressure is high. He's not going to succumb under pressure. Instead, he's going to perform under pressure. And yeah, he showed yesterday why he's being considered as a future Ballon d'Or winner, although some of his teammates let him down. But I just really can't say that Barca they did put up a fight. As the fleet did very well, the players did very well, but the damage was already done in the first leg. And kudos to Atletico Madrid. And I'm happy Atletico Madrid actually went through because of Ademola Lookman. Oh yeah,
okay.
They can actually.
Yeah, I must say kudos to you. Congratulations as well for saying it and happening like a Bible verse. Just like you said, it is paid off. You said I shouldn't write about Ademola Lookman, and we want to see him score. Let's be Nigerian here. We like to see our own player, scoring enough goals and scoring a goal. That goal was vital for them. But we move away from that. Talk about what was happening at Allianz Arena tonight, 8 p.m. Nigerian time. Bayern Munich are seriously considering a move for Anthony Gordon. Just maybe. He's currently the preferred candidate to be left for the left wing to back up the competitor for Luis Diaz. And also Real Madrid, just so you need to know, they have now, I think Real Madrid have 30 La Liga titles in 2007, but now in 2026, they have 36 La Liga titles. They have won 6 league titles in 19 years. Doesn't sound so, like the Real Madrid we used to know. But tonight, they come alive and playing away. Vini, a fan posted something on social media saying, Vini, please fight for us. Go there and do the job. But if you look at the odds, it's a Bayern Munich thing. Allianz Arena, not even about the stadium, about how far and how well they've come alive in the Champions League this season. And what they've done at the Bundesliga are breaking their own records. So they are record makers and record breakers as well. So it feels so nice that you've made your mark and then you broke it as well. Now, looking at the game tonight, Real Madrid, what do? There's this Madrid spirit all the time. They can turn it around because the goal makes it aggregate 2-1. So possibility they can come alive, even though we know it will be very difficult. But because of how compacted the Bayern side have looked and how well these guys have played together, how well they know themselves, how good they have a serial winner at the goalpost, looking at this record, 2-time Champions League winner, Manuel Neuer. This man knows the job so well. Kimmich is well experienced as one before. They have players who can come alive. Harry Kane is very hungry. He's not won the Champions League before. He wants to do this. Luis Diaz got some trophy to Liverpool, but if I win with Bayern Munich as a Colombian, it would not be wrong. Michael Olise is just starting up his life. How well has he done for himself? Not a serial winner, but he wants to be there. He wants to be the mark. He wants to be the man that should be talked about. Pavlovic is quite young. he's also good to go in the midfield. So I'm never seeing the Goretzka come from the bench, but Upamecano, Dio, pairing alongside that very man at the back line just might give them that depth. Jonathan Tah, a national team player right now. So I look at the Bayern side and I look at the structure they've put out there. Stanisic, also Lema, come on. I just feel they have a lot to play for tonight. They know it's a do or die regardless of the scoreline. They know they are the better side, but the pressure is on the side that have not really done so well. A side that say their coach is not really strong enough. Alvaro Abonla. And Real Madrid has been shambolic at the back line. Rudiger, Howard-Saying, talking about Araujo, Asensio, that's the name of Asensio, sorry. They've not really been that so fantastic to talk about. The back line has not been the one we used to know, the Alaba, the strong Madrid line we used to have in the past. Now, you look at the left side, Fran, his name, Fran, that man, Fran Garcia, could play as a left back in today's game. But we don't know who would come alive. We don't know if it's going to be a Manny to start, a Carvajal and Alexander-Arnold. They have the squad. They have what it takes to hurt a Bayern side. But I could say in a Madrid set, they will have to wait for the counters to get on the ball because Bayern Munich tonight will have more of the balls. And you know how well this can go. But those moves from that very man, Kylian Mbappe, can give them the result. Vinicius Junior, all of these guys, Gule, the only way out tonight is just own up. Individual brilliance might just pay off. But team for team, talk for talk, likewise pairing, I would say it's a Bayern team tonight, just maybe, qualifying-wise. Are you there, Carrington?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, very well.
Okay, I said, I will have to agree with you that it's a Bayern thing on paper and with what we've been seeing all season.
But it could be turned around tonight, though. It could be turned, though.
Oh yes, it could be because it's Real Madrid, especially in the Champions League. Yes, I don't know. They always find a way to come alive in the Champions League, but at the Santiago Bernabeu Stadium, I don't see them. I don't see anything happening. I to the Champions League semi-final because come on, they're going to have the support of their home fans, and they've been doing very, very well. And yes, one thing that Bayern are very good at is that they can score. While Real Madrid, they can't concede. Yes, Real Madrid, once you are through their midfield, oh yes, it's a very easy thing to break through their defense for you to score. So I don't see that game ending in a Real Madrid clean sheet or Real Madrid having to win that game without Bayern Munich scoring. So if Real Madrid are going to have anything out of that game, it's going to probably go down to penalties or probably who scored more goals more than the other. That's just the only thing that would happen here. Or individual brilliance, as you already said before. Because Bayern Munich, they play more like a team. While Real Madrid, they do depend on the brilliance of Kylian Mbappe, Jude Bellingham, Vinicius Junior, or probably one of their star men that they have in that squad. And as a team that wants to win the Champions League, you don't actually just depend solely on individual brilliances. Before in the past, we used to see. Yeah, I know Cristiano Ronaldo has come alive and helped Real Madrid in the past before, but he didn't do it alone. He had the support of others like Karim Benzema, like Toni Kroos, like Luka Modric. But now those leaders are not in this team anymore. They are not in this current Real Madrid team. And yeah, I think Bayern Munich found it so easy last week, and today I think they are still going to find it very easy. Or if you ask me, I'm going to see Bayern Munich all day.
Okay, so Bayern Munich all the way. Let me take it from you there. But tell me about Sporting tonight away from home. They play at the Emirates. Arsenal maybe might play Atletico Madrid at the last four, just in case we might want to see that. But it could just go Sporting way. But I think I already said it. Away from here, I'll keep saying all the time, I think Arsenal will have to find themselves at the last four today. I think Arsenal wins tonight. But I don't know what's your take.
Sporting can be very stubborn, but we all expect Arsenal to still go through. Yeah, so Arsenal for me all the way. Arsenal, no long talk to on that.
Okay, so Arsenal all the way. So let's take it back now. Last four. Do your pairings. Let's get to know who matches out today. We already have Paris Saint-Germain and Atletico. Who comes to join them? Tell me. Tell me about the pairings. Is it going to be an Arsenal Atletico? Tell me. Is that what you're going to see? You want to see?
Yes, Arsenal Atletico Madrid semi-final. Yeah.
What about PSG? PSG Madrid, PSG Bayern.
Yeah, of course, I wanted a PSG Madrid, but as things stand, I think it's going to be a PSG Bayern Munich semi-final.
Okay, so before we call it a close, Carrington Palmer, tell me, leave me with the scoreline, prediction-wise, both games today, 8 p.m. Nigerian time.
Okay. I think Bayern Munich are going to win by 2-1 again.
2-0. Okay,
yes.
2-1.
Yeah, no, 2-1. 2-1.
All right.
2-1. I expect Madrid to score, and for Arsenal, I think Arsenal are still going to win by probably 2-0. Yeah.
2-0 to Sporting at the Emirates. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Carrington Palmer. Thank you so much for being on the show with me today. Tomorrow we have to do possibly a review. This is more like the preview of the game. I will have to wait to see how it comes alive. Thank you so much for joining, and we can do this hopefully some other time. Yes, it's time for also call it a close. We have the media news coming up next, and then do well to join us tomorrow as well, same time right here on the show to tell them about the Sports Republic and how well the games and also, the conference on the Europa. All of these will be wrapped up tomorrow, where Ikechukwu will be here to take you to that very face. And also 5 p.m. the guys will be here, Jerry Apolloai, Afiso Gubanjo, who will be giving you just a much better, you could say, preview, an in-depth one, so deep, so they can tell about the games that will come up. But make sure if you're a football fan, don't miss out. And also quickly, I want to apologize that we just couldn't, do some of the conversation that we should have brought. But also I want to say, Coach Triple A, our friend all the way from Switzerland, is on the show today with us, and he's talking about Okoye doing so well, no doubt. Greetings to Kizike. Thank you so much. I see you. I totally concur with Eric Chell. Coach Triple A, all the way from Switzerland, thank you so much for also being on the show with us today. We can do this again some other time. Please stay with us tomorrow. The media news is 12. Stay safe.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop Tv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale, Communication Queen. Keep watching Vop TV.
I am Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to Vop TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to Vop TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima. On est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adewale Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are. the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
World where power shifts with every headlines. News breaks and events happens. We bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, and welcome to the Midday News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. ADC expels factional members over anti-party activities. Opposition leaders blast government over hardship. PDP rules out any coalition talks. Federal government reassures families of Kebbi attack victims. Government boosts military funding amid threats. And the Nigerian Air Force invites successful applicants for next recruitment stage. In business, FAC deductions cuts government share. And in sports, U.S. lawmakers demand FIFA fund World Cup transport costs. In entertainment, Fela inducted as first African in Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And now the news in full. The internal crisis rocking the African Democratic Congress has taken a more aggressive turn as the David Mark-led faction announced the expulsion of several key members. Those expelled include factional chairman Nafiu Bala and Leke Abejide, a prominent House of Representative member from Kogi State. The decision was ratified during the party's national convention in Abuja. The leadership cited anti-party activities and deliberate attempts to destabilize the party structure as the primary reasons for the move. The ADC is currently fractured into three competing groups, each claiming legitimate control of the party ahead of the 2027 general elections. David Mark-led faction maintains that the expelled members were given ample opportunity to reconcile, but chose to continue challenging the party's unity in court. Among those also expelled are factional leaders and several other members accused of fueling the leadership dispute. This move signals a deepening divide within the party, even as more lawmakers continue to defect to its rank in preparation for the upcoming election cycle. Moving on, the opposition figures are turning up the heat on the federal government ahead of the 2027 election. At the ADC convention in Abuja, top politicians openly criticized administrations over hardship and insecurity. Leaders including David Mark, Atiku Abubakar, Rauf Aregbesola says Nigerians are facing worsening conditions. They insist there will be no easy path to victory for President Bola Tinubu. But even within the ADC, divisions remain a major concern. The party is currently split into factions with ongoing legal battles over its leadership. The Supreme Court is now set to hear a key case that could shape the party's future. For many observers, how this crisis is resolved may determine the strength of the opposition going forward. In another development, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, backed faction by Nyesom Wike is distancing itself from coalition talks. The group says it is not in any merger discussion with the ADC or any other political party. National Chairman Abdurrahman Mohammed made this clear at the party's NEC meeting in Abuja. He insisted the PDP remains focused on its own political direction. The statement comes amid growing speculations about possible alliances ahead of the 2027 elections. But the party leadership says those claims are not true. Mohammed, who is the national chairman of the camp, gave the party's position as he addressed the inaugural NEC meeting at PDP Secretariat Wadada Plaza in Abuja. Our correspondent at the capital, Ferdinand Iba, has the report.
itself, addressing the PDP party executives, said the PDP was rather reshaping itself for the 2027 general elections when it will reclaim its position as the leading political party in the country. The Mohammed-led National Working Committee, which is backed by the Federal Capital Territory FCT Minister, Mr. Nyesom Wike, clarified in Abuja on Tuesday during the opening of its inaugural meeting held at the Wadata Plaza National Secretariat of the PDP. He said the clarification became necessary following comments attributed to Tenimu Turaki-led National Working Committee, suggesting that the PDP was discussing with the ADC and other platforms for a possible coalition or merger arrangements ahead of the 2027. Mohammed stated, in light of recent speculation, we wish to state unequivocally that the People's Democratic Party is not engaged in any merger or coalition discussion with the African Democratic Congress or with any other political party in Nigeria. The PDP remains a strong, independent political platform with a clear vision and a credible pathway to reclaiming its leadership role at the national level.
In light of a recent speculation, we wish to state unequivocally that the People's Democratic Party is not engaged in any merger or coalition discussion with the African Democratic Party, ADC, or with any other political party in Nigeria. The PDP remains strong, independent political platform with a clear vision and a credible pathway to reclaim its leadership role at the national level. We therefore strongly condemn the misleading and unfounded statement attributed to Tenimu Turaki, which attempt to create a false narrative of non-existing coalition talks. Such assertions are not only inaccurate, but represent a deliberate effort to misinform the public and undermine the integrity of our party. Today, we can confidently affirm that the People's Democratic Party has emerged stronger, more united, and a better position to fly its historic role in Nigeria's democratic journey. The successful navigation of this challenge is a testament of the majority of our internal mechanism and the enduring strength of our democratic culture.
You will recall that Wiki-backed faction renovates PDP National Secretariat ahead of resumption weeks ago. Ferdinand Igba reporting for Vop TV in Abuja.
Well, thank you so very much, Ferdinand, for that report. And moving on, Vice President Kashim Shettima has assured families of security personnel killed in a recent attack in Kebbi State that the federal government will not abandon them. He made the promise during a condolence visit to Birnin Kebbi on behalf of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Shettima said Tinubu's administration remains committed to supporting the families of fallen heroes. He added that the sacrifice of military and police officers would never be forgotten or taken lightly. The president also announced the emergency relief material had been directed to affected communities through NEMA. He noted that the government is working to ensure displaced residents receive immediate assistance and support. Kebbi State Governor Nasir Idris appreciated the federal delegation for the visit and said security operations in the state had been strengthened. Traditional rulers also prayed for lasting peace and stability in the region. Meanwhile, the Nigerian army is recording fresh gains in its fight against banditry in Bauchi State. Troops have launched a major operation targeting criminal hideouts in forest areas. The offensive led to destruction of several camps linked to armed groups. Soldiers also recovered weapons, uniforms, and other items used by the bandits. During the raid, some suspects were neutralized while others fled the scene. Troops also took custody of women and children believed to be linked to the fighters. Military authorities say they are maintaining pressure to prevent the return of the criminals. They are also calling on residents to provide useful information to support ongoing operations. Still on security matters, the federal government is defending the recent airstrike in Oyo State, describing it as a targeting military operation. Officials insist the strike was based on credible intelligence and not carried out indiscriminately. Authorities say the location had long been identified as a terrorist stronghold. They had surveillance confirmed insurgents' activities before the operation was executed. However, reports of civilian casualties have raised fresh concerns. The government has now ordered a full investigation to review what happened. For now, efforts are underway to support affected communities. And officials say measures will be strengthened to better protect civilians moving forward. The federal government has spent nearly 75 billion naira on arms and military equipment over the past 3 years. This comes as Nigeria continues to battle rising insecurity across several regions. Data shows spending peaked in 2024 with a sharp increase driven by large defense purchases. In fact, a single day of procurement accounted for a significant portion of that year's total. The Ministry of Defense led the bulk of the spending alongside contribution from the Army, Navy, and other security agencies. Several payments covered ammunition, surveillance systems, and operational equipment. Despite the investments, analysts say security challenges remained widespread, and they are concerned that actual spending could even higher than what has been officially captured. Moving on, the Nigerian Air Force has released the names of candidates who successfully passed its 2025 zonal aptitude test. The shortlisted applicants have now been invited for the next stage of the recruitment process. According to the Air Force, the next phase is the selection board interview for the Basic Military Training Course 46-2025, which will take place at the Nigerian Air Force in Kaduna between April 27th and June the 13th, 2026. Officials say candidates must strictly adhere to their assigned batch schedules as published on the recruitment portal. They warn that failure to report on the scheduled date will automatically lead to disqualification. The Air Force also reiterated that the entire recruitment exercise is free of charge. It advised applicants not to make any payment to anyone at any stage of the process. You're still watching the midday news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Mr. Darlington Agumore. He's a lawyer and also a political and public affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Barrister. Thank you so very much for joining the conversation this afternoon.
My pleasure, David.
Also joined us virtually is Mr. Akpabio Benjamin Ogulami. Mr. Akpabio is also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Akpabio, and thank you so very much for joining the conversation this afternoon. Oh, well, I understand that Mr. Akpabio is yet to join the conversation, but we will be switching to the studios and, of course, taking the conversation from the studios. Interestingly, Barrister, the shortlisted candidates for the Nigerian Air Force, the candidates who successfully passed the aptitude test has been released. And most importantly, the concerns have been raised as well that these candidates clearly go to their places of dispatchment, which of course is going to get to the next phase where there will be training courses for them. But one thing that struck in that statement is the fact that they are asking that candidates should not pay any applicants or anybody who is asking for fund. This seems to be a situation where there's been some level of bottlenecks within that recruitment phase. Do you think that this kind of warning would even deter the people who engage in this kind of unscrupulous act in any way?
The warning was put out there to fulfill all righteousness. In reality, what goes on behind closed doors, you cannot imagine it. If you didn't offer money and you don't have a godfather, how can you be involved in such a test? Who will even remember you? Even if you are one of the best. So if you didn't give money and you are giving a godfather, what's the difference? Most of them are there, because of the godfather syndrome. That is just a fact. That's just the truth. In any of this military formation and all that, it's only in the combatant army, the real foot soldiers.
Yes.
In those ones, you don't need a godfather. They have been begging the youth of the Southeast to come and join. In fact, they went on a recruitment drive the other time, and nobody listened to them in the Southeast. So why didn't they make these efforts and the Navy open, whenever they want to do those ones? No, why are they not crying and begging people to come and join them in the Navy and the Air Force? So that one is just to say that we said it. In reality, nothing will happen. Both the giver and the taker, they will not tell anybody what happened between them.
Quite unfortunate, really. But then let's just stay within the military fold. There are reports that the military clearly has more spending in the past 3 years in the tune of over 75 billion naira on arms and military equipment over the past 3 years. 70 billion. Some would say it's not even enough to fight insurgency that has bedeviled us as a nation. But from your perspective, Barrister, looking at the fact that these figures are still being spent, and even in this year's appropriation bill, the military also still have a large chunk of that particular appropriation, we're still bedeviled with insurgency. I mean, just a couple of days ago, we heard about attacks in some parts of the country. Do you think holistically this funding are being channeled to the very right channel that is needed in this insurgency fight?
I don't think so. The money is not going into the right places. And like I said earlier on, that money is way too small compared to the figure we have today. The National Assembly have told us all the money they approve for this terrorist fight. It is in trillions, not these billions. And so when the government is telling you they have spent all the, let them come and tell me that actually is the truth. Because just 2 weeks ago, Tinubu approved 2.3 trillion for this same military.
Barrister, there's a major disparity between approval and release of funds.
No, not this one. No. When it comes to this military issue, no, they don't withhold any fund. They release it. The only thing is that it doesn't go to the right places. That's the truth. They don't play with this military money. They don't.
So if it doesn't go to the right places, Barrister, just like you're alluding right now, isn't there supposed to be a major forensic audit within the military force?
The last time they did it, we saw what happened. One Navy man collected 6 billion and he entered the plea bargain. And they say he should pay gradually or so. Yes? Then remember that man, that Air Force man, Air Commodore, that Christian that was shot in his car. How much was he carrying? How much was he carrying? So, look, the story and the history of this war will not be told now. Maybe our children will be the one to, our children will be the one to listen to it. Because a lot has gone down the drain. A lot. If you see how much money these guys are making from this thing, you will cry for Nigeria.
But then again, Barrister, the concept of plea bargain is another conversation that Nigerians are supposed to know fully. When you say someone should come having a major plea bargain after misappropriating billions and, of course, putting the lives of troops in danger, should that be the next line of action in a country like Nigeria that, of course, Sir George, the largest black population country in the world?
Do you know that if this government or any other government want to save Nigeria, they should muster the political will to introduce a death sentence for corrupt officials of state? I'm not joking. Go and read the Lee Kuan Yew's book. I think the most popular book the man wrote on how he brought Zimbabwe to where it is. There was death sentence for corrupt officials.
Yeah, well, again, Paris, wouldn't that be switching us to a communist state rather than having what we have as democracy right now?
My brother, look, if you want to save a bad situation, if you don't apply drastic measure, you will not save it. You will not save it. Seriously, go and ask people who abused your country. They were very blunt. I mean blunt. So if you don't apply such measure, you will not do anything.
So in other words, Barrister, the concept of plea bargaining in all of this conversation is never going to help the fight against insurgency and, of course, misappropriation of funds basically in the country.
It will not help. In fact, it will be a slap on the wrist. The accountant general, the former man who,
who was even acting at the time.
I'm telling you, over 100 and something billion, 106 or so. He entered plea bargain, the same thing. So we have not started. You cannot carry out a proper prosecution and then you cannot recover all the money. So what have you done? That is why, David, that is why these people, when they want to steal our money, they don't have conscience. They don't look remorse. They go all out. In fact, your friends and other people, when they hear say that you stole 10 billion or 100 billion, they will call you a fool. You saw tens of trillions of naira and you just took 100 million. That's why look at all the money we are losing today. It has left billion, it's not trillion. David, it's not trillion. Can you just imagine? And people are with this money as I talk to you. They are with it. Yet nobody is saying or doing anything.
Barrister, the situation about plea bargaining is on one hand. Let's also talk on the institution, the Economy and Financial Crimes Commission, and of course the Independent Corrupt Practice Commission, ICPC, and of course the EFCC. Clearly is an organization that is supposed to not only trace this funding, but at the same time, in collaboration with the CBN, get to bring these perpetrators to justice. How would we rate the EFCC with this level of misappropriation of this fund?
Initially, when EFCC was under Robado, in fact, the fear of EFCC was the beginning of wisdom for corrupt officials of state. Even the former IGP, Tafa Balogun, his boy, Robado, dealt with him. As high as that man was in office, he dealt with him without any mercy. But soon after, things started happening. They lowered the bar, and then people were just passing through EFCC, as if the institution does not exist again. If you mention yesterday, don't worry, I will meet you there. Meanwhile, when you mention, if you have any issue with somebody, if you mention yes, you say, please come, let's settle the matter here. They wouldn't want to go there, but now people don't fear again, they don't care, because they know that they will settle things when they get to EFCC. So we are not serious. Why do you think China is where it is today? David, imagine if China had allowed corruption in their midst. With over 1 billion human beings, They would have stolen all the money. And Chinese with all over the world begging for food. Eh? Go and see just $1,000, 1,000 in China, and see whether you live to eat it. I said 1,001. That is why that country is where it is today. They even have enough to give you. After taking care of over 1 billion people. And you are telling me I will not copy such a thing. I will copy it too.
Well,
I will copy it, serious, I'll copy it.
But then again, Barrister, some would say a communist state like China cannot equate the freedom that is being found in democracy.
Is it not this freedom that has made you corrupt? Is this freedom that made you to steal 210 trillion naira somewhere in an NPC? This freedom. What is freedom? What is freedom if the state, if the economy can work? No, tell me, what is freedom? If the economy is working, who will come and be talking or criticizing government? On what ground? Is it not because things are not working? Is that not why we are talking? Look, I don't buy that idea. China have succeeded because they introduced a drastic method to checkmate corruption. Simple. Imagine somebody stealing, being richer than the state. No, tell me, is that freedom? There's no use for the freedom if people are hungry. You are the headquarter of poverty in the whole world, and you call that freedom. How does that help us? How? If the state are working, nobody will be talking or criticizing government or talking. If I'm sure that my next meal is certain, if I'm sure that the state will take care of things and all that, why should I worry, David? Why should I worry? Tell me.
It's interesting to mention that the state, if the states are working, but then isn't there so much work within the state? And I'm talking about the handlers of the state now on their part to also not consider wanting to interfere with affairs with institutions like the EFCC, because you hear the presidency say the EFCC is an independent body on its own. So don't you share that sentiment that they are?
Which president said that? The present president? Or who? If EFCC is working, 90% of our politicians should be in jail. When Rubadi was there, he mentioned 5 most corrupt people. And this president said, president is among them. Number 2. You can imagine. Rubadi said it. It's not a rumor. The day he was invited, he came with over 200 Obas and the chiefs in Lagos. And they came with their regalia, with brand new car that he bought for them. And when Rubadi saw it, he was perplexed. He just said, okay, chief, we thank God you came, no problem. You can go back. I mean, you honored the invitation. And that was all. You can imagine. So, look, it's no longer interesting. No. I wish somebody will come and introduce this like maybe Diagbo. I'm not joking. So that Nigeria, we can return back to sanity. David, if this thing continues, Nigeria will soon collapse.
Oh, well, we're hoping that...
This thing that people are just struggling to, through the desert, to go to other countries, it will not be in our own streets in Nigeria. People will just be walking around the street, begging and all that. My driver this morning, they took his phone at Ikeja along. 2 young boys, they came out and took his phone. So when he was coming, he told me, I said, hey, welcome to Lagos.
Oh dear. Well, we're hoping that it doesn't go much deeper than this, because this is becoming one too many.
Like they say in Yoruba, Ojube law. Ojube law is getting out of hand. Don't deceive yourself.
Well,
with 63%, you say it will not. It's getting worse.
We're only left with hope, Barrister. But then again, let's still talk about the situation in Borno State, where the federal government clearly is defending the recent airstrike in Borno State, describing it as a targeted military operation. Well, officials insist that the strike was based on credible intelligence and, of course, not carried out indiscriminately. Barrister, we hear that some casualties, civilian casualties, victims of that particular airstrike by the military. From your position, really, how much of coordinated intelligence did the military carry out from this strike?
Did they have?
You think they don't?
They have never had any intelligence, not at all. That is not even the smallest.
But
because if they do, this thing will not be in this, will not get to this level.
But Barrister, the governor of the state did say that market has been condoled of for a while, and then the people returned back there making business. Should that also be the fault of the military?
David, when government want to do something, you will see their action. You will see how they will make sure that everybody comply. But when they don't want to do anything, they say, we told them, they didn't listen. How is that our fault? That is government and their lackadaisical attitude when they want to play pranks with the people. And so because they returned there, you now went and bombed everybody. Granted that, yes, they said that is a route for terrorists.
Yes.
To ply their trade and all that. Is a playground for terrorists. But are you not supposed to separate the wheat from the chaff?
Even when the wheat is clearly identified with the chaff.
So that is I don't know, by the way, is that the first time? David, is that the first time you have had accidental bombing? Is that the first time?
It's not actually.
ADC is telling you up to 19. So why are they making a fuse out of this as if it's the first time the mistake is being done? I remember when it happened in Northern Kaduna. The National Assembly had to go and beg these people. There is a particular ethnic group that is occupying that place. Northern Kaduna. Everybody was going to beg them to appease them. The National Assembly had to donate their 1 month salary just to appease them. Just to appease them, as if those people they are above being bombed or something like that. So these people are bombing. Have anybody giving them such privilege and honor? No, look at it yourself. You heard when that incident happened. I said the National Assembly had to go to appease them. They donated their 1 month salary just to appease them. Meanwhile, other places have been bombed recklessly and nobody bothered to pay compensation or even pay them visit. Just imagine how we create problem for ourselves. So with that kind of behavior, how can I believe them in what happened in that Gili whatever? Why is it that nobody is reacting, nobody is saying anything? So all the people, all the over 200 that the governor said that we are bombed, all of them were terrorists, Abi? No, all of them were terrorists. There was no civilian that strayed into that place for one reason or the other.
Well, Barrister, but looking at this situation, would you also say that the non-kinetic approach of the military towards the fight of insurgents is a very visible one, owing to the fact that now they also have identified that that particular area is a stronghold where insurgency truly thrives? Isn't the non-kinetic approach right now another visible one?
What they tell you is on paper. In reality, both kinetic and non-kinetic is not being practiced here. They just say it to bamboozle you. All these approaches that how long have they been saying it? If they have been implementing this thing accordingly, this thing wouldn't have been escalating now. At least when you identify a problem and you apply a measure to curb that problem, the problem is supposed to be lesser. Is that not true? Because you are applying a measure. You have identified the measure to apply. And so why don't you apply it? And why is it not getting less? Why is it not, So that is why I don't believe in what they are saying. They just say it just to divert your attention or to please the president. They are not doing anything.
Oh, well, because of our time, really, Barrister, I'd like to have your take also on the convention and, of course, the suspension of the ADC factional chair and, of course, the House of Representatives member, Abejide. What's your position with that decision from the convention yesterday?
Yes, they are on the right course. That suspension, that's what a PDP should have done with a week long ago. But they allowed him to grow wings and all that. So I thank God for what APC did, because if they don't, this Bala, this Nofio Bala, did you hear what Atiku said about this man? How he now goes on convoy as if he's the governor of his state. Bala. And he hired 3 sons. You now ask yourself, where did he get money for 3 sons? Over what? And so when such people are allowed, they may become bigger than the party, like a Wike. That is why maybe they have learned their lesson. You don't give people power they do not deserve, or else they will abuse it.
But interestingly, Barrister, do you think that as it stands, should the courts give a very different decision as concerning the ADC, that convention would totally be null and void? Is that a possibility?
The court cannot do that, because the Supreme Court have ruled on this matter that no court should interfere on the internal matters of leadership of any party. Internal affair of any party. The Supreme Court have ruled on this.
No, we're saying that happened within the PDP and, of course, the APC.
That's what I'm telling you now. So when people want to play mischief, they interpret the law according to their whims and caprices. That is why we are in trouble here. People just support what is not. The law is very clear. The law, go and read what the NBA wrote last Friday, where they stated the position of the law on this.
Of the law, yes.
Good. Why is it that nobody, or do you know more than the NBA when it comes to issues of law? Do you know more than them? They stated it clearly that the courts should not honor such litigation. But you see our court, as long as it favors a particular political type, they can go to any length just to make sure that they please them, and then contravene the law in the pursuit of their own selfish interests. If not, what will stop a court from saying, this is your party matter, it's an internal affair, I can't entertain it, please take it away. Simple. No court will ask you, why didn't you entertain this matter? No, the Supreme Court have ruled on this matter.
Oh, well, we're hoping that even the NBA's wading in and all of this would possibly see the light of the day in reality.
They want to create problem deliberately. I said they just want to create problem deliberately just to hit up the polity. And later they will blame the opposition.
All right, then. Well, because of our time, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment. We've been talking with Barrister Darlington Agummo, public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much, sir, for being here always.
My pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, mixed reactions trail pro APC tweets linked to the INEC chair. These and more we'll talk about when we return after this break. Please stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
We're glad to have you back at Still the Media News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to other stories. There are reports that say mixed reactions have trailed allegations of partisanship against the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Joash Ojo Amobitan, following the resurfacing of old social media posts set to show political leanings towards President Bola Tinubu and the APC. Some Nigerians say the posts raised concerns about neutrality in the electoral body, while others have dismissed the claims. Our correspondent in Oyo State, Rhoda Johnny, spoke with residents in Benin City on the development.
Facing of past reactions have continued to trail allegations of partisanship involving the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Joash Ojo Amoputan, following the resurfacing of past social media posts linked to him. The post, which recently re-emerged on X, formerly known as Twitter, have sparked conversations among Nigerians with concerns raised in some quarters about the perceived neutrality of the electoral umpire.
The appointment of the INEC chairman, there has been several controversies that have surrounded, his appointment by Mr. President. And even more recently is the alleged past Twitter posts where he was alleged to have remarked that victory is ours. Whether that post is true or not is something we cannot yet confirm. But whatever it is, it erodes public confidence in the trust and faith in the electoral umpire to conduct a free and fair election.
To me, the bulk of the blame, I think, rests with the INEC chairman. For example, on the issue of his Twitter account, there's nothing wrong if you heard your opinion a few years ago, 3 years ago, thereabout. It doesn't make you a member of a political party. The fact that you wish that somebody won or you had support for any candidate. You are a Nigerian citizen. You are a voter. You have a right to support anybody you choose. So it would be unfortunate, in my opinion, if it's confirmed beyond reasonable doubt, because he should know that digital footprints are permanent. So no matter the quantum of denials, if he ever had that Twitter account, change it 1,000,000 times, the footprint is there.
While opinions remain divided, Nigerians have been expressing their views on the development.
Yes, I think that statement made by the INEC chairman show clearly that before his appointment, he had been a political ally with the president, and appointing him to such a position where he is now to act as a referee to all the parties contesting the election, including the man that have been shown to be his political ally, is not fair to the other parties and contestants. I think the best option for him is to resign.
I can say it's a pity in Nigeria that we are now. It's like democracy has been trampled under the foot, under the carpet. No, the INEC chairman, but one thing I want to say, that he has to be removed. Fine, but then I think Nigerians should sort out a way to be electing INEC chairman.
The Independent National Electoral Commission is yet to issue an official response as discussions around credibility and public trust in the electoral process continue. Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you so very much, Rhoda, for that report. Moving on, the African Center for Leadership, Strategy and Development has reaffirmed its commitment to a Nigeria where no girl is used to settle debt and no woman is denied her freedom in the name of tradition. This was stated at the news conference in Abuja, where stakeholders declared the money woman tradition has been abolished and banished in Bichev ward of Obanliku local government area. The group said the move marks a step towards ensuring justice and protecting women's rights. Our correspondent at the capital, Ferdinand Igba, reports this.
The National Summit on Male Feminism and Gender-Based Violence Prevention in Nigeria, bringing together stakeholders from across the country, including traditional and religious leaders, policy makers, civil society actors, and members of the Male Feminist Network. The founding executive, Africa Center for Leadership, Strategy and Development, said the summit is a platform for reflection, accountability, consolidation of progress.
Members of the press, what we present to you today is not just a resolution. It is a restoration of dignity. It is a pathway to justice. It is a proof that change is possible when communities choose courage over silence. We call on the media to amplify these stories responsibly, on policymakers to strengthen protection for women and girls, and on partners to support the next phase of this work. Above all, we reaffirm our commitment to a Nigeria where no girl is used to settle debt. Where no woman is denied freedom in the name of tradition, and where justice is a lived reality.
He added that the purpose of the press conference is to formally bring to national and global attention a major breakthrough concerning money women practice among the behaved people of Obanleku local government area of Cross River State. This practice involves the use of young girls, often at extremely vulnerable ages, as means of settling debts owed by their families.
Change is possible when communities, traditional institutions, survivors, and development partners come together with courage and conviction to confront harmful norms and choose a different future. At our last briefing, we emphasized that the male feminist network is not an abstract idea, but a practical intervention aimed at mobilizing men as accountable allies in the prevention of gender-based violence and advancement of gender justice. Today's briefing builds on that foundation as we begin to see how this work is translating into concrete community-level outcomes.
They, however, reaffirmed their commitment to Nigeria, where no girl is used to settle debt, no woman is denied her freedom in the name of tradition, and where justice is a lived reality. Ferdinand Igba, reporting for Vop Tv in Abuja.
Very much, Ferdinand, for that report. Moving on to other stories, the Nigerian police force has dismissed reports of insecurity at some examination centers ahead of the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination. In a statement, Police Force Relations Officer Antonio Cone Placide described the claims as unfounded. The police say proactive measures have been taken to ensure the safety of candidates following public concerns. Additional personnel, including both overt and covert operatives, have been deployed across examination centers nationwide. The association comes amid rising security concerns in parts of the country, particularly in the North Central region. The UTME is scheduled to begin on April the 16th, 2026. And from that particular story, move straight to talking business. Nigeria earned about 84 trillion naira in revenue over the past 3 years, but a large chunk of that money never made it to the federal, state, and local government. According to new data, about 41% was deducted at source before distribution. These deductions have been risen sharply, especially between 2023 and 2024. Much of the money goes to government agencies funded directly from revenue collections. In some areas and cases, analysts say these agencies now receive more funds than several states. The World Bank is warning that this trend is shrinking funds available for development. It is now calling for reforms to improve transparency and ensure more money reaches critical sectors. And from business, we move straight to talking sports. A major dispute has erupted over public transportation costs for the upcoming World Cup in the United States. U.S. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is calling on FIFA to foot the bill for transport services following reports of massive price hikes for fans traveling to match venues. In New Jersey, local authorities are reportedly considering charging over $100 for a train ride to MetLife Stadium, a journey that normally costs just $12.90. Lawmakers argue that with FIFA expected to earn roughly $11 billion from the tournament, local residents and commuters should not be forced to subsidize the event. The transportation agency NJ Transit stated that final pricing has not been confirmed, though internal estimates suggest that providing extra services for the 8 marches in New Jersey could cost nearly $50 million. Similar price spikes have been noted in other host cities like Boston, where fares are expected to quadruple. New York Governor Kathy Hochul has joined the criticism, insisting the tournament must remain accessible and affordable. As the debate continues, U.S. officials are maintaining a firm stance that the final burden of moving millions of fans should rest with football's global governing body rather than local taxpayers. And to round up the media news, we'll go straight talking entertainment. Legendary Nigerian music icon Fela Kuti has made history as the first African artist inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Fela will be honored in the early influence category alongside Queen Latifah, MC Lyte, Graham Parsons, and Celia Cruz. Nigerian-born British singer Shadi Adu will be honored in the performance category. Meanwhile, nominees including Shakira, Mariah Carey, Lauryn Hill, New Edition, and Pink did not make the final list. More than 1,200 artists, historians, and industry professionals voted to select the honorees. The induction ceremony is set for November 14th at the Peacock Theatre in Los Angeles. Earlier this year, Fela also became the first African musician to receive a Grammy Lifetime Achievement Award. And with that particular entertainment story, we've come to the end of the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at Vop Tv Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The views on the streets.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People, 90.3 FM, became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
To click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Dialogue will bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters.
I am Jerry Akpabio. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing in the talk, please discuss.
Some People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
And yes, welcome to the show Spotlight. Yes, it's happening here on Vop TV. Trust me, this is your favorite hub where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people. And people we're talking about are people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, it's another day. Yes. And I'm sure you've not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Akumanu, aka call me Prezi, as EDB. So today is a very different day, and we're going to talk about a lot of things. So get ready, everyone, because we're about to write together true stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. And trust me, this week has really been buzzing with a lot of stories and news. So first off on our list today, we're talking about Nigerian music producer Ozedikus has raised serious concerns over the growing rate of drug abuse, calling for immediate attention to what he described as a worsening crisis affecting young people in a recent social media post. So he lamented that several individuals he grew up with have fallen victims to substance abuse, stressing that the situation is becoming increasingly alarming and cannot be ignored. So he urged society, including families and authorities, to take proactive steps in addressing the issue before it spirals further out of control. So his statement has since sparked conversations online, with many agreeing that drug addiction is a pressing problem and seriously, and that requires collective action and awareness. Me, I still stand with that. Say no to drugs. Because tell me, a lot of our celebrities right now, they do this, and it's something so scary that you see a young guy is addicted to such a thing, and it makes, you know, younger people not do right things. They become something else they are not. And it's crazy seeing young people doing that. And I always say, please stay away from drugs, because what use will it be to you? You will take it and you will feel like you want to die. Even though it's not Yakubu. You get what I'm trying to say? It's not nice. I just feel, I stand with what Ozedekus has said though. Yes, truly, I stand with what he has said. Everybody has to put hands to say no to drugs, because why would young people, and especially young ones, people where you supposed to go school, they say no and say that drugs they want they face. Come on, it doesn't even add anything to your body. It just makes you weak. Even gives you, like, even destroys your system. Liver issues, the kidney problem, it's a lot. So why would you feel so comfortable to sit down and say, oh, this is what I want to do, it's just to be taking drugs? Come on. It's a lot of things, and I don't even support it. So for Executive has coming out to say that, I commend him so well, because a lot of our actors and actresses and celebrities, see these things happen every day. And basically, most of them don't come out to say such like this. But seriously, it's a serious concern that everybody needs to start putting in mind that in fact, it's supposed to be on our status. It's supposed to be everywhere. Like, no to drugs, because why? Why would you want to be doing that? So yes, so this is where we come to our comment section, because trust me, a lot of people have, agreed with what Ozedekus has said. And trust me, it's really, really appalling to see that our young ones, the future of Nigerians, you understand, young children that are supposed to do better in schools, that are supposed to be great people, are, involved in such things. So yes, let's go over to the comment section and see what our comment section people have for us. And yes, Queen Doris said they are still more focused on women doing BBL, while ignoring the real danger. You get what I'm trying to say? In as much as we talk about the BBL, the everybody's trying to, a lot of ladies are trying to, do the Brazilian butt lift. They are trying to fix their faces. They are trying to fix their body. Nobody really talks about, like I said before, we have a lot of celebrities that are still focused on, the body and the rest of them, but they don't really put so much concern on drug. Because a lot of young ones, not even young ones, you see a lot of our artists that has been in that scene that has really impacted a lot of people, be having issues with this particular thing. So it's not something I'm even happy about, because I've seen a lot of people that we've seen those days, and we always remember their movies, and when seeing them on the street, dressed somehow, not looking nice at all. And I don't just know how people just, and it's really addictive. Like, people how sit down and take this thing and can't even come out of it. It's the dangers is so much. Let's take more comments and see what people are saying. And Cute Elam said, I escaped crack, and that is the best decision of my life. Trust me, it is the best decision of anybody's life, for not to take this particular thing, because it is really addictive. You will see a lot of young ones selling their cars, something you've invested in. Now you even come to the extent of, picking money or doing so many things that are wrong just to get that particular thing. And it's not really something that it's not encouraging at all. It is not. It's never encouraging. And Mama said, funny enough, it's not just guys, both genders, sadly, actually. And even ladies that are supposed to be soft-spoken, that are supposed to be soft-behaved or calmly behaved, are even the ones that even, they even have the majority in taking this kind of things. And it's not really nice. And Rian said, say no to drugs, say no to murumiri, say no to cocaine and molly. All right, and Spiro husband said, they never legalize Igbo everywhere. Don't craze finish. What if they can't legalize Igbo? Please, they will not legalize it. If your mindset is you want to support people that are taking drugs, I don't think that's a good idea at all. Because I come to think of it, I even see people saying that, that they feel so comfortable, that they feel safe taking it, and they feel like they're on top of the world. Tell me why you will not be on top of the world. You go be on top of the world, they go. No say you don't really reach heaven. That's if you're going to be going to heaven. Because a lot of our celebrities want to do music and they rely on such things. I just feel that better things has to be done concerning this whole this whole thing. A lot of people have to come out and say no to drugs because trust me, it's not going to do any good to anybody. Those people taking it basically. It's not even giving that, like it's going to damage your system. It is not going to help you. You will go broke in all ways. Seriously. So what is the use of taking it? Because you will sleep. I even doubt if you sleep. A lot of them, I've seen them on the roads and they'll like act like someone that is, it's crazy. It's really crazy. Let's take more comments. And the GG4 said, this needs urgent attention, honestly, and honestly does. And Doing Baby said, no be play, na so smoke and drug. I shall not they give anybody my kidney or donate money. And come to think of the high rate of kidney problems we're having recently, it's something that everybody is always scared of. The high rate of people asking for, I need, even, I'm telling you, it's serious. A lot of people are looking for second liver, second kidney. Everybody, they get issue. Like, it's crazy. Why? Because everybody has, gotten to the fact where they drink a lot of drink. And come to think of it, that even the drinks that they even sell these days are really not something that I'm going to say that it's okay, because most of them are fake. And taking fake drinks really damages the system. It damages your liver, it damages your kidney, and you see people trying to, there are dangers in these things, and you people still keep doing it. That means you're not even, how will I put it? You're not even okay with the fact that, this thing is not good. People where they smoke, they already tell themselves, see this thing get issued. You don't need to be smoking all the time. But no, even they smoke, the carton of everything they sell, the packaging still says that you have to do this with caution. But no, a lot of people still see themselves. I feel that it's basically for people that are so addicted to it. Even the people where they take themselves normally as just maybe 1 or 2 days, it's still, it doesn't help you in any way. It's crazy. All right, let's take more comments. And somebody said, where were you all raised? Which hood? And T Temper 01 said, say no to drugs, but puff and both puff and canna. All right. And Yemi said, later some will say the madness was due to spiritual attacks. And come to think of it, a lot of people are really running mad. And seriously, you see what Ezekiel said? He said 2 of his friends, not even 1, 2 of his friends, he has literally witnessed 2 of his friends run mad because of this particular thing. You see young people trying to extort money from people, trying to steal, trying to do a lot of things just because of drugs. Because tell me why you would sit down and say, this is what you want to do. It's better not to get involved in it than even getting involved, and it will not become addictive to it. And before you get out from that particular thing, it's crazy. Yes, it's really, really crazy. You have to go through a lot of rehabilitation and a lot of things. A lot of things. It just takes the grace of God to keep you sane. Seriously, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people that are really in support of Ozediku's statement and saying that say no to drugs, because trust me, it's really, really bad. And coming to think of young people take this all the time, it's really bad. Let's see this. And somebody said later some would say the madness was due to spiritual attacks. And Big Girl said, no be only you. And King David UK said, you sure say no be nigger situation, they make them craze. And Fela Graham said, say no to drugs, no jokes, lad. All right, The Hidden Place said, I swear most people see it as cruise, men and women included, even teenagers. It's becoming alarming. And it's really, really becoming alarming. Let's take more comments. And people are really talking about this. Let's take more and more comments. And somebody said, which of the drugs to be specific? Please, all the drugs. All the drugs, basically. You don't need to take all these kind of things. And C3S said, then force your friends take drugs. Actually, people take this. Maybe I would say that young ones who are really addicted to these didn't just plan to start taking this. And maybe because of bad friends, bad people that they surround themselves with. But come to think of it, that's why we always say that this thing still counts down to parents training their children well and having a good home training. At least, even if you don't have the whole world, but let them know that things like this are not good. Give them that safe space. A lot of them go into this because they don't have that home training, that care, that love. And it's crazy how young people keep doing this. And a lot of them have been roaming the streets mad and crazy. It's a lot. I feel that it's best not to even involve yourself in such thing. It's a no-no. And for me, I stand with the fact that Ozedikus has said this. I support him full time. And yes, I am sure that other people too support the fact, because a lot of people have actually come out, people that have been in such situations that have been taking this, even said that there is no way out in that. There's no progress in such things. So why do you take it? It's a lot. All right. And yes, that takes us to our next gist. And we've ended the talk of say no to drugs. And please, to all our parents, I'll still advise, please teach your children good things. There are things that you need to lecture them on. A lot of people, a lot of young ones have been outside, hanging out with wrong partners, hanging out with wrong friends that really change their mindset. And it's not that kind of, environment they want to be. So it's a lot. If you start now, definitely have a lot of young ones out of such situations. All right, and then that takes us to our next gist, and that happens to be Nollywood actress Wunmi Toriola has reportedly purchased a brand new Mercedes-Benz, sparking reactions across social media. And yes, the actress shared photos and videos of the luxury vehicle on her official platform, so describing it as a personal gift to herself, so that Namason quickly gained traction online with fans and colleagues congratulating her on the new acquisition. So the purchase highlights a growing trend of celebrities celebrating personal milestones, with a lot of our celebrities that have been really turning up this period. I've been saying it last week. We just had Nina or someone that just got a new car, and it's like a lot of them has been doing lovely things for themselves. And there's no how you can just be in this kind of space and you will not gift yourself. See, the best gift ever is to just carry yourself, come out. You deserve it. It is the truth. You will make money, do all the whole work, do all this one, do that one, do that one. Just they work, they finish yourself, but still, you deserve a good gift for yourself. After all the work and everything, you just deserve one good thing, and you just say, oh, this is what I did for myself. And trust me, for Toriola, this is really lovely to see. And getting herself a Benz, clock it. Clock it. So our celebrities has really been turning up this period. And I'm like, oh my God, what is going on? Yeah, this money, the owner, they see money, because I don't know what is going on. I feel like saying that only me, well, this year now they talk, say, make everybody just they get, because I just they read. Even though the most things I've been hearing, stories I've been hearing recently has been, about cars, about acquisitions, about, marriage, about babies. It has really been turning up this period. And I'm like, what is going on? What is going on? It's good to hear good news, trust me. Because when you hear good news, you will be so lifted in your spirit with joy. And hearing this particular one, it's really amazing for Toriola. She said, see, for me to me, it's worth it. After all the work and after, putting movies there, doing that, you deserve a good treat. One time, I always say this to people that, see, in as much as we always like to work, we always want to put in the work, we want to do this one, we want to do that one, please take yourself out once in a while. Please don't go and sit down one place and say, oh, I be managed. You are not Yakubu. Don't go and be managing. Take yourself out. You will not die. Seriously, you deserve it. If person tell you say you don't deserve them, you deserve it. You want to be there for your family, you want to send them money, you want to do this, you want to do only you. Sometimes just take yourself out. I beg, just make your head just cool down. You deserve that outing. In fact, today I just advise you, you deserve that outing. You deserve that new car. If I change it, the same change it for you. Yes. All right. A lot of people and a lot of fans have actually come out to celebrate with Toriola, actress Wumi Toriola, and a lot of people are really happy for her and saying congratulations. So let's move over to the comment section and see what people have actually come out to say concerning Wumi. Let's take some comments. So getting to see that she is, you know, basking in beautiful things, testimonies, a lot of, I get to see, Benz, GLE. You know what it is? It's a lot of beautiful things that I see our ladies. And come to think of it, before I was saying ladies now, the men will not start shouting, precious they do. You don't they yab men too much. No, I'm not. I know they talk plenty things concerning. You know, when it's good to support now, I go support now. But the truth is that you see women, yeah, they does shock me this period. What women do these days are really something really inspiring. And this has been going on since last year. And trust me, talking about the DJ that had her what they call it, her DJ for how many hours? 288 hours or something like that. And it's crazy, like people, you will just see people, they really want to achieve something for themselves. See, women, we are strong, oh. Don't look at the fact that a lot of people see that, oh, that we are soft-spoken. Yes, we are soft-spoken naturally, and so we're supposed to be. But when it comes to hard work, I raise hands. In fact, I give the women their flowers. We are doing good work. You will see a woman be doing things like a man. Yes. A woman will be seriously, just see. Who not go be happy for this kind of thing? Please be happy. You know, saying that some people go see this kind of thing. A lot of people will see this kind of thing now. They say, oh, she don't, you know, say comment section now when I do pass. When I go see a person now, don't they dance? Maybe don't put flower, put everything. Now God they shout, say, oh, why did she have to put it online? No, now they calm down in Jesus' name. Because if we reach on I go still want to show people. All right, let's take some comments and see what people have for us. And Investorism said, for anyone genuinely looking to buy a home or invest in property, I currently have. Okay, see, another thing is that a lot of people are buying stuff for themselves, and it's also good to invest. It's a good advice. Yes, good things. Invest in things that you know that you could get the money back. Yes, a lot of people are putting their money into investments. Invest now. Very, very important. Very, very important. You want to chop this, you want to chop that. Sometimes use your number 6. Very important. All right, and yes, somebody said congratulations, Mama. And Oluwa Tobiloba 754 said, from me to me, congratulations to me. And Muyik said, well deserved. And his baby said, congratulations. And Matthew said, more growth. See, it's how people say congratulations. I love the fact that, you know, a lot of testimonies, a lot of beautiful things that are happening, and it's a good one. It's really, really a good one. And yes, Ayn said, I love seeing women winning. Thank you. Like I said, it's the fact that women are always winning. And I love the fact that we are always doing that, because tell me why. To be a woman, you know, when men shout, say, to be a man is not a day job. To be a woman is not easy. Because I know what we go through. Yes, I know what we go. I think we even go through more than the men, because definitely the men just sit down and think and all of that. But women, we are really strong. If you tell man, make carry pikin for how many 9 months now, you know, go fit trial. Yes, and you still take care of your children, and you still want to be there. You want to work hard to make your money. Apart from this providing thing and everybody, men making money, and what value? I'm sorry, but that is just the truth. So when I see some men, you know, treating their wives wrongly, treating them badly, I still ask this question. I said, why would you even have that kind of mindset? Whatever the issue may be, why don't you work out? Why do you want to, you know, resort to violence? I want to hit your wife. I want to, you know, make her feel bad. It's a lot of things. And to our ladies, please shine your eye. I always say it. Make your money and be good. Not the ones that will come out and be saying a lot of things. Please be good first. Yourself first. Love yourself first. A lot of ladies have been in such position where they don't even love themselves enough to gift themselves something. They feel, oh, they want to carry the whole family on their shoulder. I beg. We know that you want to carry the whole family on your shoulder, but sometimes it requires you to love yourself. And it's a lot. There's a movie I recently watched, and that, trust me, that movie really talked about the situations where women are really placed in, because that's all the mindset they always have. That women, that once they give birth to the eldest child, that child must be the one to take care of the father. What happened to the father and the mother? What happened to people? What happened to the parents of that particular child? Can they take care of their children? But just because maybe money is not there, and maybe who tell you say maybe they born plenty? That's why I say, see, if you they born pikin, born the one where you fit train. Nobody is destined to come and be helping you like that. It's the truth. A lot of young ones have run out of the house because of the fact that they have been so pressured with a lot of burdens. It's crazy. But we're still talking about Toriola, and it's really beautiful seeing that she actually acquired herself this. And it's my own advice to people who get the money to get themselves gifts. Please, you deserve that. You worked hard. You deserve a good thing. You deserve a gift for your own self. Yes, please, just to do it now. As I does they talk to you. All right. Yes, we have more comments. Let's take more and more comments from our comment section. And Goody said, nothing beats from me to me. Actually, that her statement was really something beautiful. And somebody said she deserves it, and I deserve it too. Amen to that. And Not Chioma said, the way una they tear these bends, person go just think say na 2 million naira. They play, oh. Yeah, Bio, the way this money long, people will now feel that, be like say this money just there everywhere go just scatter. You understand? All right, Fola Kemi said, yeah, she worked so hard. Love you. And somebody else said, see Seth, buy Opa and Coke today from me. Make una no pressure me. Sorry, you. If you feel buy yourself that type, you can buy for yourself. But trust me, it's really beautiful seeing that our ladies and our women are winning. You come talking about Iyabojo, her movie, the Arizo, like it's a beautiful thing that a lot behind the scenes, all that our celebrities are doing marvelously well, and it's really, really good to see that they are trying, because it's not easy to put all those work. They go put all the work, finish, put the energy, put this one, do that one. They still come out and come to think of how people come to try to spoil the movies that they've actually put out there. It's crazy. I feel that people should, keep doing good things. I don't know, because why would you want to say, somebody has already put in the work, done everything they want to do, and you choose as a human being to bring that person down and bring them? But do you know how much they spend? Do you know the time they spend, the work they put in to do all those things? If you sit down like that, think of good thing where you go do for yourself than spoiling people's movies and doing stuff like that, you will actually go far. Yes, you would actually go far. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about Toriola. And yes, Noble the laundryman said, every single day I keep pushing and holding on to faith. The washing machine for my work would truly, okay. And the real Kemsey said, well deserved. She's very hardworking, actually. And Emeka Ugo said, why their men folks know they buy anything? Actually, maybe they invest. Basically, it's still good investment, like I said before. And Tito Olayeni said, person where they work, suppose they enjoy. Abio, so since she's really hardworking, love this for her. And Aura too said, Omo, women are winning, me and you will be one soon. All right, and see, I always keep saying this, that see, our women are really doing amazingly well. I love the fact that they're doing well, and it's good. So all our ladies, where they wait, say make Odogu come marry them, and they wait, say they know they want fine work. Try to talk to yourself today. No person go tell you need to put in the work. You need to put in the hard work. Work for yourself, definitely. And definitely that Odogu will come and find you. Not the one that you will sit down and expect Odogu to fly from heaven, well molded, to come and meet you. Get sense now, in Jesus' name. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll still have more juicy topics to talk about. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us. And yes, welcome back, guys, to the show Spotlight. And yes, it's happening here on VOP TV, your favorite hub. And yes, secondly, we've been talking about a lot of things about our women always winning and turning up. Clock it! And yes, we're talking about right now about social media influencer Ashley Janae has reportedly been found dead in Tanzania, sparking concerns and widespread reactions online. So this 31-year-old, whose real name is Ashley Robinson, was said to have been discovered unconscious at a villa in Zanzibar during a recent trip and was later confirmed dead at a hospital. So the incident reportedly occurred just days after she celebrated her birthday and got engaged. So adding to the shock surrounding the development. So authorities have indicated that the case is still under investigation, with earlier suggestions pointing to possible suicide. So although we've not known basically what was the cause of the death, and family members and close associates have continued to question the circumstance. It's a lot, and trust me, it's not something to be happy about, because it's really something she has actually gone for a vacation, gone to make herself happy, gone to be to enjoy herself, and get into a situation whereby she's no more. It's crazy. It's crazy. This is really, sometimes when I hear stories like this, it's scary most of the time, because I don't know how people would want to spend time with somebody and all of a sudden you don't just see them anymore. It's really disheartening, and I'm really so sorry for the family, and I pray that God gives them the grace to bear this whole loss. And definitely I pray that they should find what actually made her in such situation. So yes, let's see some comments, because a lot of people that know Ashley have actually come out, her fans have come out to say things concerning her. So let's see some comments and take some, because it's a lot. It's a lot. Most times people feel that the life we have is something that it's not, God has not been given. You see, it's grace for you to just be alive one day like this. Grace. So we should always give thanks to God, because trust me, a lot of people can't sleep and not wake up. Things happen daily. And come to think of it, people have to be very careful with people who you say you date. Seriously, because you don't know who is who. Definitely, I'm just saying, because a lot of things are really pointing out to Ashley's fiancé, because it's a lot of things. I feel that people should take more time to be very careful of where the place they are, the people they meet, because all those things, yes, they really show things in their lives. Because you don't feel trust anybody. Things they happen on a daily. Things happen on a daily. So people are really careful of how they move about with friends, because all these things they make sense. People know they get friend again. Obviously, we've seen a lot of people saying, oh, that their friend did them this, their friend hurt them, their friend. And when you see people that are really evil people, they even act like the most sweetest people ever. Yes, they can be a green snake in a green grass, and you will not know. So this also reminds that you should be very careful of the food you eat outside, what you take outside. Very, very careful. Meals you eat, people you meet. It's a lot of things. Nobody is safe. But please, stay safe. That is the most important thing. All right, let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning Ashley, the influencer. And it's really so disheartening. And Bay 333 said, stop dating whitey men and women. All right, Anxiety said it was a setup. And the real thing said, Gray said, these aren't our flight boys. She was talking down on up and up flirting them. How sure are you about that? And Grey Cloud said, like I said, the experiment with you all, it's never real love. It's well. And we have more comments. Let's see what people are saying. And Goodness Timin said, I feel that he did it or had someone to do it. And Mob said, sounds about white to me. And come to think of it, they said she actually had issues with the particular fiancé at that time, that they had an argument and everybody slept But how do you feel people, react to violence, to arguments? A lot of people are really violent naturally. They don't get what you feel. They just like to fight. They like problem. So that's why I always say this. I say, please, if you know say if you don't see the red signs, why not run away? Leave that relationship, for crying out loud. Because I see how people stay in relationships and say, oh, because they love. What kind of love will leave you and leave you with marks on your body? It's crazy. A lot of people, I've seen young ladies that do that. It's crazy. You people cannot say you would just want to be in a place where they'll be hitting you, giving you blows, and when there are men that will truly love you for who you are. It's well with you people. All right, let's take more comments. And yes, somebody said, we all know who did it. Okay. And cold-hearted TJ said, she had everything going right for herself in life. So after celebrating your birthday and getting engaged, why would you go to another foreign land and just commit suicide? That man killed her, took her far from the US in another foreign country, knowing that it wouldn't likely get investigated or receive that much attention as it would in the US. And Vinza said, respect to the family people. I wish them strength. Actually, they really need that strength now, because losing a loved one is like, it's most disheartening. It's a lot. Before you come out from that kind of situation, it takes the grace of God. So we should always, I send them lots of love and pray that God, strengthens them. And goodness, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments and see what people are still saying about Ashley. And somebody said, this is so sad. Gerald O said, God's plan. And another person said, a bit odd that they are not saying nothing about the man that proposed. The engagement, where his whereabouts before and after her passing. Not to mention, the Tanzanian government isn't throwing a full-blown investigation on how this randomly happened. And artist said, tired of fake love and fake proposals. And somebody said, but she chose what she chose. It's well. Let's take more comments before we move over to our next gist. And yes, Wize said, respect to the family people. I wish them strength. And Igbo Boy said, this is where Tanzanian government need to step in, get her justice before, because it was the other way around. American government will get to the root of it and give her life sentence. All right. And somebody said, is that Goldberg or I'm tripping? Okay. I think Soul is talking about the weight of her fiancé, actually. And yes, somebody said her family should petition the Tanzanian government to detain the man. There's nothing like petition in here. I just feel that this whole thing has to be investigated thoroughly. The man might be innocent. Possibly, he might not. So it's a two-way thing. She might have slept and maybe had a cardiac arrest. It's a lot of things that have. It's a lot of things that might have happened actually. But the thing is, what I'm still saying is that people need to be very careful with what you eat, with people you meet, because nobody is to be trusted. Yes, that is the truth. Things happen daily, and that's why we say, please stay out. If you're outside, be safe. Even inside, please be safe. It's still important to be safe. All right, let's take more comments. And somebody said her family should petition Tanzanian. And somebody said this is so sad. And Gerald said God's plan. I just pray that the family gets justice and God strengthen them to actually bear this loss, because trust me, it's really a lot, and it only requires the grace of God to really come out of this. All right, enough of that. Let's go over to our next story, and we're talking about Nigerian rapper Slow Dog has reportedly taken a major step in his personal life, proposing to his girlfriend, Cocket. So during an intimate gathering attended by close friends and associates, viral videos circulating online has captured the emotional moment. He went down on one knee to present a ring, marking a significant milestone in their relationship. So seriously, a lot of people and fans and social media buzzers has actually come out to say, well, wishing them congratulations. And while the proposal has not a lot of people are still talking about this. And trust me, see, I've been talking about weddings this period and talking about this particular one, Slow Dog, with his music and everything. And everybody has been expecting that, oh, please, oh, be like, say, let us see the ring now, we understand. But this is actually beautiful, God. See, when I say something now, they will say, Precious, you are too vain. Allow me to be vain in peace, oh, because who will not love love? Me personally, I love love. And when I see things like this, I'm always excited and happy. Yes, I beg. When they marry well and marry right. No be say when I go one finish one thing. It can't be like Angel and the she him what they hear recently. Because that one, I don't even know what to say about it again. Because trust me, it has been a lot. But it's good to really fall in love with the right person. And trust me, when you really meet that right person that really loves you, you will enjoy marriage. I'm telling you, there are credible people that have been married for years and have, worked out their marriages, and it's beautiful to see that, marriage is something to be happy about. We know that a lot of people have been into divorce, and divorce have been happening. A lot of people have been complaining and stuff like that. But trust me, they are good marriages. They are credible ones. They are beautiful ones. Beautiful ones that you would love to even, experience. So don't fear, but try open your eyes. You will want marry, clean your eye, wash and wear. So you go no person where you dey, whether not piece or pieces you want marry. So make I know you say when I don't buy Ashebi, buy this one, buy that one, finish. You go call 20 Ashebi for line. Later you go come tell me say, oh, be like say the marriage no can work again. Or guy, you go give me back my money while you stay buy Ashebi for you. Me personally, I don't want to be hearing breakup. I don't want to be hearing divorce again. Yes. Because this everything we they do this year now violence things now, but not be the violence on the other parts. Now this one now seriously, I don't want to be hearing divorce. I don't want to be hearing all those kind of things again. Let us come straight, please, on a straight line. Very important. All right, let's take some comments. A lot of people are really happy for Slow Dog, and people are saying congratulations. Fans are always saying, wishing them well on their new step to take. And yes, Afoma said how she's really overwhelmed. And Explore said the cameraman, what you do, cameraman? You won't see everything. May you see the hand, see the leg. More than they calm down for this comment section. And I am Carrick said congratulations, Slow Dog. Yes. And Blessing Yuli said 47 years. Congratulations. All right. And Chidima Gold said congratulations. Does it matter the age? Really? A lot of people see marry for 23, still end up inside their mama house and their papa house. So please don't exaggerate the whole thing. All right, let's have more comments. A lot of people are really happy for Slow Dog, and trust me, it's a beautiful, beautiful one. And yes, Cheta Chuku 01 said 47 years old man kneeling for 2002 Peking. My God, God of mercy. Please, what is wrong with kneeling that? Is it not what they What is all this? You know, say sometimes when you are supposed to be happy for somebody, that is how you people come with unnecessary things that doesn't really matter. This is how you will say, oh, why would somebody remove their name from her husband's name? Why would the person start answering their husband's name? Like, I don't get it. Are they not meant to answer their husband's name when they get married? Oh, God. All right, Zaddy Frank said, is this supposed to be news? He's way too old already, Biko. Yeah. You are angry. No verse. But actually he has put it there, so it's left for you to see or you don't want to see. All right, Bitcoin Chief said, Chai, the legend is taken actually. And Heart to Heart with Sammy said, Diggy Idima. All right, and somebody else said, camera job you know fit do. Now you be next. Okay. And somebody else said, so all right, it's actually beautiful seeing that Slow Dog is getting married. And you see, and because of Slow Dog's music, it's a lot, and it's beautiful to see that, yes, he is finally, yes, getting married. And a lot of people are happy. Me, I love seeing good things because it is very, very important to see that our own people are, turning up this year. And I've been saying, still more marriages are yet to come, more engagements. A lot of people, today is off the market, as we all know, we talked about it. And trust me, it's beautiful that all these things are happening. And who knows, who is next, please? Because that question needs to be asked. All right. And yes, that takes us to our next gist. And yes, a viral story circulating online has sparked widespread reaction, and this particular story is so different. And yes, so this is the story. So children allegedly arranged a second wife for their father while their mother was seriously ill. So according to the reports, the mother said to have strongly condemned the act after discovering it. So a particular mother and her children, the woman was sick, and the children actually married a wife for their father. Basically because their father was feeling lonely and because the mother was sick and they had to take her down to Lagos to take care of her. So while they took the mother down to Lagos to take care of her, the father was quite lonely, and they felt that the right thing for them to do was to, get the father a wife. And come to think of it, the father was the one that single-handedly picked the wife for himself. All right, so the issue now is that the woman started getting well and got angry when the whole thing turned around, and she got to know that the husband's new wife has actually given birth to twins. And she didn't really know that the husband has actually remarried. And now the woman, laid curses and abuses on the children and told them that they are going to suffer and the rest of them. And lastly, the woman slept and didn't wake up. And then something really happened, that the children started reaping the curses of the mother. And so people are saying that what the woman did was not right. But my suggestion is, I think every one of them was at fault. Because if you have good children, because I don't know why you would want to marry a wife for your father when you have a mother and you people did not let her know. It's a total, just say this, it's a total different thing. It's crazy how people do this, but trust me, I don't think what the action the children took was really, really off board. Secondly, the father did something that I can't even, like, I see men, being so, how will I put it, secretive about things. But this particular one shocked me, because why would you say you love somebody just because your wife is sick? You couldn't even wait. That means you are waiting for her to, that she's sick. That means she's going to die. And you quickly went to get yourself another wife. It's crazy. All right, let's see this. She said, marry a new woman for him. The woman's job was to cook for him, farm on our land, and take care of him. He chose the lady himself. My mom was not aware of what we did till my father's wife gave birth to twin babies. And this didn't go down well with my mom. She claimed she gave her life to the family and we couldn't wait for her to get better. She cursed us all. She said that we would destroy her marriage. Our own marriage would be destroyed. So she laughed over it and wondering why an old woman would be jealous. So the dad's new wife takes care of them, travels, cooks for them, and also clean. And now she has 4 kids for the dad. And they said, we are training them. Upon my mom's recovery, we took her home. And as soon as she saw my dad being lovey-dovey with the new wife, she laid curses on all of us again and cried until 4 a.m. So we are unable to console her and she slept. By morning, our mom was gone, as in she was lifeless. And we were seeing tears dropping out of her eyes. All of us were so shocked, and we buried her 2 months later. So 2 months later, they started having issues. All 4 of them, or all 5 of them, had issues in their marriages, and now they are single. So this is just a reminder that sometimes, not even sometimes, blessings of a mother are really, blessings of your parents, not even mother. I don't want to say mother because this is the 2 things. Blessings of your parents are really, have a really strong impact in the life of their children. I tell you the truth, because a lot of people, feel that they want to hurt their parents and not treat them well and do crazy things, but they don't think of the repercussions of the things those people say. It's a lot. It's a lot. But I just feel that this whole situation was something off board. Every one of them was meant to be, was meant to be blamed, even the mother, because I've said that the woman should have not got. It's normal. Life happens. A lot of people have been into such situations. They lose both the husband and the children. And yes, it happens. But then, life moves on. And yes, this is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories and tell them we had. And don't forget to join us on our social media handle at VOP TV Live, and for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agman, aka Call Me Prezi. See you next time. Bye for now.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Hello there, my name.
Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Where power shifts with every headlines. News breaks and events happen. Break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from the story in Cameroon, where Anglophone separatists in Cameroon have declared a temporary safe travel passage, suspending fighting ahead of Pope Leo XIV's visit to the conflict-hit region this week. Leaders of several armed groups say the three-day pause reflects the profound spiritual importance of the visit, which begins Wednesday, and the need to protect civilians. In a statement, the Unity Alliance coalition said it would allow free movement for those taking part in events linked to the visit. Nearly a decade of violence in Cameroon's English-speaking region has killed at least 6,000 persons and displaced many more. The Pope arrived in Algeria on Monday, the first papal visit to the largely Sunni Muslim country. Algeria is also the birthplace of Saint Augustine, whose teaching inspired Pope Leo XIV, the first pope from his order. Away from that report, the Democratic Republic of Congo is set to receive more than 30 deportees from the United States this week. Officials say the group are not Congolese citizens, with some coming from Central and South America. There will be first arrivals under a deportation deal announced on April 5th with the Trump administration. The move comes as Washington pushes a U.S. brokered peace agreement between DR Congo and Rwanda aimed at ending fighting in the east. It also follows a strategic mineral partnership, giving the United States preferential access to Congo's critical resources. The U.S. has previously sent third country deputies to African nations, including Ghana, Cameroon, Equatorial Guinea, and Eswatini. Elsewhere, nearly 700 civilians have been killed in drone strikes in Sudan since January, according to the United Nations, highlighting the growing toll of a civil war now in its fourth year. UN humanitarian chief Tom Fletcher says most of the deaths occurred in the first 3 months of 2026, with nearly daily attacks reported across conflict zones. Regions including Kordofan and Darfur have been particularly affected, where fighting remains intense. The UNICEF warns drones account for a significant share of child casualties, with strikes hitting homes, markets, and schools. The war between Sudan's army and the paramilitary rapid support forces has killed tens of thousands and displaced more than 11 million people. Entire communities have been uprooted, while famine spreads in parts of the country. More than 19 million people now face acute hunger as food, fuel, and basic supply grows scarce in the country. The international community of the Red Cross says over 11,000 persons have been reportedly missing since the conflict began, a figure that has risen sharply over the past year. Meanwhile, the International Organization for Migration says a fire at a displacement camp in Sudan's Darfur region has left around 350 families homeless, destroying hundreds of shelters. In a statement, the legacy said the blaze broke out at the Balula camp in the town of Giriada, destroying 350 shelters and damaging more than 100 others. The fire forced hundreds of families to flee. Those with afflicted moved to open areas within the town. Displaced people in Sudan often live in harsh conditions in makeshift shelters made from straw and wood, relying heavily on food and medical aid. Fires have become more frequent in recent months, with overcrowding and narrow access routes contributing to the damage. Moving on, South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa says he has appointed Ralph Meyer as the country's new ambassador to the United States. The post has been vacant since Ibrahim Rasool was expelled last year after accusing President Donald Trump of promoting white victimhood. The role deepened already strained relations between the two countries, which have worsened since Trump's return to office. Ramaphosa's spokesperson, Vincent Mangwea, confirmed Meyer's appointment, saying it takes immediate effect. Meyer played a key role in negotiations to end apartheid in the 1990s, working alongside Ramaphosa. He represented the National Party and introduced apartheid, while Ramaphosa represented the African National Congress led by Nelson Mandela. Still in the news, hundreds of red-clad supporters of opposition leader Julius Malema have gathered in South Africa's Eastern Cape ahead of his sentencing for firing an assault rifle at a rally 8 years ago. The case against the Economic Freedom Fighters leader was brought by the lobby group AfriForum which has also raised its concerns with US President Donald Trump. Police were deployed in large numbers in the city of East London, also known as Kogumpo, as supporters massed to court ahead of closing arguments and sentencing expected on Thursday. Prosecutors are seeking the maximum 15-year sentence, while Malema was found guilty in October for breaching firearm laws after discharging a weapon at an EFF rally in 2018. The EFF, a small but vocal party, says the case is politically motivated and aims at silencing its leader.